We're with Rob Van Dam here. It's great to see you at the Cauliflower Alley Club. What brings you here this year?
What brings RVD here this year is the lovely Katie Forbes. Hi, baby.
Hey.
And she is a wrestler, too. She wanted to check out the Cauliflower Alley Club. I've been here once before, a few years ago, with Fonzie, so I had an idea of what to expect. And it's cool. It's a good socializing event for the old school wrestlers, some of the fans, but a lot of it has to do with the boys giving each other awards, marking out on each other, I guess, whatever, at the banquet. And I love Vegas.
And what do you think about Nevada legalizing marijuana? Because there's definitely the scent of it in the air everywhere you go around here now.
Everywhere I go, everywhere I smell that. It's almost like a big cloud that just follows me. It's crazy. Yeah, Nevada is, they're a pretty progressive state. You know what I mean? Like this has been coming for a while. It wasn't like a huge surprise. It's awesome. It's labeled Sin City because it is a place where you can find whatever your vice is when you come here as a tourist from out of town, and they want to keep it that way. They want you to be able to get whatever you want so that you'll drop all your money gambling at the tables. I don't gamble. Hopefully that won't change, you know, but I just love everything about the city. There's so much to do, and there's so much energy all the time, you know, conventions and at nighttime, there's a million things to do. Daytime, a bunch of stuff to do. So it's awesome that they've legalized cannabis recreationally, because you can show your ID if you're an adult, and you don't need a med card, which is a loophole that it previously had, and they didn't have very many places to be able to buy it before. So super cool. The idea is they hope it'll add some tourism attraction, and I think it will. They gotta figure out where they're gonna let you smoke it, though.
In Canada, it's becoming legal too. That's where we're from. What do you think about that?
Canada's been ahead of us the whole time. I mean, for years and years, with Vancouver, of course, and then in Toronto. But like Mark Emery, the Prince of Pot, he's been looking at facing an extradition, but and I don't know I don't know if that's over or not. But he was sending seeds out of Canada, out of British Columbia, everywhere, and he wanted to overpopulate the world with pot so that they could never eradicate it. And I mean, it is. I don't think they're going to be able to get rid of it. And the more people realize how ridiculous it is to keep funding the efforts to get rid of weed when it can help so many people, and most of the negatives are complete bullshit, you know, and the more people know about that, the more we're going to see other states also being okay with it. They're everywhere. They've been lowering it, the penalties for it, city by city, state by state, everywhere, and it's outdated. I mean, since 1937, they've been telling people that it makes you crazy and violent, and it's still a Schedule I controlled substance, which means the most dangerous, the most harmful to the body and society, zero medicinal value, and it's still there, even though we all know now that it has medicinal benefits, and so many states have jumped on it, and we're looking at almost half the states that have medicinal programs, but it takes more than that to actually mandate a federal change, which will happen before the number mandates it, because common sense just tells you that it is lies and BS, and it's bad. It's all for money. Everything's for money. But I mean, it's not just that they're lying and giving misinformation and always have to scare people away from weed, but also like they're letting people suffer and die because they'd rather try to make money on the pharmaceutical end of it, which is business. But on the morality issue, it never has been a fair fight. So, hey, what? So anyway, yes, I'm all for it. And by the way, Schedule 2 on the controlled substance list, meaning safer for you and higher in medicinal value, that's where you will find cocaine and meth. And that right there is ridiculous.
And alcohol is actually much more dangerous a drug than weed.
Yeah, which I used to just, I used to be against everything just because of that, because I felt I was in the fight so much. Now, I think alcohol, anything in moderation, whatever. I believe adults should have the right, to live life as an adult. But you're right. Statistics show you. Is that RVD? I know him. Statistically, besides car crashes, it straight up kills you. You drink so much alcohol that it will rot your liver. You'll die. Marijuana, it can't do that. It's not toxic enough.
And do you think WWE will take it off their banned substance list if enough states legalize it?
Only when the federal guidelines change. They won't do it when there's enough states. I think they're. I don't want to say how many states, but I think we're like 2 states shy of half. But either way, because they're publicly traded, because they have the sponsors, because of their whole agenda of the audience they target, with everything, they'll do it when the federal government says it's legal, and I don't expect them to do it before. By the way, when I wrestled there the first time around between 2001 and 2006 or 7 or whatever, they didn't test at that time for it. They started afterwards, after Eddie Guerrero died, which had like nothing to do with it, but that's what happened.
So where are you wrestling now? PCW, I've heard you're wrestling for them out in California. Anywhere else?
Yeah, but nowhere regularly. Like I wrestle, I pretty much do everything like as little as possible. I like being off and enjoying life. So most of my matches are overseas. In February, I was in England, and next thing I have for sure right now, we're both going to be going to Australia, and we did that last year. But that's the last 3 matches, or I'm sorry, last 3 years, I've had I think like less than 10 matches a year, and unless something happens to change that, then don't expect to see me in your town necessarily. Definitely not on a long tour, being out on the road, going town to town, because I ain't really all about that life no more.
And where can people follow you on social media?
The Real RVD, everywhere. And are you the real Katie Forbes? No.
Yep, I'm the Katie Forbes.
The Katie Forbes, yeah.
How long have you two been together?
2 years. 2 years,
Yeah.
She wrestles for a while, and she's known from Wildcat Wrestling, and she does a bunch of different indie shows, some of them regularly. She's been in India, and she's on her way up, making a name for herself, and I've already been there, so it works out really well that we appreciate that about each other.
And last question here. Did you see any of the new Kickboxer movies, the remakes with Jean-Claude Van Damme and the new guy Alain Moussi?
I saw one of them. I don't know which one it was, but he did the famous dance at the end with their rolling credits. So that's the one that I saw. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks a lot for talking to us, and we hope you enjoy your time here.
Okay, cool, man. Happy Cauliflower Alley Club.
First time ever meeting between these 2 great champions. And who brought it to you? Pacific Coast Wrestling.
The following is the main event contest for PCW. Clear the way. Your official is Senior Official Rick Knox. This bout scheduled for 1 fall with a 60-minute time limit. for the PCW Heavyweight Championship. Introducing first, our challenger. He hails from Battle Creek, Michigan, weighing 235 pounds. He is the whole effing show, Rob Van Dam. His opponent, he is the current reigning, defending PCW Heavyweight Champion. From Mexico, he is international wrestling sensation. He weighed in earlier today at 185 pounds. Your champion, Pentagon Jr. One fall for the PCW title.
Boy, oh boy, Todd Kennelly, it's time. We've been waiting months and months for this. Every fan on their feet. Let's listen to this crowd.
An electric atmosphere as senior official Rick Knox about to show us all what it's all about. The Pacific Coast Wrestling Heavyweight Championship on the line. Cero Miedo in this historic first defense. I ran down the accomplishments of Van Dam. Let me give equal time to the champion, Pentagon Jr., a former AAA Latin American champion, mixed tag team champion, world tag team champion, and of course, what's really on the line here tonight, he's the first ever PCW heavyweight champion. What a way to have to defend that title in your first defense. This is unbelievable.
Muchos problemas para Pentagon Jr. And if he has no fear, he may have some today because this guy's a Hall of Famer that he's in the ring with. Man, this is such a good matchup, Todd.
Great matchup in the ring and certainly on the outside with this crowd response. This one is special. I'll tell you what, I'm happy just to be here with you, Christian Cole, a chance to call this. This is true magic. This is what professional wrestling is all about.
Such an honor, Todd Kennelly, as these two warriors now touch foreheads in the middle of the ring, measuring each other up. There will be no intimidation in this match. Neither of these men will budge.
Pentagon Jr. really didn't even have time to celebrate his win and enjoy it because it was immediately announced once he won the title that the next in line was this man, one of the most decorated men in the history of the sport, Rob Van Dam. Both guys come in looking fantastic. What a match this should be. Rob Van Dam bringing a lot of attention, the eyes of the wrestling world on this matchup. Eyes on him, Rob Van Dam. And Cero Miedo answering. But Cero Miedo, you know, great matches put PCW on the map. Cero Miedo winning the title made it international. It made press in Mexico with AAA. He has been a great champion. And this is his first defense, and it couldn't be any bigger. Van Dam swing and a miss. Roll up there by Pentagon Jr. And the two are mixing it up early. Not much of a feeling out process. Attempted leg drop, another attempted kick. Moonsault there by Van Dam, connects into the pinning combination. Action is hot and heavy early on.
It absolutely is, as now Pentagon Jr. getting tripped up by Van Dam. Oh, and a cat's mate, a stalemate, a cat's game in the middle of the ring. And these fans appreciate every bit of it.
Well, if it is tic-tac-toe, they couldn't get three moves in a row here, could they? Counter wrestling expertise in the early going.
Look at this.
Oh, I love it.
Innovative takedown by Rob.
Love that body scissors. And now maybe almost a variation of a hip toss, but a drop toe hold in there as well. And again, back to square one.
And look at the eyes of Pentagon Jr. This man is crazy.
Yeah, I'd rather not look at his eyes. They're scary. And he's got the eyes of an intense, focused champion. He didn't come here to lose the title in his first defense. I don't care how big of a star Van Dam is.
But a big star Van Dam is. But it's worth mentioning that Pentagon Jr., his stock has never been higher, one of the biggest stars in the world. As Rob now telling Pentagon, I have no fear. And Pentagon using Rob's taunt against him. Oh!
Nice spinning kick there by Van Dam. Baseball slide, drop kick. And Van Dam will take to the fight to the outside. He will take it and make it extreme, but so will Cero Miedo.
And Pentagon now stalking his opponent, stalking RVD. Picking him up now from the ground here, setting him up here actually.
The champion is measuring Van Dam. Van Dam hit that apron hard, one of the hardest points in the ring. And now a big strike there by the champion. And he
is
may
that the
have,
hardest part of the ring? I never heard that.
well, outside of the post. And you know, if the champ does have Cero Miedo, I'm sure he had some butterflies coming into this title defense. But those might be quilled now as he's taking it to the challenger, Van Dam.
And here we are in Torrance, California, the hub for the Hispanic community and the American community coming together. Half this crowd supporting the Mexican star in Pentagon Jr., the other half the crowd supporting the WWE Hall of Famer, Rob Van Dam.
Reversal now by Van Dam, the champion tasting the barricade. Yes, they may differ in their support, but there's no question that every fan in here respects both champion and challenger.
Oh my God, and it didn't take long, Todd Kennelly. This thing's already out on the outside into the chairs.
Well, Van Dam, he feels right at home out here, although the champ taking it to him. Van Dam probably feels like he's in the Bingo Hall or Hammerstein Ballroom with this action.
And the action is certainly getting extreme now, Todd Kennelly, as these two warriors are brawling on the outside. We're having trouble from our vantage point getting a sense of the action, but these two are now just really taking it to each other as all the fans surround them. Put your phones away, you idiots. Watch with your eyes.
Referee Rick Knox right out there with him. This thing not sniffing the ring at this point. You can't win or retain the title out there, but you can certainly do some damage.
And what will we see here on the outside? As now Rob Van Dam reeling and getting sent over the rail back into the outer ring area.
Oh, and Van Dam with a big counter. He hung the champion out to dry. I think the throat right across the barricade. So another resourceful move by the challenger Van Dam, and he certainly knows how to use his surroundings as a weapon and oftentimes a launch pad.
Of course, Rob Van Dam, an extreme veteran.
Oh, look out. They're coming over this way now.
They're coming towards us here. And what's going on here is as Pentagon Jr. sets him up against the ring post.
Oh, quiet, please. Oh. What a chop there by the champion.
Otra vez. The crowd wants an otra, and they might get one.
Oh, my goodness. He hit the post. Did you hear that? He might have shattered every bone in that hand, Christian Cole.
That really did sound like he broke a bone in his hand. I know what it sounds like when there's contact with the pole, but I heard a different noise there, a cracking. And will that right hand come back to haunt Pentagon Jr. in his defense of his heavyweight title?
What is the challenger looking for? The challenger going under the ring. I mean, this is not Van Dam, a former hardcore champion as well. This is not Extreme Rules, but you're going to disqualify somebody here? I don't think so, Christian.
No way. Rick Knox is no stranger to championship matches. He's going to call this thing to the finish in a chair to the gut. And what is Rob Van Dam thinking here?
Well, he's got so many weapons. And just jamming that chair right into the midsection of the champion.
Oh, will we see the vintage maneuver by Rob?
Oh, my goodness! A Van Daminator of sorts. Didn't need the assist by the champion there. Took care of it all on his own. Did the challenger.
That's exactly right. Shades of the late 90s and early 2000s. If you're a pro wrestling fan like me that grew up watching Rob Van Dam, it is an absolute honor to be here and see him doing what he's doing here. Now sending
Man.
Pentagon into the corner. Oh!
That post is not doing the champion any favors in this matchup.
From the pole to the face first maneuver into the chair. Rob Van Dam going for a kick, and now what's he thinking here?
As if to say, here you go, champ, take a load off.
Oh, look at the look on his face here. Rob knows what he wants to do here.
Full head of steam by the challenger. Van Dam, dive to the outside. Scores with a DDT. And man, did Van Dam fly.
And Pentagon Jr. in a world of hurt as he is out on the outside of the ring, reeling, needing to gather his senses after that modified Van Daminator and then taking that dive. I mean, Pentagon Jr. is at a disadvantage now.
Oh, Van Dam is bringing the extreme here to the champion. Oh my goodness, and shades out of his buddy Sabu's playbook.
Wow.
Throwing some serious heat right across the plate.
And Pentagon Jr., you have to ask, did he know this is what he would be getting himself into when he won the PCW heavyweight title? Did he know that Rob Van Dam would be coming and stalking him with a chair? And now Rob lifting his opponent, lifting the champion back towards the ring.
Well, that's the thing. First ever meeting of these two. Van Dam catching him to break the count, even though there wasn't one, and get him right back out there. Oh, Van Dam. We've seen this. Gonna hang him out to dry.
And what is this? What will we see here?
Oh, let them eat cake. I think we might have a little guillotine leg drop action. On the money.
And referee Rick Knox might as well come do commentary with us because he's letting everything go, and God bless him for it.
No
we want
doubt.
to see a finish to this match, Todd.
This is what you want out of Van Dam, bringing the extreme. We saw a little innovator of violence, a little dropkick a la Tommy Dreamer, a little Sabu, and a whole lot of RVD, and he's taken it to the champ. And this has really taken Pentagon Jr. out of his game plan. Pentagon Jr. hasn't ever been the same since chopping that post.
It's really true. We've seen Pentagon Jr. favoring his head after those chair shots. We've seen him favoring his knee after that dive. His entire body from head to toe beat up, and the crowd now getting behind him.
I wonder how badly injured that hand is. I mean, can Cero Miedo even hook him in that Fear Factor cradle powerbomb?
It's a great point, Todd Kennelly. It'll be really interesting to see if he's too damaged to really put any offense back into Rob. Van Dam now sending him to the rope.
The fans are split, but the time of possession has favored the challenger thus far, but not so fast. Sling blade. He's talking with his actions, and I like the way he talks. And again, the second sling blade into the cover. Champ almost puts him away.
Incredible action. Referee Rick Knox telling us it's only two. Pentagon Jr. just seeming to look confused on how to put this guy away. I mean, this is his only time he's really had the advantage in the match. He needs to put Rob away quick.
But there was a fumble on the play, and now recovery by the champion, and the chair back into play here, Christian Cole. Revenge on the mind of the champ.
Certainly revenge on the mind of Pentagon Jr. Setting that chair up. Shades of what we saw earlier in Rob Van Dam's offense. But now Pentagon going up to the top for high risk.
Oh man, he was looking for La Lanza. That double stomp to honor Hijo de Perro Aguayo, but nobody home.
Now Pentagon Jr. rolling over towards the corner. Not really knowing what to do here against this certain future Hall of Famer in Rob Van Dam. Van Dam asking for a chair. Oh my God. And now two chairs in the ring, guys.
I don't think the champion was prepared for this type of violence. And now he's rolling all right. Rolling thunder by Van Dam.
And we've seen Van Dam year in and year out use that rolling thunder maneuver to put opponents away. Will he be able to crawl over for the cover? Yes. Will we see a 3 count?
History coming.
No, not yet. And Rob Van Dam and Pentagon Jr. sharing the same thought now. How to put this guy away.
Similar to what Mr. 450 had to do with Oracle earlier. Another classic in the making here in our main event at Pacific Coast Wrestling Clear the Way.
Got Rob with an Irish whip and Pentagon Jr. Springboard counter here. Oh my God.
Able to hit the backstabber. And Pentagon Jr. going for the ride there and using all the momentum and the body weight to take down the challenger.
Certainly he has, and kudos to both of these warriors for going at it. I mean, what a co-main event we had between Mr. 450 and the Oracle, and these guys they're raising the bar even higher.
Certainly have. Everything been incredible for that lunacy with Kevin Sullivan and company earlier. What a leg kick. And you might take a star or two off of that frog splash if that continues.
And look at now, as Pentagon Jr. literally uses the fuel of the crowd to re-energize, to get himself in a position to win this heavyweight championship, to retain.
And Van Dam, again, isn't accustomed to eating those kicks as of late. He's in great shape. He's in great condition, but is he in ring shape? It's different when you start eating shots.
It certainly is. Look at Rob here.
Uh-oh.
RVD.
Split-legged moonsault.
Cover.
Oh man, that was
just
close.
Just a 2 count. And just a 2 count from Rob Van Dam as he's pulling out all of his maneuvers from over the years.
Van Dam's playing the hits tonight, isn't he?
He certainly is. And now the crowd getting behind these two warriors as Rob Van Dam tries to get to his feet and find a way to win this PCW Heavyweight Championship.
Challenger playing the hits and laying them in as well. And a little receipt, leg kicks back and forth. Trying to chop down the foundation. And not too many guys can hang with the educated feet of Van Dam, but Cero Miedo has done just that. And again, wow.
I'm speechless. This is incredible. Rob Van Dam eating a huge kick there, but back up to his feet, throwing a strike and a counter by Pentagon Jr.
Oh, wow, there it is! Pentagon driver! Oh! Dan Masters was grabbing for the title. The mallet was out to ring the bell. This thing was almost over. One of his signatures, the Pentagon driver, couldn't put him away.
And look at the face of Rob Van Dam as he's now wondering what he needs to do. As he scales the corner turnbuckle, Pentagon Jr. stalking him from behind. A handful of hair by Pentagon Jr., our champion.
I mean, is this one hell of a way to cap off the first year of Pacific Coast Wrestling?
Incredible.
Are you as amazed as I am that a company that's still in its infancy can offer a main event like this? Unbelievable.
Only in our 5th show, and we're seeing a classic match of the year contender here by Rob Van Dam and Pentagon Jr. Rob fighting him off in the corner. What is this?
Oh, my God!
Oh my goodness.
Van Dam has done a lot of rolling in his day, but he just blazed him up.
And Van Dam just not able to get over for the cover quick enough as both men felt everything from that maneuver there. Rob Van Dam looking like he's sort of out of sight, not really knowing what to do next.
You know, that's the thing. There's a lot of film on Van Dam for Cero Miedo to study. Most veterans rest on their laurels. They go back to their playbook. Van Dam, I've never seen him do that flip pile driver, and then there is the Van Daminator in its true form.
Incredible Van Daminator. And now Pentagon Jr. on his back, and what is Rob Van Dam thinking here?
From the new and the innovative to the tried and true, Van Dam going upstairs. Is he gonna smoke the competition? Is he gonna make history here tonight? 5-star frog splash, he hit it! He connected! 1, 2, yes!
Oh my God! A new champion!
This place has gone bananas.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner and new Pacific Coast Wrestling Heavyweight Champion, the whole effing show, Rob Van Dam.
This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com, and today we have one of our most requested guests ever. Rick Bassman helped put this together. Former WWE and ECW world champion, just finished a big run in Impact Wrestling. Legendary wrestler Rob Van Dam. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good. Where did you get that I just finished an Impact run? Because I'm not even. Maybe you know more than I do. Or are you just going with the headlines?
It was in the news last week that
come on, man. You know how many headlines have like misinformation? People just grab them, and people, man, I've heard that I'm blind, I can't see out of one eye, can barely move, and there's all kinds of stuff. I very rarely correct them, and on this one, it's fun having the energy out there and things that come from it. But it would be incorrect to say that what I read, which is that Katie and I, that we had contracts that expired, that would be incorrect.
All right, so there you go. Thanks for straightening that out with us. I guess there was already people hoping that they would see you in AEW or somewhere, but I guess for now you're going to be sticking around Impact.
And that's not necessarily true either. It's such a no news kind of a news because I have a different situation than Katie does, and so with my situation, I'm there per show. I mean, we had a few shows ahead on the list of obligations on the schedule before the pandemic, and then during the pandemic nobody was running, and then afterwards made up like some of them, and I'm just not on the TV in October, so after that, who knows? Nobody knows except the marks that read the headlines.
Well, thanks for clearing that up. There was a bunch of fans that wanted me to ask you about your appearance in WWE when you were a kid doing that segment with $1 Million Man. How did that whole situation come about?
That was just a chance happening. I was in the crowd, and it was at a live event in Battle Creek, Michigan at the Kellogg Center Arena, and everybody knew that it was a TV taping that was going to be happening. It was a non-televised show, but I'm looking through the camera. It's not where I think it is. Bam! Oh, it is where I think it is.
We could see you clear. Don't worry about that.
They were doing a vignette. Yassi was like a new character on the TV show, and so we were used to seeing him for a couple of weeks, proving that everybody's got a price, no matter how low he wants them to go. Eventually, there's a right amount of money to change that. And I was just, me and my buddy ran down to the row when the lights came on for that part of the show, when the cameras came out, and we were excited. And he just pointed to the crowd for a volunteer, and I just jumped the guardrail and ran in the ring. I was so excited that I was the worst negotiator ever, because $100, I was down on my knees before I finished the sentence, kissing his foot. I was ready to kiss Virgil's foot. I would have given him change. Looking back, I could have got like $500, because if I would have said, no, I'm not going to do that, and put him on the spot, he would have had to tempt me with more money. That was the whole deal. So, a little regret. Maybe I'll go with that. Sometimes people ask, like, any resentments, any regrets, like what would I change if I could throughout my whole career? Maybe I would have started out a better negotiator back with that opportunity to kiss Ted DiBiase's foot, because I was so excited about it. But that was the first $100 that I made in the business and out of the business as well.
Have you heard about all this stuff going on with Ted DiBiase now and the trouble he's in?
I really don't know. I heard mention of it, and it was something that I was like, oh, I guess I got to look that up. But I didn't yet. Something with his son. You want to enlighten me?
Basically, I don't know. There's some legal issues with his son. Supposedly, they took welfare money and put it into their ministries, and now the government's going after them because supposedly it was millions of dollars. But as you said, you never know what's 100% true on the headlines. So
Right. Right. That's it's silly whenever anybody thinks that they know something for fact and then run with it on the headlines, because there's a lot of inconsistent information, But anyway, yeah, that's a shame that they're going through something. Hopefully, it'll turn out to be incorrect. I don't know.
And as far as you actually getting into the wrestling business yourself, it sounds like you were a lifelong fan. How did you get hooked up with the Sheik to start training with the Sheik and Sabu?
So at this point, I am bagging groceries at Main Street Market in Battle Creek, trying to make enough money and save money to go to wrestling school. And I had visited Killer Kowalski's school in Boston, which I did right after graduating high school. It was an experience, just taking a trip like that. And also, besides the expense, the tuition of the school, I was somehow going to have to figure out how to afford living in Malden, Massachusetts, which was really expensive. But I was determined. I was going to make it happen, whatever. So I'm bagging groceries, and a big 350-pound power lifter comes through there, and I started a conversation with him because, he was kind of striking. I said, damn, dude, if I had your size, I'd make a lot of money. I'm going to be a wrestler. And he's like, well, I wrestle. And turns out that he was training with the Sheik. And so he ended up bringing me to meet the Sheik in what would be my tryout when Sheik took a look at me in December of 89. Yep, December of 89. It was right before my 19th birthday. And that's when the first time I met Sheik and Sabu. It was in a ring that was in the Sheik's son's mechanical garage in Lansing, Michigan. It was middle winter, very cold, snowy everywhere, and the garage was freezing, and they had cut the ring in half to fit it into the garage. So it was 8 feet by 16 feet. That was my first time stepping into a ring and trying to run the ropes and whatever. I mean, they tested me for all kinds of coordination and leverage and balance, and pulled me and pushed me around quite a bit. And by they, I mean Sabu doing it and Sheik monitoring from the floor. I feel like I've told the story several times, but it was way different back then than it is now. I had to prove myself first off to even be worthy of the Sheik's time, because that meant a lot to the Sheik if someone's going to put his stamp on their career. And also, it was a very onerous situation where if people trained you back then, they wanted you to sign, a contract for a year, 2 years, whatever, that they could control your bookings and stuff, because you go and someone does something stupid with you, and then you end up being a laughing joke, and then you're going to say the Sheik trained you. No, fuck that. He wasn't going to stand for that. He wanted to make sure that the credibility of his name wasn't compromised, which is a good idea. It's quite different now. I've heard that some people teach like safety first, which is a joke to me. But that wasn't even in there. Safety wasn't even a concern. I never one time got taught or told, she never said, here's how to land without hurting yourself, or here's how to slam a guy and take care of him. No, there was none of that. It was all about grappling. It was about grabbing and squeezing. Anytime someone's back was on the mat, you're trying to pin him. And he had us in this mindset where, we believed that we were in competition the whole time. And it's something that I see lacking nowadays because it's just changed so much. Now it's, it used to be protect the business was the number one rule. Now it's not even a factor. Now it's like, here's what we could do without protecting the business, and there's a reason that a lot of shit they do now no one did before because it didn't fit, so I see a lot of that where they're not in the mindset where they're actually competing because they're all 10 people standing beside each other waiting to catch a guy that hasn't even bounced off the opposite ropes yet. I mean, there's just there's little moments where they're so out of the moment, but anyway, like I said, that was a long time ago. It's definitely changed a lot, and so that's part of what it's changing into.
Were you intimidated by the Sheik at all because he had such a mystique about him back in those days?
Yeah, I had to look him up. Like I had heard the name, but like a lot of people, I was like, "Was that the Iron Sheik?" And I was told he was a top box office attraction in the 60s and 70s, and then learning the credibility, everything that Kowalski School would have had, the credibility, the amount of people that he's trained. The tuition was important, of course, because some tuitions were 4 times what others were. But interestingly enough, Sheik and Killer Kowalski, because I thought I was going to go to his school, they both got trained by the same guy way back in the day too. So I thought that was interesting. Bert Ruby was the name of the old timer that trained the original Sheik and Kowalski. And yes, I was very intimidated. In fact, the last thing we wanted was for Sheik to get in the ring, which he would do sometimes. He was already at least in his late 60s when I met him. I'm gonna have to look that up and see exactly, but he was definitely an old man that took a while to get up out of the chair. He didn't want it. He was going to make it worth his while because if he got up and got in the ring, it was to liven us up or wake us up. He would get up and he would just stretch us and grab us, slam those big hands into our throat, choke us, back into the corner, like bite on our nose with these big eyes. And yeah, I mean, it was very intimidating. So he would do that, and then afterwards he'd say, "I'll get him," and you'd be fired up, and it worked, because you'd be fired up, and also you didn't want Sheik to come back for round 2.
There's a fan on here wondering if you had control over your bookings, if there's any wrestler or wrestlers in particular that you still want to wrestle in your career.
I don't really have a good answer for that. And that's a question that I've always gotten asked my whole career, and there really isn't anybody. It's work. For me, I mean, I enjoy getting in the ring and showing off, and the art of doing that is having the other person in the ring with you a changing factor. Like, hey, can you have a great match with this guy that's 160 pounds, like Spike Dudley, Little Guido from my times, or can you have a good match with a huge guy like One Man Gang or Bam Bam Bigelow, or can you have a match with a guy like you that moves like you, Jerry Lynn or Sabu or Flyer? It's like consistency overall, having to have that factor always changing on you and having no control over it. That has been for me the art of being the whole effing show. When I had the TV title in ECW for 2 years, we'd bring guys from other companies just because I was going to have their best match they've ever had from Japan or WWE, whatever. So I don't have anybody. I don't watch wrestling and say like, "Damn, man, I would love to get in the ring with him." I mean, that's kind of weird to me to even think like that. Like, I don't fantasize like that. I think that's more of a fan kind of thing to do. And I know a lot of the boys are still fans inside enough to do that, I guess, to think like, yeah, I mean, a lot of guys want to work with me. I'm a lot of people's dream match. When I wrestle people, they
They tell me, because I wrestled for generations and inspired a lot of people. So I know I hear that a lot, but I've always said my whole career, if I could choose, I guess, you know, the one that pays the most, main event, WrestleMania, you know, because that'd make me the happiest, getting the highest paid. But besides that, you know, I don't really have a good answer.
Yeah, the fans forget that it's a business a lot of the time, but that's the most important thing as a wrestler, to make the most money for putting your body on the line. Mr. Nice Guy is wondering if you have any memories of wrestling in Corpus Christi down in Texas.
Well, I don't want to disappoint you, but it all kind of blends in a little bit, you know, as far as Texas. I have a lot of memories from Texas, but I can't remember in my mind, you know, the big cities, of course, you know, Austin and El Paso and Dallas and what's Blanchard's area, San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Anyway, yeah. But you know, I don't really remember on how shows popped in Corpus Christi or Beaumont or what town in particular. I think maybe Corpus Christi might have been one where we had a Gold's Gym that we went to. I'm not sure, but I remember like a kid coming up to me at Gold's Gym and said, "My dad tells me that your ponytail reminds him of the '70s," and I was just like, "Tell your dad to fuck off." You know, I was just like, "What do you think to say to somebody? You know, go tell your dad you told me." Whatever.
That kind of flows into this other fan question. Did you have a favorite town to work in, or was it all just a job for you?
And the part of being a fan was stripped away from me like so early on. Like before I even had my first match, the first time I was allowed in a dressing room in 1990 in Euclid, Ohio, the Sheik was wrestling Jerry Lawler, this little town outside of Cleveland. And Sabu, I don't remember who he wrestled there, but I was excited first time to be there, introduced as Sheik's student to anybody. But they grilled me and they said, you know, don't talk to anybody, you know, no autographs, no pictures, nothing. And we didn't have cell phones back then. Shut up. We didn't have cell phones back then, but you know, it was obvious that someone said, you're one of the boys. If you're gonna, unless someone talks to you, don't say anything, and then just introduce yourself, shake their hand, and don't say anything else. You know, and I was like, okay, you know, and I broke in that way, and now it's like so different. Like when I do any like independent shows, like everybody gets a picture with me in a dressing room. And that's just how much it's changed. I think a lot of my decisions might have been different, maybe if I was able to still be like a fan through the whole thing, but instead, you know, it was business, and I don't see how the guys can still be excited like 10 years later to be like, oh my God, I'm dressing next to so and so. But I know a lot of the guys do though, and that's great for them because then that must make the job just outstanding, you know, forever and ever, as long as you never lose that in your, you know, but I always, you know, I always think there's the real world and then there's the wrestling world. And definitely with social media, the lines are crossed, it's blended, and the fans don't know, you know, like what's real and what's not, and they try to figure it out. And it's amusing when they're positive that they know for sure, but they're way off. But that's just part of it. Let me see. What was the question? I went off on something.
Well, you answered the question. You answered the question.
I did. Okay, good.
So it's all
Cool.
good. As far as your name, Rob Van Dam, is that because you were a martial artist and a fan of Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Not really. I was a fan of Jean-Claude Van Damme. He was very inspiring. You know, this was like around blood sport and kickboxer, and during that time, action movies, you know, were hot. You know, him and Steven Seagal were battling for the box office, and Jeff Speakman came in. The guys would pop up, and it was a really cool time for a kid like me to watch action movies and stuff. And I did learn to do the actual levitated split from watching him in Bloodsport. That was the first time that I'd seen it, and then that was his trade thing. He did it in this movie, Iron Eagle, that nobody knows about. Iron Eagle or Black Eagle, but nobody even knows about that. That was before he was a star. Anyway, Ron Slinker is a wrestling promoter that I worked for in '91. He had seen me in USWA that summer, and I was just Rob Zakowski, like a few letters off of my shoot name, which at that time I was taught, and this is again, you know, everything I guess I'm gonna quit telling you the times are different. You're gonna figure that out. But I was taught that, and that's where I was going earlier too, when you were talking something about money and how it's a business. You know, I was taught you can't eat a belt. So the titles, you know, were props, and then I'd rather have money instead of be crowned with a championship. I was taught it doesn't matter what they call you or what they're doing with you or who you're wrestling. Get as much ring experience as you can for like the first at least 2 years. Just get booked as much as you can. So I had wrestled as the International Patriot, or she called me the Polish Prince, which I didn't like, or Rob Zat, or some different forms of that, International Patriot for Elsinore. And Ron Slinker brought me down to Florida. He was opening up a territory in '91. It was I went down there in November of '91. I was so excited because I had finished up at USWA, and I was like, boom, I don't want to be home. I want to be on the road. Let's go. Not even old enough to drink yet. I was 20. I jumped the gun and went down to Florida because I had a booking that was like a 4 hours south. I said, I might as well do the rest of the drive. And I was like, let's go. I helped paint the bleachers at the Tampa Sportatorium. I helped hang the ceiling from the roof up there. And Ron Slinker said, I'm going to call you Rob Von Dam. And I was like, okay, whatever. And he must have said, that I look like Jean-Claude, but I don't remember ever hearing that before that, and I put this stuff, it's called Royal Crown, because my hair is short. It's the thickest, greasiest shit, like you could cook with it. It's something that you get at black people's stores, and they use it in their hair, and it's so thick. And I put my hair back, and Ron would tell me that I think he might have said I was his cousin, Jean-Claude's cousin or something. And the very first time he introduced me at the sportatorium, he wanted me to talk with a Belgian accent, and I'm just this 20-year-old green, really shy kid. But, I want to get into this business. So I'm like, I'm very happy to see my fans here tonight. And I was just trying to do my best. But I had been told to tell people that, yeah, you're his cousin or whatever. So I owe people apologies for the early 90s for lying to them, because actually, except for through Adam and Eve, there is no relation. And it's weird to me that people think they're talking to him. Sometimes when they talk to me, they get confused because, I don't remember growing up being a fan of his and thinking that I looked anything like him. Give me the name Rob Van Dam. It's stuck.
Yeah, it's a great name for sure. There's a fan on here that wants to know if you ever went to Naked City after one of the ECW Elks Lodge shows.
I don't know if I did. I don't remember what that is. I guess obviously it would have to be something in New York because it's the Elks Lodge. If it sounds like it'd be a strip club, but I remember Goldfingers. And they had something that was attached to it or downstairs that was owned by the same people. But I don't recall if I went to Naked City or not. I was so young then. Like when I think back to my perception of the world, I was a baby. like everything was new and exciting to me, back then, and just like mind blowing. And so it's hard for me sometimes to remember. I have people all the time that I don't remember meeting that come up and talk to me like, "Oh, come on, dude, we've hung out dozens and dozens of times." I'm like, "Oh, what's up, bro?" But that happens.
There's a fan on here that wants to know if you have a Mount Rushmore of wrestling, like your top 4 or 5 wrestlers.
Well, I'm gonna go with the era from when I was a fan, and Hulk Hogan. Well, Hulk Hogan's always like I grew up on Hulk Hogan. He was always the man. Even sometimes as a fan, I preferred the heel, wanted the heel to win. Looking back at it, was still Hulk carrying all that load. So Hulk's got to be on there. And I'm just going to make it easy. Instead of thinking who was over back then, because I think it was mostly just Hulk, I'll go with the top guys from there that I could think of. How many? What is there? 4? So we got Hulk. Let's put Stone Cold, The Rock, and shit. Well, those ones are kind of easy. And then all of a sudden, it's like, who else? Oh, Cena. I mean, there you go. Those are the top guys that, as far as I know, drew the most money during the times that at least stick out in my mind right now while I'm answering this. So.
You did some training with the Ultimate Warrior at one point. He was one of those big money makers back then. What was he like to hang out with?
He was very cool. I was a huge fan of his when I was younger. I have pictures of me wrestling in front of people at kickboxing shows, and this is how I got into kickboxing. And me and my buddies, we would choreograph matches, which I bet we were pretty good, but I can't find any footage of it. But I do have some still pictures, and I painted my face, and I put, I tied my arms up, and I called myself the Battle Creek Barbarian. And I was really inspired by him. He was a huge part of my passion for wrestling. And so it was amazing to me when a mutual acquaintance told me that he really respected my work. He wanted to come into LA and he wanted me to train him because he was getting ready to wrestle again for the first time in 10 years, And I was like, fuck yeah. And I was like, but make sure I can record him. I want to do, because I was doing this RVD TV, which I still have like on my YouTube page, and I like to interview people. And so he agreed to that. And I didn't know him, at all. I'd worked one show with him. I was surprised that he even remembered me because I was on the undercard in Vegas one time. And his wife, after he died, told me, that I don't know if you remember or not, but you guys did a show at the Aladdin way back. I was like, of course I remember. Ultimate Warrior was on the show because it was a Vegas promotion. And Warrior was a huge star to have. And anyway, his wife said after he passed, you stuck out to him at that show, and he always kept watching you after that, throughout the years. And he would always tell me when you were doing really good, he would say, see, look, see RVD, watch him. I told you, man, watch this guy. He's good. And man, that was just like so touching to know that. Like, it's incredible how full circle all the energy in the universe, how it all works. It's so great. Back when he was alive on that day, the training session was not remarkable, because he was like, he wanted to get in there and run the ropes and do a lot of stuff. I put him through my stretch, and we ended up doing very little, I think, actual wrestling. But I do remember I told my friend who was in the back seat, and this is on the drive to the school. I picked Ultimate Warrior up from the airport, and I've taken him to San Bernardino to the wrestling school up there. And I told my friend who had a camera in the back, I said, dude, when we're hitting the highway, I said, I'm going to light up a doobie. I roll the window down, I'm going to light up a joint. If Ultimate Warrior, I said, if he if he says something that freaks out, make sure you record this. Because at that time, he was known for exploding a couple people at public functions. And I wasn't trying to set him up or anything. You know, I respected him totally. I just wanted to capture if that was going to happen, if we were going to have that conversation. You know what I mean? And I rolled the window a bit, boom, I'm driving down the road. And he looked over and then he just says, "Do you smoke every day?" I said, "Yeah." And then like we just started talking about it. And he was just as cool as could fucking be.
So you couldn't convince him to have any, I guess.
I'm losing you when you transition back to you. I missed the first part of you.
So I guess you couldn't convince Ultimate Warrior to have any weed with you.
No, but I hate people that are pushy anyway. It's like I give a fuck what anyone does, you know. But I actually started from giving into peer pressure. Come on, hit it, you prima donna. It's not gonna kill you. We all hit it. Like I actually did smoke the first time because all the older wrestlers put that on me. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's for me. It's just like, you smoke? No, okay. Boom.
There's a fan that wants an update on RVD, CBD, and UAPC.
So with RVD CBD, it's doing fantastic. You know, I've always been an advocate for marijuana. People that don't know that must be brand new to me, because I think I started advocating around 97, 98 when I was first in High Times magazine. I've always felt like it could help so many people. It's the most resourceful plant on the planet. And the more I was learning, I just felt like, man, people need to know this, because I was taught that marijuana is a dangerous hallucinogen like heroin and acid, which it's still scheduled as a controlled one substance with heroin and acid today by the federal government. Cocaine and meth are Schedule 2, which actually means safer for you. And people don't know that the federal guidelines are that fucked up, but they are. That's the Controlled Substance Act from 1970. Richard Nixon made it, and we've never changed that about marijuana. But now the majority of people, I think, know marijuana is safe. Majority of people think it should be legal. We have like 33 states, I think, and the District of Columbia that have some kind of medicinal program, while the feds still say it's got zero medicinal value. So we're not there yet. But, you know, because it's illegal to study the plant, we've only known about THC forever and ever. You know, marijuana makes you high, but as they're starting to legalize it and we're starting to study it and it's in that gray area, we're finding more out about it. So a few years ago, we were able to separate the CBD. So there's THC and then there's CBD, very much alike, but some of the symptoms that you don't like about the THC experience, the CBD omits those. Great. So now you can have just the medicinal part without loss of concentration or munchies, whatever. I mean, there's over 100 cannabinoids, which are elements in the plant, and we're only talking about a handful of them now. People are starting to hear about CBG, CBN. There's very few. We have so many to go, and we'll be able to separate all these different elements and be able to get more of a desired effect by leaving out the undesired effects. So it's awesome. And so the whole CBD experiment is that, and it is an experiment. You gotta experiment to figure out what your dosage is, what's right for you, because there's no daily recommended dosage by anybody. You know, some people tell me 20 milligrams a day. Some people take 300 milligrams a day. Quite a big difference. So when you look at the container of what it holds, you know, like my CBD pain cream has 3,000 milligrams in a 4-ounce bottle. That way, if you're taking 300 milligrams, it's still going to last you, 10 days. If it's 500 milligrams and you're taking 300, it's not going to last you at all. Unlike pills, the strength goes by the whole container. That's what's in there. So the 2-ounce bottle has half the amount, and then a 1-ounce bottle has half of that. So we have 3,000, 1,500, and 750 milligram creams, and I have tinctures and have CBD flower, which it's just like, you know, you think about like when you grow the plant, and then the more you grow it, you grow it so that it has less marijuana, and it's more dominant in CBD or CBG, whatever you're going for, generation after generation, and you make it so that it's dominant in the CBD, and then it comes from the flower. That's what we call full spectrum, because nothing was taken out of it. It was just eventually made. But the whole thing is great. It's great because I'm helping people. Like, all the feedback that I'm getting from people is like telling me like I help their lives. My pain cream really is the best that I know of. I use it myself every day. I have like what is it, torn rotator cuff that bothers me. I put that shit on and it quits hurting. You know, the pain will come back later, but there's a science behind it. We have our own internal systems called an endocannabinoid system, and that's what we use to heal ourselves and do a ton of other things. It's in charge of a lot of operations, but we can manipulate that, you know, by taking the CBD or THC or whatever. But it's the endocannabinoid system that tells it to heal. But my cream has this menthol that you know, it's that cold burn, so right away you feel it working, you feel it soothing, and it helps bring blood circulation. I'm proud of my stuff, and the main drive behind it, the reason that I really wanted to get into CBDs was because of the science that I believe, and we're finding that CBDs and CBGs are good for the brain, you know, neural protectants, and that's where my interest is, because after having so many peers either overdose on prescription drugs or take their own lives because they were depressed, it always seems to be from head trauma, from concussions. And you know, I did this movie Headstrong. It's a documentary on Amazon where I get really personal and let people into my real life, where I'm looking into my head and seeing what kind of damage I have. And that helped so many people. Like, the feedback I got from everybody saying, man, no one wants to talk about concussions or depression. And like, I just feeling people open up and feeling like I was helping people, that led me to want to do RVD CBD. And although I don't have the brain formula right now as a product, I'll always be working on that until I get it, and then I'll always be looking to improve it with further research. You know, and I do all kinds of research, both with, you know, different kinds of marijuana and CBD, and also with different brain formulas. I'm always doing experiments and myself. Life is an experiment, basically. So trying to keep track of how everything affects you, because it affects everybody different, and learn more about you too. But they're saying CBG can actually regenerate dead brain tissue. That's where I thought, you know what? I bet I don't have a lot of red tape to cut through. If I can put the formula together and have the scientists do it, bam, and have it approved. And if I know that it works on me, works on my friends, if I know it can help some people, then I'm interested in that. So, so that still is my drive, and will be. In the meantime, I'm always adding new products. It's RVD CBD. It's at RVDCBD.com. We just got gummies this week. And RVD rolling papers are available there, and we'll be doing vape pens. I'll be doing THC products, you know, state by state, with different licenses. It has to be grown there. There's a lot of laws to it, but I'm helping so many people. I'm looking at stopping anytime soon. It looks like I'm going to be putting more and more energy into that, and so I would say just, you know, keep your interests invested where they are, as far as you know, counting on RVD's plans, because that's where I'm at.
Eric Head has a similar question to that on this topic. What's been the hardest part about being a pioneer for marijuana in athletics for you?
I guess, you know, the pushback would be the hard part. Like, when I started really talking to people about marijuana, everyone was saying, Rob, shut up. You're going to get yourself in trouble. Don't do it. And at the time, I was watching everybody smoke cigarettes, you know, the wrestlers too. A bunch of them would go outside in a big group and smoke cigarettes, you know. And then there was some of us that break off and smoke marijuana. But I knew that where marijuana isn't poison enough to even kill anybody, like there's not a level of toxicity in the flower to even do that. And I was reading cigarettes are killing 1 out of 2 long-term users. 50% of cigarette smokers are dying. I felt like I gotta tell people this, you know, they don't know. I go to the airport, everyone's smoking outside the door, and I gotta breathe, and I feel like, ugh, and my lungs lock up when I'm around cigarette smoke. It's like a painful kind of locking thing that happens. I've always figured that maybe I'm allergic to it, but then how could anybody not be? Because it's got, you know, formaldehyde and paint thinner and all kinds of shit in it. But then I don't know. I mean, there's certain like hookahs I've not had a problem with that could be smooth. I've hit cigars that, you know, could be kind of smooth. But anyway, you know, the tobacco, the nicotine, all those chemicals and shit, I felt like it was worth people pot shaming me because it was something that I knew, and it was my own priority system. I cared more about the truth of marijuana and helping people than I did about ignorant people that weren't willing to learn, you know, and they still are. Do you know how many people in my career, fans, have written that they think they're going to watch me die because I'm a druggie? And how many of those have fucking died before me? I'm going to outlive everybody. And they have no fucking idea because their perception is so off. And it's just ignorant. I found that mostly throughout my whole existence, the pushback with being RVD is that people don't understand you because you are one of a kind. Totally worth it. Sometimes I try to explain. Sometimes I try to help those who are interested in hearing me. Otherwise, no. Now I'm doing an interview. It's easy to talk and share insight. But you ask anybody that knows me and spends time with me, I'm the quiet guy. You know, I feel above some of the ridiculous conversation that I see forced between people that must be lonely and are communicating, explaining things that they should keep in their fucking head. You know, it's with marijuana. With marijuana, though. There's always been some support. I got in with the right people, Marijuana Policy Project, and then they were booking me so I could speak to colleges or whatever. In the meantime, I was always trying to help people learn the truths that I'm finding out. I said, you know, they say it's the most. They have a Schedule 1 controlled substance listed with the most dangerous drugs, but yet it's not even. It can't even cause fatality. Like you smoke. If you smoke and smoke and smoke, and you smoke too much, you'll take a nap. Like that's what you're looking at. And people are like, well, I've never thought about that. And I have doctors. I've debated with doctors that tell me, oh yeah, people have overdosed. And I'm like, please give me these cases because that can help me educate people. Oh, well, they're in the medical journal. No, they're not. I had one doctor tell me, well, I know 2 people. He said Bob Marley and Bruce Lee. I was like, you're serious? I couldn't believe he was serious, but he was, you know. And just one thing I'll share real quick. You know, my evil ex, she had cancer. And one time I was at the cancer treatment center and they were doing a dietary seminar. Someone was on stage talking to all the patients about their nutritional goals, what they could do to try to achieve those, you know. And this lady raises her hand. This old lady, she says, you know, she had cancer, right? She's like, I'm wasting away, but I can't really eat and I feel weak. I try to force it down. Do you have any advice? And the lady on stage says, well, you know, there's little tricks you can do. Like you put evaporated milk and you sprinkle that in your food and it'll give you some extra calories, some bullshit like that, right? And so I raised my hand and I said, what about medical marijuana? And she says, oh, good. I'm not allowed to bring it up, but since you brought it up, and then she proceeds to tell everybody about this life-changing experience that they could all try in a state where it's legal where you could buy it right down the street, and it's their policy to not let the patients know and to let them suffer and waste away, instead of time that it can help you, with appetite or with pain and discomfort and nausea and all that. That made me sick. And I was like, I know I'm on the right side of the campaign. So it was things like that that would definitely just keep me going and not care about all the haters. There's still a lot of haters, that are, and it's not for everybody, cannabis, but you can certainly find CBD around every corner now, can't you? As soon as the government learns to completely control it, then it will be legal federally. But in the meantime, the powers to be that lose money from marijuana being legal, that's exactly why it's been prohibited. Since 1937, it was misinformation given out about how marijuana makes you violent and crazy and just it's a danger to society. All this is so addictive. It leads to dangerous drugs. All this has been pumped out because alcohol and tobacco don't want marijuana to be legal. You know what I mean? Pharmaceuticals, it could replace 80% of pharmaceuticals. Textiles, lumbers, fuel. Rockefeller did not want marijuana to be legal. So there's a little history lesson for you, and I'm part of that history, and I'm glad to be, and I'm planning on putting a lot more energy into helping people now that it's easier to help people because it's more available.
Well, as you mentioned, some of those other drugs have caused a lot of your coworkers to pass away early. Is there any that hit you particularly hard of your friends that unfortunately passed due to issues?
Yeah, for sure. The first one was the hardest for me, and then I kind of got used to it. Honestly, like so many funerals or so many deaths that it's hard. And overall, I'm 49. Overall, life in general isn't surprising anymore, which is a good thing, for me. But I'm not dramatic. I'm quite the opposite. I'm more monotone than dramatic. And you're not gonna, whoa, are you serious? That doesn't happen like too often in real life. I feel like I've experienced a lot. And but way back when Louis Spicoli died, I think it was 97. He was close to me, like Sabu and Louis and I. And Pee Wee, the referee, like we would travel together in the Winnebago, and the three of us were eating handfuls of somas. Louis was the worst, and then Sabu, and then me. I got up to like 30 somas a day during that time, and Louis was eating 100 a day. And then, but I really didn't know, I'd heard of one wrestler that overdosed, and I didn't know him, but there was talk of Eddie Gilbert dying of somas. That was like in the history that I knew, locker room legend talk, but bam, when Louis died, it hit me so hard. When I look back in my mind, I haven't seen it, but when I think of the footage, we're all standing in the ring at ECW, and I was like, oh, and like I couldn't believe it. He just wasn't going to be there anymore, and I don't think everyone else was taking it so hard. And then time after time, watching the guys get buried, getting lowered into the ground, like right in front of their wife and mom and everything. Like, whew, that's so hard. But after a while, like I don't want to say I got numb to it. But definitely used to it. That's something that fans ask a lot, like especially like if someone sees someone up to me and take a picture in the airport or whatever, someone will go, do you ever get used to it? Like, how the fuck do I not look like I'm used to it? Yes, you get used to it. You get used to everything in life the more you see it. You know what I mean? Your dog gets used to your dog's name because you teach it. You say the name so many times, the dog gets used to it and says, "Oh, you want me to come when you say that?" That's how it is. So Bobby Duncombe Jr., oof, he was another one of those guys that was close enough to where he would stay at my house, if he was in town. That one hurt a lot. I think about Mike Awesome. That's crazy. He took his own life. A lot of times when they take their own life, they don't tell you the cause of death. That bothers me because it's history. And I am a geek for history and facts and numbers. I love that stuff in my own areas of interest. But for sure, however I go, I want everybody to know exactly what it's from. If I was wrong and marijuana all of a sudden was, killed me, dude, are you kidding? I wouldn't want that hidden. I would want everybody to know. Oops, my bad. Which that ain't gonna happen. And like I said, I'm gonna outlive everybody. And I'm doing it.
There's a fan on here that says his job was to play the White Kings double on Game of Thorns. Good for you. He wants to know if it's too easy to blame a lot of the wrestlers' deaths on drugs.
No, not for me. I mean, yes, it's easy for people to blame the deaths on the drugs, yes, and then say, okay, these drugs are a horrible thing. I've always said drugs are good, abuse is bad, and then let's define that. You could say abuse is any use without a doctor's prescription, debatable, whatever, but drugs themselves got a bad rap. I grew up with Nancy Reagan saying, just say no to drugs. Okay, well, the next time you get your teeth worked on, tell them you don't want any drugs, How about all childbirth are going to happen now with no drugs, surgery. You don't want any drugs for that? I mean, everyone draws their lines, but when someone tells me, I don't do drugs, okay? Do you drink coffee? Do you drink alcohol? Do you smoke nicotine? Do you take sugar? I mean, it's just the more you learn about everything, you might not always be okay with where everyone else seems to draw the line because other people don't draw the line in the same place, and then that's the basis for every confrontation. Is everyone has their own values. So basically, it's easy for the drug to get blamed, which I don't blame the drug. It's easy to blame the head of the WWE, which of course I don't blame. Every media piece that I see when it talks about the wrestlers dying young and stuff, they always go after Vince, and it makes no sense to me, unless Vince said, hey, here, you got to take those drugs. I mean, he is the standard setter. But besides that, sometimes the concussion lawsuit, there's hundreds of wrestlers that are suing WWE over the concussion. Some of those guys might have had one WWE match, or they had 95% of their career outside of WWE. It's a lot of it's a money grab, and I'm not saying it's not a legitimate concern. I mean, I'm trying to do my own thing, research with CTE, which, by the way, is way different than just long-term concussion damage or concussion syndrome. Not the same thing as CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Wrestlers are starting to confuse it and say, well, we all got some CTE. No, we don't. That's when your brain is degenerating, wasting away. And again, I'm trying to do my part in helping the education with that. Because also, when we find something that helps with that kind of a thing, it's going to help with Alzheimer's. It's going to help with different areas of depression. It's a lot of it's similar related to the proteins that sit on your brain from the brain chemistry, from the chemistry being interrupted, and so it's all like the same area that we can help a lot of people with. But back to Vince, it's so ridiculous to blame him, and like I've had hundreds of concussions. I never told anybody about it. I never told anybody if I felt like I could still work because I was my own boss. That's how it is. And it's up to you. If I can't work tomorrow because my neck really hurts that bad, but that never happened. It happened like once when I blew my ACL, but besides that, I kept it all to myself. And any of the overdoses or uses, I think it's on the wrong choice. I do. I don't see how you can see it any different. We all have choices, and we all have our own choices to blame for everything to put us where we're at right now. There's always exceptions. I mean, you can say, well, I didn't cause this person to die or whatever. There's always exceptions. When you think about it, life is about making the right choices. Some people are better at it than others. And if it was all about the business, then 100% of the wrestlers didn't get hooked on drugs. Choices, individual choices, and that's what a lot of people aren't that good at. A lot of the fans that didn't have access to us on social media.
Now, apparently, you went on a divorce revenge tour in Colombia, and I had some questions of people that wanted to know what did you do on that tour, and how was the stem cell therapy you had there as well?
Okay, so that's one of those things that just cracks me up. I have a lot of experience to offer. I was married for nearly 20 years. If I ever say anything about the Evil X, then trolls will pop up. Sounds like you're whining. Sounds like you miss her. And they're so, one-dimensional people. But she left in 2015. All right. I don't talk to her. I haven't seen her. I would rather eat a bag of dog poop than see her again. Actually, she ended up really turning evil and became a horrible person at that split. Decided to just look out for herself and fuck me as much as she could. Which, whatever. I don't waste much time thinking about it, but I think everybody should have some kind of a source that represents negativity. It's gonna just be like, yeah, I have somebody I hate. As long as I'm not like, oh, I hate her, which I'm not, because my life is so amazing, so wonderful that if I didn't hate her, I would thank her for everything that went down. 2015, dude, and then the divorce itself and paperwork took a little while and didn't get released until the spring, I guess, 2019. So now every picture of me and Katie, especially with some other friends, is always going to go under the divorce story. Like any part of any of us is thinking about it. I forget that I was married, and I call Katie. She's my spiritual wife, so I call her my wife, and that confuses people a lot too, because they wait, which wife? I thought he was divorced. Or is he married? And confuses a lot of people, but she calls her husband, I call her wife, and we are spiritually married anyway, and have an amazing bond, which I never experienced before. Like having someone that actually trusts you and you can trust them as much as you trust yourself. Holy fuck. I wish everybody could find that. When I went to Colombia, that wasn't until September of last year, and I went down there for stem cell treatment, and I got 220 stem cells put into me in Bogota, or it was either in Bogota or it was right outside of in Medellin. It was in Medellin, where all the boys are going, and athletes. They're hooking us up, and I had a hookup. And I had them, I don't even know if I can tell you where all I had them, because I had them put in both wrists, all up and down my spine, also in my spinal fluid to go up into my brain, just in case there's any brain damage up there. I had hair rejuvenation and skin rejuvenation that Katie helped me into getting while I was there. Bunch of shots in the face and sucked, but also my both shoulders. Anyway, it helped a little bit. I get as good of response as a lot of people do. And so I am reluctant to brag and recommend it from my personal experience. But after about 7 weeks or so, I think it was, I got some red light therapy that was suggested, and then all of a sudden, like, it kicked in, and I just felt way better. So maybe I would do it again, but I would do it with the red light and any other therapy. Like, they gave me a little oxygen therapy when I got the stem cells, but I got more of that and a lot of other therapy for a couple of days with the red light, and that totally 100% made a big difference. It activated the stem cells. I would do that from the beginning if I did it again. In the meantime, I feel a little bit better than I did, but like that's the best way that I could put it. There's for sure some things that bother me less, and then there's a lot of factors. I was still wrestling, taking bumps while I was, waiting and letting the stem cells do their thing. There's some things I would do different maybe, but that's how it was, dude. And that's what I was doing in Colombia.
Now, as far as the time when WWE was doing some cross promotion back I think around 97 with ECW. Was there ever any talks for you to join at that time? And if there was, what made you choose to stay in ECW?
Oh, you don't know this story?
I do not.
Okay. All right. So, so in 97, I went to a WCW show in Savannah, Georgia, where I was living, and Eric Bischoff offered me a job there. And in that brief little talk, the money was mentioned, you know, with a 3-year escalating guarantee. He's like, I was just thinking this, boom, 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 and then that got all over the. I don't even know if we had internet back then. If we did, it was pretty new. Otherwise, it got all over Dave Meltzer's Observer, because that was the internet before. Everybody but anyway, everybody just assumed I was going because that's what the boys were doing. They would stay in ECW till they got an offer from WCW or WWF, and then they would just leave. I didn't want to leave. ECW did its first pay-per-view, Barely Legal, and I wasn't booked on it. And Sabu was telling me, since at this time in my career, I would still do whatever Sabu said. He was my mentor, and so he would say, "Hey, me and you are the best guys here, you know, and we're at a different level than all these other guys, and boom, boom, boom." And then he would say that all, like, "How much are you paying? They're paying you, tell me you need a raise." I'd be like, "Really?" But no, wait one more week. Then tell Paul you need to pay. He needs to pay you more. You're getting over. Sabu stayed on me like that back then, and whatever he said. These guys sucked. I think they're really good, but they suck. They haven't been anywhere. Boom, boom, boom. That's how it was back then. And I was like, Sabu had me thinking, that Paul's stoked to have me and him there at that point, but I'm not even on the pay-per-view. So I was offended. I don't remember how I let it know, but I was, had the offer. And I was offended. People thought I was going. I don't know. I got on the pay-per-view because Chris Candido was hurt. I wrestled Lance Storm. And then afterwards, because everybody thought that I was leaving, they were already sold out. And I don't think we did anything with it. But I got on the mic, said, see you on Monday night. But then I went to Raw instead of WCW. So it was a big swerve. And then Paul pulled those strings. And Paul was saying, this is going to be a short-term deal. We're going to do a WWF just as long as it'll last. They don't want us there, The boys don't want us there. Don't dress in the locker room. Don't leave your bags the fuck is the word? Unattended. Anyway, he had us all, watching our backs. Like, the boys don't like, we're outsiders coming in, taking up TV time, beating their wrestlers. Anytime, soon as something ain't right, Rob, tell me, boom, we're out of here. And that's what he'd say every time. I would try and say, Paul, is it right that you want to go? You want to go? If you want to go, just let's go. Just say the word. I got you. We're out of here. We'll grab our bags. We'll meet you out back. And I was like, I'm asking you for advice. It was like that when we were there. But that was one-sided, and I didn't realize that Paul had set me up. So one night, there was a line that I didn't want to cross. I didn't want to go under and get beat. And I was like, why would we come in to try to put ECW over and get on WWF's television to try to help our company grow and then get beat by their guys? I mean, what is that proving? What is that showing? And I had a meeting with Vince because I was refusing to go out there and do that. And this is the first time that I even talked to Vince. Like, I'd already been there. Maybe I'd done 5 TVs or something by then. And then I hadn't even talked to Vince. And now I'm finding out from Vince that he thought that I was staying. He was like, well, I wouldn't have put you on my TV unless I thought you were staying. Of course, I see you as being a babyface eventually, an aggressive babyface. But and I was just like, what the fuck? Paul's telling me we're here short term and to get ready to jump out the window. And here's Vince saying all along he thought that I was signing with him because Paul had set me up. And when I'm looking for Paul's help during the talk with Vince, Sabu and I are beside each other. We got our backs. Paul's over on the other side of the room. I think he was talking to Bruce Pritchard or something, like having their own little talk because, Paul was acting like like we were outsiders. I didn't realize that Paul was doing business with them the whole time, even before that, and that's why I was there. Is because Paul was doing business with them. So they weren't enemies, but I was told they were, so that I would sabotage my own chances of leaving ECW and going to WWF.
Did ECW end up owing you a lot of money at the end, or did they square everything off with you?
No, I mean they weren't able to square everything. I got taken care of well. You know, I got paid what I was supposed to get paid to wrestle, and my guarantee kept coming in. But there was other incentives, bonuses, merchandise royalties that had really added up that I wasn't getting anything of, and never would get. So that just ended up being a wash, which is what happens when someone files for bankruptcy. But I was in a bad position. He always took as good a care of me as he could.
And for ECW One Night Stand, when you beat John Cena for the title, everyone wants to know your memories of that night. The crowd was going nuts that night. Was that one of the hottest crowds you ever wrestled for?
Oh, for sure. For sure. That was a one in a lifetime experience and crowd. They were 100% for everything that I was for, that I stood for, and 100% against everything that he stood for. So that was great for me, because that moment happened because I made that moment happen. You know what I mean? Like it was my idea to bring ECW back as a pay-per-view, and trying to explain to Vince that there's value in that and that people would love it. And then all those people there loving it, you know, and just that energy, and just knowing, you know, they were all behind me and wanted our preferred art style to triumph. And I didn't even believe it would happen till it did, as far as me holding the championship belt at the end. I remember that. Like, I wouldn't allow myself to believe that was going to happen until it actually did happen. And it wouldn't have if I hadn't changed the entire playing field by bringing ECW back, where I was the best to be showcased in that kind of exhibition, you know. So that just worked out really great. And because we were bringing ECW back as a third brand, and, you know, it was on top of the world, so that was awesome. The crowd was irreplaceable. There's been other moments that had like a similar vibe, you know, only much smaller. First time I was in Belgium, I remember the fans were so behind everything I did. I had the Money in the Bank briefcase at the time, and just the way the crowd was chanting, it was just like a really hardcore ECW crowd. It was so awesome. And I remember them booing Cena too there, and in Wales they booed Cena, and you know, I saw what a professional he was to take that energy and to utilize it and turn it around, and have the people cheering by the end of his promo. And so you know, there's been other experiences that people might not know about, but nothing can compare to One Night Stand.
Did you find that anyone ever tried to politically sabotage you behind the scenes during your times in WWE, or was everyone?
Never. Never. Well, I mean, how would I know? I'm not in the office. You know what I mean? And also, I think that's perspective, you know, because I could look at it as I'm being politically sabotaged because one guy in the office votes down every time someone votes me up. But really, if that guy doesn't like me, for whatever reason, doesn't think I'm the right choice to put in the main event on that night's show, and that person is a qualified judge of that, then is it really political sabotage, or is it just that their agenda isn't inconsistent with my best needs, you know?
I hate to ask you this, but there's a ton of fans on here that want to see your Shawn Michaels impression. You don't have to, but I will be letting them down if I don't bring it up.
Yeah, you know, I'm surprised that so many people appreciated that and laugh at it. You know, I've always been able to wiggle my ears. I can do one eyebrow or the other, no problem. My chest, you know, I've always been able to move different stuff. It's easy to cross one eye and turn the other one, you know, and you know, do things like that for me. But the thing is about that interview that's so popular is that one, I feel like I was a dick for doing that, because what makes it funny is Shawn Michaels is a king, and for someone to openly talk about him and try and bring him down, but that has to happen in society. That's why, you know, you can't be up there if you don't expect that. But the universe got me back. Watch the movie Headstrong on Amazon if you don't know, but I had double vision from a shot in the head. It wasn't even a hard shot. It was the lamest shot, and that's what forced me to abandon the agenda of a documentary and change it to being about concussions and just, you know, overall the future of my head wellness. But I've had many concussions, and when I think about Shawn Michaels having an eye stuck in, that must suck so bad. Like, I think I would have like the worst headaches, you know. I can't imagine. And so I had to go to vision therapy for a long time, and my deal was that I had double vision. I could see out of either eye fine. When I looked out of them both, I would see double vision, and it was something that I had to deal with, and it made me realize, you know, that to me, that Shawn Michaels video wasn't quite as funny as it might have been before. You know, not to mention, you know, if it does hurt, you know, the Heartbreak Kids feelings, then, you know, that I apologize. I saw him one time at the Cauliflower Alley Club, and this might have been before I did that. I don't even know. I don't think, whatever. But I saw he was getting an award at Cauliflower Alley Club, and I've never hung out with them or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, we're not in the same place at the same time too much. But I, you know, when I was him, I said, "Hey, dude, I hope I didn't hope you didn't see me being a dick on the internet that caused you any grief," or I can't remember how I worded it, but it was like, "Well, I don't take anything in the business seriously," and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." But at the same time, those are my feelings on it that are now all of our feelings to share.
And of course, the other video that no one shuts up about ever is your Taz story, where I guess you slapped him or something. You asked him to pick a hand.
Yeah.
Are you surprised that that story's now become so legendary that everyone talks about it still?
Yes and no. You know, I mean, we're a bunch of physical guys that, you know, all usually have physical violence as the go-to in the back of our head. If we get angry enough, that's the go-to, you know, is that, well, I can solve this with some kind of physicality. And so, you know, it should be something that doesn't even make it out of a dressing room and isn't that big of a deal, I think, really. But you know, but yeah, I mean, a lot of instances that I've seen throughout my career that happen in the dressing room, they stick with people. You know, the stories stick. So I guess, you know, they're interesting. So in a way, I can say I'm not surprised that people talk about it still. And at the same time, you know, there's maybe it shouldn't be that way. You know, I mean, if there was like, if we had stories for every time we received each other in the ring, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like, those are the ones that fans don't know about. Just little things happen, you know, bam, oh yeah, motherfucker, bam. You want to calm down? You want to keep it like that? Like, they never, like, they have no idea how often shit like that happens, because they want to think that we're all just playing together or whatever, you know. But because I look at it from that perspective, you know, I don't think it should be as newsworthy as it was. But and again, you know, at least maybe it can inspire people to be cool and balanced and still get the job done.
Now you mentioned that the fans think that we're all just playing in there in the ring. Now WWE, it seems like they're telling their wrestlers in every interview they do to say that they're storytellers and like everyone's a big family in the back. Do you think that hurts like interest in the product when they constantly break kayfabe like that, or do you think it even matters anymore?
I personally think that it does. You know, it hurts to me and my values, but I'm not really sure if it's a good thing or bad. You know, I naturally, just because I have the old school foundation, I'm always trying to hold on to what's right to me and point out things that are not right to me all the time. You know, like sometimes Katie and I'll be watching wrestling and I keep having hit pause, you know, boom, look at this, boom, 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 look at this, look at this. A lot of things that are pet peeves. Some of the boys are like tweeting that, which I can't believe, but the business just changed so much. You know, I'll see, I don't know, I've seen Shane Helms do it. I've seen Lance Storm do it, you know, where they'll say, this is not the correct way to pile drive somebody. If you want to take, and I'm like, you know, I get it. Things are changing, but for me, I'm always trying to hold on to what's right to me. And having said that, I'm not fighting the change. You know what I mean? Like it's changing, and whatever it's becoming, it's going to become. So evolution is necessary. I'll watch and and learn with everybody else where it's going, but at the same time. I don't really have to adapt to that much because I don't think, and at the same time, I can point out where it's different for the educational purpose wherever it is seen as such.
Now, of course, Road Warrior Animal died recently. You had probably LOD's last most high profile match with Kane as your partner. Do you have any memories of that match and working with Hawk and Animal that night?
I had a little bit of memory of not so much the match itself, you know, except I remember that, you know, they weren't gonna, I don't know, they weren't like overly stiff monsters or anything like that, which pretty sure they would have been years ago. You know, I remember being like easier, but what I remember most is just that I hadn't seen Hawk in many years. I'm thinking 2000. Was it 2000? I don't even know, dude. Trip like so many years ago. This might have. I don't even know I'm trying to put a year on this. 90. It might have been 96 something. 100 years ago, I did a trip in Aruba, Bonaire, and Carousel, and Hawk was one of the main eventers on that. Him and Beefcake were the two top guys, and this 3-day tour was nothing that was promised came through. It was one of those tours, but for a young green kid like me, not only was I having the time of my life scuba diving in the ocean in Aruba, I was working twice a night. I worked on Marty Jannetty, which I don't think he remembers. Um, but Austin Idol, I guess, didn't show up, so I took his place. So I made more money, got to work twice a night, make more money, was having the time of my life. Hawk, Beefcake, they were promised the world and had a horrible experience. So he was very angry, and I was very happy. And we didn't get along then, and we had a moment, and I hadn't seen him since then. And then when Ken and I were working with him, I kind of expected him to, you know, to be that same guy that, you know, he was like angry and, you know, just rawr, rawr. And he wasn't at all, you know, and he was so humbled and I was just like, wow, okay, you know, I don't even remember if I talked to him about it. I probably didn't talk to him about it. I don't know, but either way, that sticks out in my mind more than you know than than the match itself. I had seen Animal several times at wrestling conventions, comic conventions, whatever. Super nice guy. What a good guy. When I started dating Katie, Katie told me that he had some really nice things to say about me, which I, had no reason to expect at that time. I'd only said hi to him in passing a few times, I think. Or I guess I worked with Master Kane, but I don't, I doubt that was super special for anybody to match. But he was saying to Katie, that I'm a straightforward dude and I always do the right thing. And I was like, well, that's good to know, she told me she delivered messages from a lot of guys that were giving her the approval when we first hooked up. And it was interesting to see how I'm viewed from other people's mouths, because you never do know unless somebody tells you.
Someone wants me to ask you if you were there when Joey Styles supposedly knocked out JBL.
I love that story, but no, I wasn't there. Yeah, Joey doesn't like to talk about it. I always want to bring it up and talk. You're going to talk. He doesn't want to, of course, because he's humble.
And there's some fans on here. You brought up Katie a bunch of times. There's some fans that want to know pickup tips for those of us that like to practice those type of behaviors.
Well, I'll tell you this. Here's what I think that I have to offer that a lot of people don't. Guys want to have a chick, okay, but where do you want her on your priority list? Do you want your buddies to be more important? Do you want your job to be more important? Do you want your family and your dog and your other girls to be more important? Because, you should have that conversation with yourself, and you should know your own priorities, and then it'll make it easier to have relationships and treat everybody accordingly, and to expect the same in return. So many of my peers live a life on the road and then a complete different life at home, right? The way I see it, their life at home is a complete lie. They have a wife at home, probably taking care of kids, who, as far as I know, is being completely faithful to their husband, treating him, like he's the man of the house. I assume everyone's got their own situation. But it's just an example. So many of the guys I've seen do. But then when they're out on the road and they're living this road life, they do things their wife has no idea their husband does. Drugs or fucking rats or whatever. Complete different life, and then they go home. And so those people, obviously, their job is more important to them, or their road life is more important to them. A lot of things maybe are more important to them in their relationship. Just know your priorities. People don't get to know their own priorities, and it makes life so much easier if you know. This business is something that you're brought up to. You got to eat, breathe, and sleep wrestling. You got to want it more than everybody else. Nobody can love it more than you if you want to fucking do this. And that's just to try to even break in, just to try to break in, Eventually, though, I think you should grow up. I mean, I shouldn't say you should. You should do whatever the fuck you want. But for me, the natural process was that I grew up, and some things definitely are more important than my job. And it's a locker room sin to even say that. But you know what? All these other guys in the dressing room, they do love the business more than me. These young guys are so excited. They can't wait to put their fucking boots on. They've been waiting all day for their match. Guess what, guys? I'm happy to give you my TV time. Don't have that. Fuck. I forgot what I was talking about.
We got
Tag. What was I talking about? Say it again.
I think you're operating pretty good for how much you've had so far. I think you're
forgot.
operating.
I had a point. I don't think I made my point yet, though. What were we talking about?
Because
okay, fuck it.
I have much to. Someone's asking on here. Did you have?
Oh! Sorry, dude. Bad luck for you. I remembered. All right. So now I gotta finish. Okay. So I know that so many people that, bitch about their wives when in fact they're assholes and they don't even deserve a good girl. So that always baffles me. A lot of guys are bros. If you really think bros before hoes, that means that you would rather share secrets and have the real you known with your other male relationships. I'm not like that. I don't even like being around other guys. I don't even like it when other guys come over to my house. If Katie brings over a bunch of girls, and they're outside taking videos and pool, whatever, dude, that's awesome. But as soon as another guy comes in with his testosterone and judgment and wants to throw his own values around, because guys think their own values are the way they should be. Nah, you need to do this. Here's what y'all do. Fuck that. I don't want no advice. I love my life. Here's the thing. Are you honest? Because I don't lie. That's what I think I have to offer. Katie knew right away when I told her that, I just got out of this shitty marriage. I was never her priority, the ex, ever. And we both knew that. And I shouldn't have been okay with that. But I wanted to stay faithful. I wanted to stay a quality husband. I wanted to walk out of it at the end knowing that I did my best. And I did. So I respect myself because I wasn't banging rats, regardless of what she was doing. And now she married the guy that was working on our house for the last 10, 15 years while we were married or something. The Mexican that was painting our outside patio and stuff. And I don't care. I'm glad to be done with them. My point is I had to respect myself. And when I met Katie and I told her about that I've always been a good husband and that I don't lie, she knew I was telling the truth. And then we have this bond. It's amazing bond if you can share with somebody where the last thing they would ever do is something that would hurt you. And they know the real you enough to know what would hurt you. And the you together is just as important to them as it is to you. That's my relationship advice. If you want a good girl, try and deserve a good girl. I don't like to be lied to and cheated to and shit like that. Big surprise. There you go. Relationship advice from RVD.
That is great relationship advice. Everyone should listen to that. Just a few more questions here. Someone wants to know if you had issues with Mick Foley at some point.
Never. I can't remember ever having issues with Mick Foley. He's a good guy. He's got a lot of hair on his face. I can't remember. It almost seems like maybe like he might have said something. I said something back. Maybe if that did happen, then it wasn't anything big. And I honestly don't even remember what it was. I never really spent a lot of time around him. When he got the hardcore title, I was kind of bummed, like, man, because I retired the hardcore championship in WWE and they gave the belt to Mick Foley. I was like, man, I would have liked to have had that. I was main eventing shows making that belt mean more than they ever wanted it to, and they're going to give it to Mick. But I don't remember having any animosity, towards him or anything like that.
And
Both represent hardcore, so I'm glad he's a hardcore brother.
of course, you guys are definitely two of the hardcore Hall of Famers without question. As far as being a heel in 2020, 2021, what's your advice for someone that could still be a heel that could be genuinely hated? Is it possible?
I mean, if you if you want to be, I guess if you want to be really hated, then you could just be an asshole. You know what I mean? Like right now, it's about the fans thinking they had it figured out. It's about working to a crowd that thinks that they're smart to everything, but they really don't know where the lines are drawn. But that's who you're working towards. So you give them a lot and. I think, that it's okay for heels to be liked, if they're funny and they, you know, they cheat, you know, and they get away with it, and it's funny. It's, oh, the ref thinks that he hit him with the chair, but really he just fucking hit his own head. And you know, there's entertaining shit like that, but it's not as necessary. You know, I think the way that the styles are changing, I think it's going to be less, you know, baby shine, heat, come back. I think because everyone's, you know, having like more of a dance off. Not everyone, but a lot of the core of today's wrestlers are more about having a dance off. And I think that heels are as hateable, you know, when as they have been. I don't know. I mean, if you're gonna buy into wrestling, then you're still gonna boo when the bad guy jumps your favorite wrestler, I hope.
And we do cover the UFO topic on this channel. A few people have wanted me to ask, what are your thoughts on UFOs, which basically the government has come out recently and admitted that they actually exist, but what they are exactly is still not really known.
I definitely would not be surprised if we accepted that we're not the only ones in the universe. That wouldn't, it'd be awesome. I would love to have that, like, outward knowledge someday, like, wow, we actually have communication with another planet. And I don't know if I may see it in my lifetime. Fucking, I mean, if you go back 100 years, they never could have imagined cell phones, let alone sending pictures, you know, across the world in a couple seconds through the phone waves. There's no telling where we'll go, but yeah, it's interesting, you know, that they're releasing some of that previously classified information. It's not something that I dive into. I have areas definitely that I dive into, you know, so I can respect that, but it's not one that I spend a lot of time and energy on. But it won't take a lot to make me a believer. You know, we're very likely just some kind of dust that blew through the galaxy from another planet or something that started this. I don't know.
I'll just slip this question in. Memories of working on the movie Blood Moon, someone wants to know.
So, the Blood Moon was my very first movie that I did, and I had got the part through a tryout in New York. That was an action movie making weekend seminar where we jumped on airbags and shot like fake guns and all kinds of action movie making stuff. We had to read scripts, do some cold reading, and all kinds of stuff. It was over a weekend. It was awesome. I had a great time. And then at the end, you have a little contest. And they wanted me in the movie because at first the first date that they gave me to do the movie when they called, because it had gotten postponed, I guess. And then they were like, hey, we're going to do it February 6th or whatever. I was like, oh, it conflicted with an important match that I had coming up with Danny Crawford at the Budokan in Tokyo. If you've ever seen that match, it was a very big stepping stone in my career, where I learned a lot. And that was 95 or 96. I guess it must have been 96. Because I was with ECW, and I think, anyway, 95 or 96. And so I couldn't do it. And then they said, well, how about, you know, when you come back, you know, how about if you come up here and stand by, we'll try and get you in the movie or whatever. And I was like, well, I can't do that on my own dime, you know. And they're like, okay, we'll give you this much a day or whatever. And all right, cool. I guess they really want me. They ended up, my first day working there, they put me in the ring with this big dude, King Kong Bundy looking dude. I can't remember his name, but the fight choreographer, Tony Leung, he wanted to see what I could do. This is in the morning, so I'm doing backflips and leg sweeps and stuff like that. And then we started doing the fight scenes. They kept adding to it and making it longer and longer. My fight scene was just supposed to be in the morning. Everybody else, all the actors stood around in wardrobe and makeup all day and just watched me in the ring, and they made the fight scene so long that was a whole day. You know, they wrapped when they were done filming me, and nobody else filmed that day. So I thought that was really cool. I was able to impress Tony Leung with, you know, being able to do a nip up and a backhand spring and whatever I was able to throw into the fight. He liked that. And so then that got me future work as well, because after no, that was Super Fights. You said Blood Moon. Damn, that was Super Fights. And then I did Blood Moon. Sorry. Well, now I gotta try and make this short. Blood Moon, that's how I got the thing for Blood Moon, was because Super Fights. Same crew, Keith Strandberg, Keith Vitale, those guys, and Tony Leung, and it was in North Carolina. We filmed this at Carico Studios, and man, I had a great time working with that dude. I can't remember his name right now. Damien Dandroff, the guy that I did the fight scene with. Anyway, he went on to have quite a career in the action movies after that. But I loved the fight scene, and it was awesome. One memory I have of that, a couple. Here's one that I'll share. I'll go straight to the best memory, the most ridiculous one. I'm supposed to be with this girl making out in my own bar, throwing her up on the pinball machine, taking her top off. They want me to take her bra off and really be going at it. And the bad guy comes in and we end up fighting, right? And I'm like, oh, okay. And right before we shoot, the girl goes, well, here, give me a hug first. I know you, because we hadn't met. And I was like, okay, I'm hug you. Dude, I'm like 26 years old. I was so green and so young. I didn't have the balls to tell them that I didn't know how to undo a bra. So we're in action, making out. And I'm like, I'm trying to undo the bra, and I'm trying to undo the bra, and it won't come out. And I'm trying to pull on it and shit. And after a while, I go, cut. What happened? I'm like, I'll get it. We did a couple of cuts, and she's even trying to tell me, like, you squeeze it together and lift up, just so you know. I said, okay, yeah, I'll get it. I just, whatever. I wasn't even listening to her because I was so big-headed, so stubborn and shit, and never did get the boobies out, you know, which they wanted for the movie. And but I did enjoy the fight scene, though. And, you know, I had to make up for it by groping over her shirt as much as I could.
Now, you mentioned earlier your marijuana products. Do you want to remind people as we close off here where they could purchase?
RVD CBD is where you go to get the best products. It's all CBD right now. I'll be dealing with marijuana products in 2021, and that'll be in states where it's legal by the state to do that. But I have the best CBD products. A lot of people are concerned because they say there's a lot of stuff. They don't know if they can trust it or not. Dude, trust this shit right here, because I got the best pain cream that I've ever used. And I tried and sampled all kinds of products before I came up with my own. I got CBD flower. I got tinctures, 3,000 milligram tinctures you put under your tongue. A lot of people are getting great results with just either anxieties, helping them sleep, just feeling more comfortable socially, whatever. CBD flower, RVD rolling papers. We just got gummies, CBD gummies, and we're going to be getting, vape pens soon, both CBD and THC. And we're always adding new products. We got 3 different sizes and pain creams. So RVD CBD, get it after you love it. Write a review, because I got to tell you, read the reviews first. People are they're so thankful, and they give me so much energy back for helping their lives and helping them with pain. So that's my goal. We're helping a lot of people now. RVDCBD.com, and you can follow me everywhere at The Real RVD. Hey.
WrestleCon winding down, and we're here on the Hannibal TV with the one and only Rob Van Dam, RVD. Tell the fans what you've been doing lately. You have any plans on coming back to the ring?
Yes, I do. In fact, I wrestle for Pacific Coast Wrestling in Los Angeles, and I RVD am the PCW champion. So I will be returning to defend that as long as I want to. I wrestled MVP last week. You know MVP.
Yes, sir.
He came after my PCW championship. And I'll be wrestling in August in Australia. So I'm still getting in the ring. I do it just like everything. I do a little of that. I do a little stand-up comedy. I do a little appearances. I do a little acting. But most importantly and consistently, I do as little as possible.
Absolutely. I love that. I wish I could do that.
Most people do.
Yes,
I've been getting really good at it. I've been focusing on that throughout my whole career, and I got it down now to where I pretty much pretend I'm retired, except for a few days
You
here
need
and
to
there.
start seminars because I think they'd sell out, man. We could go into business together, me and you.
But I've learned that the downside to being RVD is that nobody understands you. However, totally worth it.
Hey, just real quick, looking back to ECW and what a ride that was for everybody involved. When you look back, what are some of the your favorite memories of the time there?
Jeez, I mean, ECW had such a car wreck appeal. I like to, when I'm talking to fans, like, you didn't even have to be a fan. You know, it was like the ring's on fire, the fans are throwing their chairs in, burying the ring, that kind of stuff. If that doesn't hook you in when you flip through the channels, we could never be friends, because that's the kind of stuff that should stick you on that channel for a bit. But, you know, ECW started everything. I mean, maybe not like the first barbed wire matches, but as far as like what became the Attitude Era. But, you know, Sandman right there, he's smoking. Sandman, what the hell? Did Steve Austin copy your cigarettes and beer? No, not cigarettes, but beer, right? The beer.
Ladies and gentlemen, talking about ECW, the Sandman.
Who drank beer on the way to the ring first? Sandman or Steve Austin?
It would be Sandman. He was all choked up to see me.
He worked with before he went to WWE. With me, him and Mikey did like a three-way or something. He's cool as shit, though.
Did he say, bye, I'm taking your gimmick with me?
Dude,
hell yeah, I'm gonna take it.
He had a beer after his match. I had a fucking, I was doing my whole thing, you know, bleeding before I even got in the ring. So, hey, I wasn't the first one to use a cane, you know what I mean? Jojo Yamamoto had one in the ring in the 70s, you know what I mean? So,
yes, sir. Well, good to see you, Sandman. Good to see you, Rob. But go on, keep going.
No, but I was just saying how ECW originated a lot of the stuff that we see in mainstream. Wasn't the first barbed wire match or the first cane match.
Me and Raven, we did our fucking crucifixion angle. 6 months later, they're doing the crucifixion angle just
so
like
I'm sensing a pattern here.
It kind of went from the RVD 420 to what was it? Roll Your Dog a Bone and Pim Daddy. It was Godfather and X-Pac and all these guys. All Belvinus, I think. It was cool to talk about marijuana for a little bit of period of time. But anyway,
speaking of.
Anyway, I'm very proud to be part of ECW because I've been wrestling for hundreds and hundreds of years, so it's good that I was a pioneer, not just someone going through those times.
You certainly were a pioneer, RVD, and for the fans who might want to see where you're acting, where you're doing your comedy, or where they can learn how to be and do nothing, where should they go on social media?
The Real RVD, everywhere. Instagram, Twitter, make it up, MySpace, not MySpace. No one does that anymore.
What is MySpace?
I don't know. The Real RVD. Easy to remember.
Thank you so much, Rob.
Cool,
Appreciate
dude.
it.
Thank you.
Welcome to the two-man power trip of wrestling. I'm your host, JP John Paz. With me today, very, very special guest. He's a WWE Hall of Famer, WWE Grand Slam champion, ECW World, TV, and Tag Team champion. He's done it all. Been there. He's done that. He is one of a kind. He's Mr. RVD, Rob Van Dam. Rob, welcome back to Two-Man Power Trip. How you doing?
I am doing excellent, dude. Very good.
What's going on in your world? What have you been up to lately?
Just got back from Georgia doing a trip in the personal priorities. Katie's brother graduated, so we went to Atlanta. Had a great time making a video out of it for my YouTube page, though. Like, I just got some editing software, and now, like, whenever I have a few minutes, I'm like trimming videos and stitching them together, and
Nice.
And that's something that I'm having a lot of fun with. I think I told you about the RV-Theology episodes, but in between that, I'm getting better and better at just capturing content because I've always sucked at that, like for years. like my Instagram, I post like once every 2 months, like really bad, But
Yeah.
anyway, just got back from that. I will be in Hoopeston, Illinois on Saturday with the Godfather. I've never heard of Hoopeston either, but
Yeah.
we're going, and then come back for a couple of days, and then I go to Japan. I have a match June 12th for Noah, and I'm really stoked for that. This will be my first time going back to Japan in quite a while, I guess, since maybe a WWE run in 2014.
Wow, that's awesome. I had no idea you're going back to Japan. That's really cool. Pro wrestling is building itself back up again.
Yeah, and it's for me just my connection. The whole story. I mean, Japan gets taken out of my my biography a lot of times. Like it just does.
Yeah.
But it's really where I learned a lot. And from '93 to '97, I wrestled for All Japan. Mr. Baba died, and then Mrs. Baba took over, and a lot of the boys didn't get along with Mrs. Baba. Our top Japanese dude, Misawa, left. Yep. Started Noah competition, and then here it is now. 25 years later, now I'm going back and I'll be wrestling for Noah for the first time.
Pretty awesome. Yeah, you're right. People always forget, like, you wrestle for All Japan in there with Misawa, Kawada, Kobashi, even Mike Awesome for a period of time there, of course. But yeah, I mean, I don't know why do you think that is? That's odd, because you had some pretty good barn burners over there.
I assume it's because that was like either pre-internet or right when the internet was starting. I think it was mostly pre-internet. It was around that time. I don't think, people were VHS trade taping, but I think that maybe people don't know about it as much because they didn't have the accessibility. I mean, that's just a guess, though. I mean, I started there when I was just 22 and really learned to put it together over there by getting the shit kicked out of me by Kawada and a lot of the other older Japanese guys that felt like I needed to be humbled a little bit, wearing a black belt, doing jumping spin kicks over there.
Yeah.
And with my rosy red cheeks and bare feet. But they were right. And then, I really did learn to put it together there. As a matter of fact, one very pivotal match I had was with Danny Crawford in 96. Might have been 95. I think it was 96. And, man, I learned so much in that match. I'll just always remember it that way. That he taught me that it matters when you do your moves in the match, like you got to learn how to connect with the emotions and build them with the crowd. And without all that time in Japan wrestling in front of that awesome crowd, I wouldn't be the same RVD.
You like that style? They're obviously a little bit more snug and stuff like that.
I love that. Yeah, I always loved the style. Didn't love the traveling as much. Wasn't into the food as much. As I got older and more experienced, especially after Sabu came over to our company, and I could travel with Sabu. He taught me a lot more about how to get around, because the first tours, like all the young boys, the whole goal is to try to not spend any money because it's so expensive. So all the boys would bring big bags of tuna fish for some reason, like you can't get that there, and peanut butter, and you try, and it's like, no, don't drink a Coke out of your refrigerator in your room. That's 300 yen, and across the street it's 120 yen, and it was like that. And then after a while, when I was making more money, and had Sabu to kind of take me under his wing, I was finding a yakiniku steakhouse every night, and then really enjoying it a lot more. But at first, it was just the matches, the competition, that athletic style, the no gimmicks that I really, really was drawn to. But I was homesick, paying dues to get there.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be 14-hour flight or whatever it is? I mean, that can't be fun either.
No, that's not fun. And then sometimes we would have like lots and lots and lots of bus rides. Sometimes we'd have like a 10-hour long bus ride. And then we would hop on a ferry, drive the bus onto the ferry, go across a waterway, and then still have like another 2-hour drive. And it was a lot of that. And, being young, it wasn't like you could just say, hey, I got to piss. Can you pull over? You know what I mean? Because you got that peer pressure, that mentality. Like, I don't want to get any heat or, have everybody mad at me. And so there's all that frat boy pressure to the dressing room stuff. So I didn't enjoy that. A lot of the guys would like piss in Gatorade bottles, and I'd see them pissing all over the seat. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, like that is so nasty. I couldn't do that.
Right. Gross.
Long ride there. But it was something where right away I felt appreciated. And then more and more as I was there, they let me really know how much they appreciated me, the fans and Baba. Even, like Phil LaFont, Danny Crawford, he was telling me, like, he would say, like, if you ask me in front of people, I'm going to totally deny it. Don't tell anybody I told you this, but Baba loves you. You got a future here. And so that was something that was different, I think, than other places in its own flavor. Baba saying, what do you need? What do you want to make you happy? It was good, enjoyable, Eastern loyalty. It was a good experience.
What was about Baba that you like so much that, a lot of the other guys did too, but they didn't like about the wife? Is just because she doesn't really know the business, or, what was the disconnect with the wife?
I can't speak for experience because, I didn't talk to her that much. I talked to her a few times, not enough to really know her. And with Baba, it wasn't like I was hanging out with him, going to his house and golfing with him, So to me, it didn't make as much of a difference. Guys like Masawa, Kawada, Tawe, Kabashi, those guys like grew up there in that company underneath Mr. and Mrs. Baba. So they had a lot more of a personal relationship that I really wasn't privy to.
Were you hanging out with Johnny Ace those days?
A little bit. But I was on the other side of the fence. There was literally an invisible fence right in the middle of the bus, and the hoods were in the back and the office was in the front. And it was so ridiculous thinking back about that mentality, but that's when I was young. That's what got put into my brain. And that's what I identified with when we get to Nagoya. I'm looking forward to scoring some hash so we can smoke. That automatically made me a hood. Even if I wasn't into coke and acid and meth, all the crazy shit that everybody was into, I still would end up with that crowd in their room. And Johnny Ace would be office. He would maybe get something to eat with Stan Hansen or Dale Wilkes or maybe Doug Furness. And it's weird how that bothered Gary Albright so much. Like every single day, Gary Albright talked all day about how much he hated Ace. And there was so much heat there, like Jungle Jim Steele. Remember him?
Oh God, yeah. I interviewed him not that long ago. Yeah, I loved him. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool, man. I haven't talked to him probably since this story I'm going to tell you. But big, jacked up, 280-pound bodybuilder dude. We're coming out of the Hard Rock one time, us hoods, in Roppongi, and we get a few steps out the door, and then Gary all of a sudden he would turn heel when he would drink. They called him Hyde. And he turned heel on Jim, and he was just like, I'm not going anywhere with this fucking pussy. And whoa, where's this coming from? He's like, fuck that, I'm not going anywhere with him. You're Ace's boy. We're like, oh, come on, Gary, not this again. No, fuck that. You were with Ace all day, man. You're fucking stooge. And Jim was like, Gary, what? I like both of you guys, whatever. Gary went smack, and he smacked him so hard across the face that we all felt it,
Yeah.
Like, oh, poor Jim. Jim's such a good guy. And now he has to really either eat shit or what's he going to do? Respond in a retaliatory way, which would not be pretty, especially with a drunk Gary Albright wanting to time in a pretzel. But it was like that. So it was so weird. But of course, I never had any issues. I like Johnny. And I don't know what that was about. It was almost like mythical, like the like having the heaven and hell pulling at each other
right
on the bus and it getting a little bit political from there. Not that Gary had enough pull, to bury you if he didn't like you or anything, but he had his way of pouting and making you realize his feelings.
Man, I wouldn't want to be on Gary Albright's wrong side. Oh my God,
No.
he was a beast. He was a monster.
Yeah,
Kind of like a undervalued, just great gaijin like legend. I mean, he was a beast.
Yeah, and he wrestled so stiff, and like everybody knew that he could scrap, and he came up Nebraska amateur champion, like last guy you want to fuck with. And when he would drink, he would want to fight. I mean, his very first tour that he came over from UWF or UHF, whichever it was. We were in a bar. Everyone's getting along fine. A little while later, after some beers, he's down on his knees with his hands behind his back, talking to some military dude that happened to have pissed him off. Going, "Come on, pussy boy! Come on, pussy boy, hit me!" And we're just like, "Oh my God, this dude!" Yeah.
Well, crazy. Did you think at that point though, if like when people look back at that like Kings Road era, if you will, of All Japan, they always say, "Wow, it's like the greatest rosters." Like, when you're in it, do you think like, "Wow, look, there's Hanson, there's Dr. Death"? Like, do you look at it like, "Wow, what a roster I'm under here"?
Not me.
No?
And not since I was probably, in my early 20s. Kind of had that Mark mentality taken out of me and replaced with a perspective of competition. And then it's weird because now it's like this could be someone that I looked up to as a hero when I was a kid, never having a clue that I would even be able to wrestle with them at that level. But now that it's real life, I'm thinking, man, you know what? I want to beat this dude's ass. Like, fuck this guy. And here he is, someone that I thought was a superhero before. And now I'm literally measuring myself up against him because of, some real non-work issues, and it's like total different perspective. And the way the competitive mind takes over, it feels like that with everybody, like, everyone's jockeying for position. Everyone's trying to either stab each other in the back or get ahead at the other one's expense, and just all that stuff. The way it gets to me, I always kept my circle really close, really small circle. Yep. And really, like, it's been really refreshing the last few years to break out of that state of mind and not feel like that anymore. Like, I don't feel competitive anymore. I feel like, dude, I got life more figured out now. Maybe I was still trying to build a name, and maybe that's why it was so important. I don't know. But now I feel more like, okay, I'm good. I got my path. You have your path. That's awesome that our paths are crossing together right now, and we're having some adventures. And I don't have to worry about how you're going to cut me off, so to speak.
Yeah. That competitive edge is kind of gone. You're very Zen-like. Very Zen.
Yeah, it's so much better for me and for my spirit, so much healthier. When I look back to having that mindset, like when people ask about my relationship with certain wrestlers, I have to think back to how I felt at that time 20 years ago. And man, a lot of those guys that even if they were like really good guys, I had reasons, whether it was, them being snug in the ring or something, whatever. But I'd have reasons, to be like, still feel like I had to have my defense up around all the time. And now it's more like when I see people, some of the people that I didn't get along with maybe, or didn't think that I liked for years. And now when I see them, it's like, oh, cool, man, you're still alive. Good for you.
Yeah. Yep. Now, you mentioned RV-Theology, and obviously the YouTube, you're starting it up, you're starting to get some stuff. Just explain to everybody what it is, because I know you have stuff out there like karma and perception and speaking in absolutes, but what is RV-Theology?
So basically, I mean, it's my way of life. And so I'm sharing some important qualities and principles, values that I have, because I feel, like it's lacking in the world. And I'm afraid for society. I mean, sometimes people seem so dumb, that I feel I lose my faith in humanity. And then there's other times where I think, people have potential, Sometimes someone will contact me and they'll just say, hey man, I heard you tell this story one time, blah, blah, blah. It changed my life. Those little stories mean so much to me, and that motivates me. And so what RV-Theology is it's pointing out how important to me, and I'm different than everybody, but these are ways people can find they relate. Eventually they'll find ways that they don't relate, for sure. But things that maybe aren't talked about, and then people are like, yeah, now that you mentioned, I didn't think about it, but you're right. That makes a lot of sense. I actually hope to help people in that way, help steer them in their path so that they can make better decisions. So I do it by explaining the values and then sharing stories that I love telling stories. And all the stories on RV-Theology, they've never been heard before. None of them. They're all like stories I've never told before. And at the same time, I'm also recording longer stories. A lot of these aren't as appropriate for general consumption, but they're more appropriate for someone that might be like buying a book. And I'm documenting a lot of those stories. And again, no one's ever heard any of these stories. I guess for me, that's more interesting. I do a lot of podcast interviews. I haven't done that in a while before agreeing to do this, and appreciate you letting me talk about RV-Theology. My YouTube page is The Real RVD, and I like to share this. But a lot of the podcast interviews seem, like the same questions over and over. What was your crowning moment, and who was your toughest opponent? And it's like, I guess for me, like a lot of the really fascinating stories where I can remember I learned and pivoted a little bit at that point in life in a good way. That's what fascinates me, because these are stories that are pretty exciting. And some of them are about other wrestlers backstage in the ring. Some of them are when I was a kid, whatever. And since I'm on the production end of it, though, by the way, I'm learning as I'm going. So sometimes, sometimes the audio is a little scratchy or whatever, but I'm getting there. The newer ones tend to be better than the original ones.
So you're doing all your own stuff, like you're doing your own editing, you're doing everything by yourself in house.
Yeah, I am at this point. Yeah, and I enjoy it, but the editing some of the, like I have a phone app that I just got, and I added this episode that I just posted today on my YouTube page about my awesome Memorial weekend. And man, it was fun. Every time I'd have a few minutes, I'd be like trimming a scene, stitching stuff together, rearranging orders. And I had fun with that one. With the RV-Theology, it's a lot harder because I'm using the OBS. And for me, that's a lot harder than the little phone app, but it's a different thing. But it's a different thing with a green screen behind me. And, maybe it'll morph into something else eventually. But what it is right now is I try to keep people's attention long enough, to make it to the end. But I like to warm up with how I feel about what we're talking about, and then, share some really personal stories.
It was interesting. I was looking on there. I was like, Tiny Zeus Lidster. When the heck did you run into Zeus? But that's pretty interesting. You know what I mean? Like, that's something I don't think I've ever heard before. You and Zeus crossing paths.
Yeah. And this was in Thailand in 2001. I went there to film this movie, Black Mask 2. And the conditions were not favorable to the seasoned, actor. He had lots of reasons to complain, but I was really happy. Man, this is awesome. I'm doing martial arts movie in Thailand. They're paying me, good. I'm working with Wu Ping, who created the cable stunts in Matrix, where you're flying all over. I was really excited, but it was a third world country. It was dirty. We had to get tetanus shots before we went there. We were told we couldn't eat any food that had already been opened. It had to be right out of the package. Or if we were in a really nice restaurant, that was an exception. But we couldn't open your mouth in the shower, none of that. So I tell a story when I'm talking. I'm not really sure. I don't remember exactly what what I the value was that I talk about in that one, but what I will always remember was he was so miserable, and probably rightfully so. You know, I remember when we went to eat, and I'm looking at the fruit and stuff, going, there's flies all over it, and I'm going, I don't see how we're gonna. And he was just like, we can't eat this shit. My mama can't make me eat this. You know, and it was like, he's right. And then he's like saying, our hotel needs to be condemned, and he heard that it was condemned, and they were going to be tearing it down, and he needed to stay somewhere else. And he was just always complaining the whole time, which he had a right to, but at the time I could have seen him as, not someone I really enjoyed working with, and it got to a point where he rubbed off on me and made me react in a way where I exploded on the crew because they had fucked up. I ended up face down in a mud puddle after we talked about how everything was going to go. And he was like, you let them know, you can't let them get away with that. And he fired me up. And so I'm like, hey, what the fuck? And then right away I was like, that's not me. You know what I mean? Like, wait a minute, that's him. And I got to control my own reactions to what happened and to what the way that he's acting, And so these are things that I love to tear apart and really look at, with different examples and point out things that, like I said, people probably don't think about, but if you really do think about it, priorities is one. I haven't even talked about this one yet, but I believe if everybody got to know their own priorities and had that inner relationship and knowledge, it could help their life so much, because people struggle with wondering why they do things, like, God, why do I keep cheating on my girlfriend? Or why is it that I can't study, for this class and I know I need to? Well, guess what? If you really looked at what was the most important to you, and I have ways of doing that, and it's all step by step, giving like little pieces at a time. But if you really get to know yourself, then you'll realize, I do this. I cheat on her because it's more important to me to get laid than it is, to take this risk when I don't think I'm going to get in trouble anyway. Anyway, I just, I'm a thinker. I'm usually the quiet guy with my mouth shut, unless I'm getting paid or interviewed to talk. And I'm usually studying, and I'm usually in my head, as Katie puts it. I spend a lot of time in my head. This is a way of me sharing it. And people ask me all the time, like, dude, how can I be as cool as you? Or teach me your Zenfo way. I am, dude. Watch RV-Theology. There's a lot. You got to put it all together.
And with Zeus, it was different angles, which is true. Like his different angles, and then you ended up having a little bit of different perspective, like you mentioned. So very cool. Like the ideology of RVD, if you will, RV-Theology. It's very interesting to kind of get in your head.
At the time, I was thinking, man, this guy's an asshole. I even wanted to fight him at one time, because we had some words. I was talking about wrestling in ECW, and this is 2001. If you remember, I was in an intersection where I could have gone any way I wanted. WWE wanted me, WCW wanted me. I wanted ECW to survive, so I wouldn't have to go there. Well, I guess Tiny thought that I was bragging and full of shit and bullshitting, but I was just stating the way it was. And he reacted in a way, said, I don't know nothing about no ECW. All I know is that when Hulk Hogan walk in the room, men get down on their knees. Grown men on their knees when Hulk Hogan walk into the room. That's all I know. And I was like, he's trying to offend me, I think, but I don't disagree. I mean, Hulk Hogan's the man. I get that. But it wasn't until one of the guys told me later they thought I was full of shit until they saw me on TV, and they were like, oh my God, he is the whole fucking show. Like, why would I lie and bullshit? But a lot of people would, I guess. I wouldn't, but a lot of other people would. So I went from thinking like, man, this guy's been a pain in the ass, the worst negative energy on the set, let's get him out of here, to now seeing a bigger picture. I look at it like he had his own experience there, couldn't wait to get off the movie. He left after 5 days, and he was probably promised a hell of a lot more than was delivered. Hey, stop it.
With you and 01, it is interesting because WCW wanted you, right? ECW had you, and then WWE, you'd eventually end up there anyway, but they wanted you at that point. I mean, was that a big time like life decision to kind of stick with the ECW at that point, or was it easy to kind of walk away right before they ended?
Well, it was like I was really learning to pay attention to the universe and the signs, more so later that, in 2006 2007 when I left WWE on my own choice. That was when I was really studying my path. But it was like my gut told me, stay in ECW. That's where I'm happiest. That's the artistic expression that I preferred and wanted to do, and was hoping the audience would grow to a point where that would substantiate a living for everybody. WCW had straight up offered me a contract, with numbers on it, and WWE was, competing against that, and also we had the invasion thing that we had done, so I knew they're watching me. It was just the way that it was, I was like, I wasn't lying to say I was in high demand at the time.
Was it a lot of money from WCW? Was it like so much you're like, maybe I might go there for the money, even though I might not be happy, I might go there?
I think I like to say that I would consider anything, I mean, even if considering means asking myself, do I want to do that? No, to me, that was worth considering, whatever that was that I just asked myself,
Yep.
This was more money than I had made before, but Paul had to step it up then and then offer me something to compete with that. So that's what happened. Paul said, I don't want you to go to WCW. And, what can I do to get you to stay here? And, of course, amongst other things, that also included a decent guarantee. And I had favored nations in ECW. A lot of people don't know that.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I've even said that publicly, but I did. And that was one of the many things along with my preference to really want to stay in ECW. I didn't want to sell out and become a character and just, be a puppet for someone else's imagination like that. That wasn't appealing to me.
Wow, how did the favored nation? Of course, favored nations meaning that if somebody comes along, let's say Dreamer makes a certain amount, you equal that or are above that, right? So you would be the highest paid guy, basically, no matter what, right?
Which at the time we were bringing Seditious in, and I was thinking, hey, this protection might, be a factor here pretty soon, like what are we paying that guy? But yeah, that's what it is, and it was contract negotiations. I had a guarantee. Whether it was annual and then broken down or whatever, I knew what I was going to get every 2 weeks or whatever when we got our check. I think it was every 2 weeks. And I was getting that. So even when some of the money wasn't coming in and the other guys had checks that were bouncing, I wasn't getting some of the money. I never got the pay-per-view bonuses, the revenue. I never got any royalties for the action figures or T-shirts, but even though I wasn't getting that, I was still getting a guarantee that was comparable to what WCW was offering me. So I wasn't complaining, although I was digging a bigger and bigger hole by letting the royalties build up, and eventually that did become a problem that I couldn't get around.
How did the favored nations come along? Is that something just you brought up and like, I need this to be secure here. I could go elsewhere and make more money. I mean, that's basically how it came about.
I can't actually remember the exact way, it was just something talked about in negotiations. You negotiate the contract, it's like, hey man, I gotta have my travel. Paul would pay for our flights. He had someone that would book flights for people, but they would book them like hours before their flight. It was crazy. You probably heard stories about that.
Yeah,
I would book my own flights and then just tell him, hey, it was $500, and he'd reimburse me. Sabu, who had the Winnebago, he would drive in, and then Paul would give him the money for a plane ticket, but Sabu would keep it and drive in. We all had like our own deals, you know. I got to have my hotel taken care of or whatever. It was negotiation tactics. I don't think I had an agent at that time. Maybe I did though. I don't know. I had an agent in 2001 when I worked my first deal out with WWE, but I think that was the very first time I brought him into wrestling. He was supposed to be a Hollywood dude, and I brought him in as a buffer and regretted it later with WWE because there was nothing he could do for me. I was there face to face every day with these guys, and he's but anyway, I really don't know exactly how it came up. You know, somebody offered it or asked for it, and it was agreed upon.
Pretty good spot to be in, though. You know what I mean? To have that favor nations. I know Hall and Nash famously had it in WCW, but I mean that's a great spot to at least get that guarantee. I know other people had issues, like Shane Douglas always said, like, "Oh, I wasn't getting paid." You know, Paul owes me 144K, or you know what I mean? It piles up, so that was good for you on your end. Smart.
Yeah, you know, you're not gonna find any interviews of me bitching about my checks bouncing and me starving and stuff because I wasn't suffering during that time. But you know, as much as we know Paul, and I didn't think about this back then, but it's probably safe to assume I wasn't the only one that had favored nation. You know, he probably maybe all of us top guys, maybe Dreamer, maybe you know, that would be very Paul like.
Yeah. PJ, just incredible buddy of mine. He tells me stories of like he's on the phone with Shane or somebody, and PJ standing next to him, and Paul is like bullshitting him, and you know, giving the finger to the phone, and oh yeah, I'll give you that money, blah blah. So Credible leaves, and he's like, the next person comes in, he does the same thing to me. You know, F you, PJ, you're not getting that money, like you know, that kind of stuff from Paul.
Yeah,
he's like,
I mean, the stories, you know, have been told to death, but that it was like that for me when they would book the flights. If I had to fly out Friday morning to be there Friday evening, I would be up all night, you know, stressing that they're not going to book my ticket. You know, I'm like, it's after midnight. Like, is this canceled? Are we not doing it? They, you know, hold on, any minute now. You know, sometimes it would be 2, 3 in the morning. It's like, boom, we got your itinerary. You fly out at 6. That was at the time it was okay. I mean, after I had a little more experience, I don't think I could have handled doing business that way.
Yeah, there's like got to be a lot of stress involved with that. Like, oh shit, when's the flight? Well, I can't miss the show, you know.
But it would have been their fault if I missed it. So there was that, you know. I mean, it's not like if you look at it like that. If you look at it like I'm going to let the fans down, no way around that. But if you look at it like, oh, hope I don't get in trouble for no showing, it's on him. You know what I mean? And sometimes I would fly that bereavement fare where I give him a different name because you got a discounted ticket. And that was all part of it. Yeah.
George Costanza on Seinfeld style. Yeah, that bereavement fare. Yeah.
But nonetheless, though, I didn't want to leave. You know, that's where I had the most fun. And now, you know, I'm still wrestling, not nearly as many matches, but pretty much whenever I do, usually everyone expects it to be an Extreme Rules match. Just because that's where I thrive. That's my, that's what they want to see and stuff usually. So usually it ends up getting extreme, and that is where I'm happiest still.
Back in ECW, I know it's funny to look back at it now. It's like, wow, the TV champion is more popular than the world champion. No matter who the world champion was, it just seemed to be that way when you're the TV champion. Was that like on purpose by Paul, or was it like destined for you to unseat the world champion and be double champion? You know what I mean? It felt like that kind of thing where it's like, wow, the TV champion is here, the world champion is just a step below. When you were the champ, did you have that same kind of sense of where you're supposed to be the world champ?
Well, that was my vision. Was I wanted to have both belts eventually, but maybe still. But once the TV belt meant more than the heavyweight belt, if I had them both, then I could still put the TV belt forward and thereby still increasing the value of both. Because the heavyweight champion is always going to have the, you know, the built-in grandfathered-in value of being the championship. I wanted to have both belts. I wanted to wrestle Mike Awesome for it because I thought he was a great champion.
Yep.
And it was talked about. I can't tell you what Paul's plans were because I'm sure, if we talked that far ahead, I'm sure he told me one thing and Mike one other thing, so I can't really say what his plans were, but that was something I enjoyed doing. I wasn't in a hurry to do it, because like the fans would be screaming RVD, like sometimes through the whole show till they came out at the end. What do I need the heavyweight belt for? And then I felt it was on me. I felt the burden, the pressure of making sure that they got their money's worth because I was so high on ECW, pushing it, promoting it everywhere. You got to see ECW. It's the best. So I really wanted them to feel like, man, you're right. That's, and so I really felt like my efforts did make a difference at that time. And that in itself was so rewarding. Best, most fun time out of my whole career. And also, those matches that I had, part of that is, I think, being hungry, so that's the paradox of it, is like eventually you don't want to be that hungry anymore. But then when you're not that hungry, then the fire doesn't burn quite the same way. And you find other reasons to do it. But I mean, it's just a little bit different. When I was building my name still, and I was like, man, every time, people leave this building, I want them to tell people about me. And then those people come. Like after a while, when you lose perspective of that on a different scale, then, then there's certain tiers of competition that are lowered, for better or worse, maybe it's,
To me, like when you're building yourself up, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong here, when you beat Bigelow, or you have that match with Bam Bam Bigelow, I feel like that is what really, like, okay, RVD's awesome, I love this guy, but when you beat Bam Bam, then it's like, oh shit, like, okay, he's a main eventer now, like, you know what I mean? Like that brings you to another level to me, because to me, Bam Bam, I love Bam Bam. I think he helped Taz, I think he helped Shane immensely, but I always felt like, wow, when you beat him, it's like, wow, holy crap, he beat Bam Bam.
Yeah, no question about it. That match goes down as definitely one of the very important moments in my career. And I didn't understand that Paul knew it was going to happen. I feel like I've said this many times, but that the next night after I beat Bam Bam, I was wrestling Mikey Whipwreck at the Queen's Elks Lodge, and I had this idea because I was always trying to outdo myself. I want to crotch Mikey on the guardrail, but come across the whole walkway, the entranceway, and springboard off the other guardrail and clear the whole entranceway and kick him. When he, what do you think, Paul? You think that'd be? He goes, it doesn't matter what you do. These people are gonna love you. And I really, I was like, whatever, weirdo. I had no idea what he was getting at, but total different energy immediately from the crowd, and it never went back. So they definitely held me in a higher esteem instantly after that Bam Bam Bigelow match, no question about it. And the whole vibration of my relationship with the crowd was just like boom on a much higher level. So that was great. I loved it. I loved wrestling Bam Bam.
Yeah, he was such a key part because he really got Taz to the point where he got Taz super over, and even Shane. When Shane, he's over, he's a big name, but when he beat Bigelow, it's like, oh shit! I don't know, you take more notice when you beat a guy like Bam Bam with a name, and even like Terry Funk, like those type of guys, you really establish yourself.
Yeah, I guess so. And as far as just extreme hardcore wrestling goes, Bam Bam was great at that. He was old school, so. If I ever really caught him with something, say I whack him with a chair and it hits him maybe harder than I intended or whatever. I always know when the receipt's coming, and it's like this mutual respectful thing because that's the way that I got brought in. It's like, okay, here it comes. And whether it's just a bam, it could be a really stiff clothesline on the floor. You can pick a table up and throw it at me or whatever. Is one move, bam, and then it's over. It's like tat for tat for tat, nothing personal. It makes the match better. It brings the competition up. And it looks good, and it's I love that. So, I miss them just like anybody.
Now, you mentioned before, like, you don't have a lot of guys in your inner circle, or you didn't have a lot of guys in the inner circle, obviously Sabu. But I thought it was so interesting that Brian Solomon did the Sheik book about Eddie Farhat, the original Sheik, obviously your trainer, mentor, Sabu's uncle. Was him like being your trainer, was that a part of the I got to keep things like this? Because that literally was his gimmick, he kept kayfabe to everybody. Is that why you were like that?
I still am because of that. I'm still offended by a lot of the stuff that I see nowadays because I was taught, and I know I hate it when people say I wasn't brought up that way, because I say nobody was brought up that way. We have to adapt. Your perception changes when you're an adult. Yeah. In the wrestling business, I don't really feel like I have to change to adapt because I've been wrestling, 30 years, and what am I trying to do? You know what I mean? I'm just trying to be true to myself. But it was the number one rule was to protect the business. Always, always, always was. And then somewhere way down the road, it became number one rule: safety first. Like, what? That's so opposite. Like the way we trained. If you got bloody, that was good for the match. Made it look good, and there was no air allowed between anybody. My whole training with Sheik was all about grabbing each other and holding each other tighter, bringing each other in, whether it's a headlock or a waist lock or an arm lock. It was always about coming in and bringing in and squeezing. And anytime somebody was on their back on the mat, boom, you better be jumping on him, trying to pin him, because that's what you're out here doing, is trying to win. And that's not the way that I see a lot of wrestling today. So a lot of times, it eats me up. What's the right way to put it? Some things, are less than enjoyable for me to watch just because of that mentality, old school perspective that I have, because I see where it's missing. And I think that the audience might not exactly know what's missing, but they just know they're not as connected as they used to be, back in the day with other wrestlers when it was different. And I do know what it is, what it was, what's causing it. And so seeing that makes me think, what do they expect? I mean, what's it going to be eventually, unless it just goes straight up to like a Broadway play?
So you don't watch too much wrestling anymore, I'm going to guess.
Not very much. I record them all every week, and then sometimes me and Katie will watch something. Usually I'll try to point things out to her, help her along, or sometimes we watch it a little bit. But yeah, I don't spend a lot of time watching it, and obviously there's a lot of talented guys on there. I'm not trying to badmouth today's wrestling scene by any means. I mean, people like they step it up and up and up to where I don't even know if it means what it means anymore. Now someone does a springboard shooting star double flip to the floor, and it's almost like, who did that? Does anybody even remember? And it's like, man, it's a shame it got to be that way. But everything has to move forward. We had less people on the planet. If you go back 100 years, it was easier to stand up.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, that's true. To me, definitely something's missing. I don't. The guys aren't as larger than life. There's some guys that stick out like Roman Reigns or Brock Lesnar or something like that. But I don't know. There's not those larger than life guys back in the WCW, WWF, ECW era. I mean, it's all those guys were larger than life.
Yeah, it's almost like they decided that they would sell more tickets if the wrestlers looked more like regular people and if people could relate more. I don't know. And that is a factor. I mean, obviously people can relate more when they are about the same size, same look. And then we have a lot more fans that just walk their way right into the business. And and with today's cancel culture, nerf friendly, safe work environment that we have, it's easier and easier and easier for people to just get into the wrestling. Whereas, we had to get beat up and stretched and all kinds of stuff before we made it past day one. That stuff doesn't fly anymore, and everything has changed about the business so that now anybody can have a chance,
Funny, I was just talking to a couple old school wrestlers. They were saying, like, when they broke in, and we're talking about late 70s, early 80s, they breaking in, they're with professional football players. The football player doesn't make it through. They end up making it through, but it was almost like they got their ass kicked. And these pro football players are getting their ass kicked so much, but they just didn't want it enough. But nowadays, like, oh, anybody can get in. They're not going to kick your ass and see if you can stand the test of time and actually, see how bad you want it. They'll train you anyway, even if, you're not going to make it. So interesting. Like, wow, wouldn't you cater to this pro football player back in the day? No, they're going to kick his ass just like kicking anybody else's ass. They want to see if you have what it's got, inside your heart. Like, do you have it to make it in the business?
Right. Yeah. And that's always been, the call on like who's training. It's their call to make. Do you take somebody's money and train them just for the money? And so you got an extra body in your class to take bumps, or do you do the honest thing and say, look, man, you're never going to make it anywhere in the business? And, it was Bill Anderson in California where Ultimate Warrior and Sting came from that school out there. When I first went there and I saw they were charging $25 a workout, no commitment, anybody could go and just pay. That's when I realized, that it was the wall was blown down that was up when Sheik got me into the business. It was all about protect the business first, no matter what, and we sacrificed a lot to do that. Guys before me sacrificed even more, when I was in WCW, just thinking of someone to that extent, Mike Graham told us he never smartened his wife up the whole time that he was with her, married to her. He never smartened her up to the business. And she just assumed, that he was out fighting every night. And there was a rule when I was in WCW, you couldn't have your girlfriend or wife, if you have both, like some people do. They weren't allowed anywhere near the arena. Like if they were picking you up after the center stage taping or whatever, you would have to like go to a spot upstairs in the parking lot where people can't see you, and you wouldn't get away with that stuff nowadays. You would just get sued. In the, like I say, the work friendly environment that the whole world is becoming.
It's funny. I think there was like a meme or a GIF, whatever you want to call it, you and Katie and then the girlfriend, like, oh, I'm living my best life. It's so funny. Like, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. New video on my YouTube page from Jennifer is in this as well, because we went to Atlanta over the weekend. Katie's brother Timmy graduated, and the family had a big party and rented these big water slides. And then we also got Jennifer and went out, and Katie and I rented some scooters and went all over the Beltway through the city and shit. And it's really fun. And I'm getting good at capturing content now, which people have asked me to do for like 10 years. And now I'm starting to get it. Like, it's not that much pressure if I just get, a little bit here and there, and then put the highlights together and make a package afterwards. So I'm having a lot of fun with that. Yeah.
I just want to ask you about 2001. When you go to WWF, it's like, wow, you're probably the most over guy. Well, one of the most over guys. Austin is still there, obviously, but they're trying to make him a heel. It's just one of those things where, like, you're not world champion, but you're feuding with Jeff Hardy. You're having great matches. Then you're feuding with Steve Austin a little bit, Kurt Angle a little bit, having these great matches. Was it ever a thought of yours like, wow, like I should have been champion then? Like you were the most over guy? Because at that point, in my mind, I'm like, oh, maybe Vince doesn't like him or something. You know what I mean? Or maybe because he's not from WWF. Does that ever like cross your mind? Like, man, I'm the most over guy here. Or one of the most over guys. I should be champion, or I should be higher up on the card.
I don't remember it feeling that way at all. I remember being very humbled. I think, the fact that I'm winning, Triple H comes out, hits me with a pedigree. Just over and over and over, I felt like at that time with that competitive state of mind, like, okay, how many times do we have to tell the story that I can't beat this guy, no matter what? Every time we work, I cannot beat him, even if I beat everyone else, and that's how I felt. And so I felt humbled. I didn't feel like I wasn't really riding the high that my character was. I was still being told some things, and then the plans changed at the last minute and stressing me out, and having like certain things told to me, conversations that were happening where people were for me, other people were against me, voicing their opinions. And there was always like so much going on that I never felt like I was the guy. I mean, I had my connection with the crowd, and that was my favorite part of the day. Boom, when I go through the curtains and I get that pop, I look around for all the signs. Everybody had an RVD sign. And I point at them, connect with them. All that was real. And I was like, no matter what they do to me, this is real. They can't take this away from me. That's how I felt. But at the same time, every year, when after WrestleMania, when they do a round of firing, everyone is so shocked. Like, oh, can you believe they let so-and-so go? And then, the egos that they have to feel like they're untouchable, and really feel like they couldn't be fired. I don't know what that's like. I felt like the whole time I was there, even though I was really connecting and I knew the fans loved me and I knew that I was loving my matches and all that, there was enough going on to balance that out in my head to where I still, felt like I was definitely expendable if they chose, to do this instead of this one time.
Yep.
For me, it was more like, oh, I'm not fired? Okay. That's how I felt.
Any heat there with Triple H over, like, maybe not now, but over the years that, like, oh my God, because I remember being a fan of those days of like, man, this guy's okay. He's got to be Booker T. He's got to be Michaels. He's got to be Kane. He's got to be Goldberg. Like, he beats RVD, he beats Jericho. Like, he's not that big of a star. Like, why is he beating everybody? Was there ever any heat with Triple H?
Well, I mean, I wasn't happy about the situation at the time. You know what I mean? Again, competitive state of mind. You don't look at it when you're across the ring from them and you're both competing for the love of the crowd. You don't look at it like, hey, this guy is not a CEO, but whatever his position was at the time. He is qualified to make important decisions. He sits in on the meetings. He's one of the guys that directs the paths of where the whole show is going. You don't look at it like that. You look at it more like it's not fair just because he's with the boss's daughter. And really there's so many more variables to it that you just don't consider at that time. And a lot of wrestlers don't grow enough to see the whole picture. So forever, their opinion will be like it is in the book they wrote, where they're like, if it wasn't for him, I would have, had a great career. But, really, it is what it is. But looking back, I had great matches with him. He's a really good wrestler. And at the time, I don't even think I could have admitted that, just because I felt, more like puffing my chest out and trying to fight for every inch I could get.
Funny, like, looking back though, it's like, okay, like, I wonder if RVD and Vince like have this good relationship. And then I watched the documentary, and then I see at the Hall of Fame with him, and you guys, it seemed like you have a great relationship with Vince McMahon. What's the relationship like with Vince? It just seems like not what I thought.
Yeah, no, we have a great relationship. He's I have nothing but respect for him. From my personal interactions with him, he's always been nothing but super respectful to me. And, from watching so many of his interviews that he does, I find myself agreeing with him almost 100% of the time. And I really learned to respect him the more I understood, about life, and then just the more I grew. I feel like I was really immature when I worked with him and got busted with the marijuana and dropped the ball and stuff. Not that I'm necessarily above something like that again, but I definitely dropped the ball, and I feel bad about that. And he's, the most important man that I know. So, that's really what I have to say about Vince. So I hope that he lives a long time. I'm grateful. I'm grateful to know him. He's probably the most famous man too. Well, maybe him and Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, oh yeah. Were you surprised to get the call for the Hall of Fame? Not that I mean, God, it's well deserved. Maybe it should have been long overdue, but were you surprised to get it just because, I don't know, the Hall of Fame is so weird. Like the Steiner brothers weren't in it until last year. Like King Kong Bundy's still not in it. You know what I mean? It's just, it's a weird thing, the WWE Hall of Fame. So were you surprised at all to be inducted?
Yes. And at the same time, it's kind of like sometimes I'm surprised they don't reach out and ask me to do anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind of like the same feeling where it's like and this is a future RV-Theology episode. I'm going to talk about expectations. Sometimes it's, living in the moment is about not allowing yourself to form expectations so you can truly engage with what's going on, because you have expectations, and that sometimes if reality doesn't meet what your expectations were, you're disappointed in a situation where really things might not be that bad, or maybe they are. Like marriage, a lot of people have expectations of what marriage is going to be like, and so they just want to get married, and that's so important to them. They end up with the wrong person, and then the relationship isn't like what they expected, and then then the whole life falls apart, and it's it's like there's reasons for everything. And that's a pattern that I can see going right there.
Yeah.
But
So were you expecting to be in the Hall of Fame?
No, I wasn't. I got to, whenever I get the 203 on my phone and I see that, I'm like, oh boy, what's going on? And it was Johnny, and he said, Vince, we're all sitting at the table, and Vince wanted me to give you a call and find out if you'd be interested in being inducted into the Hall of Fame this year. So of course I was like, well, of course, yeah, I'd be honored, and I was, and it was a really good experience. I wasn't shocked. I don't think anything shocks me anymore. Like you're lucky even to get an emotion out of me, but. That's just like, when I get a call and it says 203, it's like, I wonder if they want me to sign some merchandise, or maybe they want me to. It doesn't seem like they're not trying to book me to wrestle, but I still think sometimes, like maybe it's something about a pay-per-view or whatever. The last couple times they called about wrestling didn't work out. Carano was involved in that. That was way long ago.
Yep.
But I guess it was after I made my return though. So this was like 2014 or something. Anyway, I think that they got it right. I'm guessing in the documentary, the Icons, when they say that I think that the WWE doesn't think that I want it enough. And so I think that's why they just kind of like leave me alone for the most part.
Could be.
I think, maybe because that's like I said, you're lucky to get an emotion out of me. I'm obviously very stoic. Same thing happens like when I'm filming movies. I remember the whole time I was on the Sniper Special Ops set, my friend was the director, Chris Olin Ray. He kept coming by like, you having fun? You having a good time? All right, you sure? And I get that a lot. Like when I'm around a bunch of people feel the need to check on me because I'm not going, out there dancing and stuff. I'm just like fucking looking at people. You're like, wow, look at them. Look at their nervous energy interacting with each other. And I'm studying people, and that's more like what I do. But a lot of my experience in reactions I keep inside. And I think maybe that's why WWE doesn't really fuck with me that much. They I don't know, but I'm still wrestling, and I don't want it bad enough to to be
begging them.
or even forward with my own plans and ideas about, dude, this should be great. I was thinking I could work with this guy and we could do this and this. I don't even, want it that much. Like that's not me. That's not the way my brain works. Whenever I get asked in an interview, is there any guys that you see that you would love to work with? I always can't answer anybody because I don't think like that. I don't do fantasy matches. Sabu doesn't either. So that's just a trait that we have as the Sheik's boys.
Yeah. That's so true about, like you mentioned, expectations too, because I did like a side job for somebody and thought I was going to get like a certain amount. My expectations were so set on this amount and it was less. My wife was like, well, you're lucky you got anything. And I was like, well, if I had that attitude going in, I would have had that, but I had the expectations. So I was so mad at the time. I was like, but you're right. If I had tempered my expectations, I would have been easy peasy. Would have had a nice, smooth reaction.
Yeah, and if you really like stretch that out and apply it to a really big picture like life, think of how many people thought they knew where they were going to be in life, whether it was married with kids or whether it was successful in the job. And just because they're at a point that's different than what they expected, now blows their mind. The plans are fucked up, and now they're judging themselves on being a failure. And it might not be a bad moment if you didn't have all that. You might be in a good place. So that's definitely worth talking about. What's what I do is I find some stories in my that I can remember or that I've written down. Where I can relate to that and wrap it up into a nice little RV-Theology package.
Yeah, awesome. As we head towards the wind down, we head towards finish. What's going on with RVD CBD? Is that still kicking ass and taking names?
It is indeed. I have tons of product around. So we've been around 2.5 years ish, and through the pandemic and stuff, and I've learned as far as like partnering up with different people that we have been kissing a lot of frogs, and gotten a few good ones in between. And we've managed to steadily grow. The best part is the feedback that I get, like all the time, like whether it's people I don't know or it's like friends, that have tried it, and they tell me that. Like I just got one yesterday from a kid I went to school with. He said his dad has tried all these products, nothing helps with his back, and the guy can't get up, walk around. Gave him some RVD CBD, pain cream. He put it on his back. A few minutes later, he was up walking around, and he said he's never had anything work like that before. And it's like I get so much. In fact, 100% of the feedback that I get that makes its way to me is that. Can you imagine, like, how can you not feel like you're on the right path when so many people are telling you that? So that's great. I'm so happy to do that. At the same time, there's the other cannabinoids, and that's what I want to grow into, because there's CBD, which if people are saturated with THC, they're not going to try CBD, or that might not be for them. But people that don't smoke pot, they can use CBD as an alternative medicine, and everyone gets different results, but amazing results because it tells your own systems how to heal. It's kind of like hooking your truck up to a diagnostics test because you have this endocannabinoid system that's a message center that goes throughout your body. And the CBD, just like THC, it'll latch onto the receptors of your system and do a check and find out, mostly based on inflammation, just like anything. But sometimes other imbalances, and everything from thickness of bone, helping broken bones heal better, to regulating menstrual cycles, to of course anxiousness and helping sleep, and headaches, migraines. There's been so many reports that are, some of them are common, some of them not so common, that of ways that it helps them. So I want to keep exploring all the other cannabinoids too. We only knew about THC forever with marijuana, and that was. Do we have a second? Do you want me to give you a quick education on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, check this out. So cannabis, marijuana was banned in the 30s. Harry Anslinger had to campaign state to state. He was an asshole getting it banned by all these lies. And William Randolph Hearst was pushing in his newspaper, it makes kids crazy and everyone's getting addicted to it and blah, 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 the devil's weed. In 1947, Mayor LaGuardia said, if I'm going to make this prohibited in my city, let me do my own tests and compare and see if all these claims are true. He tested it. You can look up the LaGuardia Commission report and you'll see the results from that test. Marijuana is safe. You shouldn't prohibit it. You shouldn't be locking people up for it. There's no evidence of it being addictive, leading to other drugs, or of kids using it at an increasingly alarmingly rate. None of this is true. So Henry Anslinger buried LaGuardia's report and made it illegal to study the plant forever in 1947. So all through since then, it's illegal. All we know about marijuana is it gets you high. Now that it's getting quasi-legal state by state, now we're starting to study it in the last several years, and we're realizing THC, which gets you high, is only one out of over 100 different elements, little particular factors, cannabinoids that are part of the plant's personality. So you can take different cannabinoids and you can combine them, you can manipulate them, and you can actually, especially with enough study, learn to get different results that you want and also avoid results that you don't want. And I have seen where you can go to a doctor and you check boxes and you say, I want a formula that has, I want to be able to focus. I want to study. I don't want the giggles. I don't want the munchies. I want to be able to, I want to feel creative. I don't want to feel cloudy. And you check all these boxes, and a doctor that studies, that's really into that, will say, I'm going to recommend, this is a 20% CBN, 20% CBD, 50% THC, and then, 10% THC1, whatever. There's all these different. So that's where the science is going, which could replace at least 80% of pharmaceuticals. And that's why it's prohibited.
They got to make their money, big pharma. Yeah.
Yeah. Not just them, alcohol, tobacco.
Well, yeah.
Everybody, not everybody, but everyone that rules the world, the evil 1%ers that make all the decisions. So now they're learning to control all the grow farms, and then they're going to flip the switch when they can profit from it, which they've been investing in for a long time. But so now I have RVD CBD, which RVDCBD.com is where we sell most of our stuff. We're in several stores in different states. We can mail that across state lines. RVD THC, that has to be grown and licensed separate in each state. So I got to have different partners on that. That's something that I'm doing right now, growing with. And like I said, we've kissed a lot of frogs, but right now there's more reason than ever to feel optimistic. There's just a fantastic implosion of all what seems like the right partners coming together. Networking has a lot to do with collaborating on distribution, on new items, on getting the product out there to more people. So super stoked about it.
And CBD has been growing and growing. It's one field that's really been big time on the growth. But it seems like, for the most part, it seems like a positive. You know what I mean? That there's not too many negatives out there about CBD. It seems to finally everyone's kind of catching up with it.
Yeah, I feel like most of the negative that I've heard is that people that have tried something that's bullshit, and I've read in reports that up to 70% of what's out there on the shelves is not what's claimed on the packaging.
Wow.
They have it at gas stations. They have
those are.
Yeah. So I stand behind my product as the best. I sampled a lot of products before I agreed to each of my products, and I tweaked them. The pain cream, I wanted it to be like that BioFreeze, but be loaded with maximum amount of CBDs. You have also CBD receptors on your skin itself, and so it actually starts working right there, and then goes into your system, and it tells you to heal besides the menthol that's loaded in there, so you feel it soothing, It's circulating. I love my pain cream. It is, in my opinion, the best pain cream out of all the CBD products, and that's from all the ones that I've tried. So it's cool to be able to stand by that, be in the whole effing show. I love it when people try the product and say, even when they tried other stuff, mine is what works for them, and that makes me feel confident about putting my name on it because I worked a lot on making it the best.
Give me like the legacy of RVD, like the stamp left behind, because it's like funny. It's like RVD, the entrepreneur now, RVD, the businessman, but also the legendary wrestler, the Hall of Famer. Like, what do you, if somebody, years from now is like, man, that RVD, his legacy was what?
I don't know if that's for me to answer. And if so, then I'm not really sure how. I hope that I'm remembered for making a difference, for creating my own path and inspiring others to do that as well. I feel like my efforts have helped change the marijuana laws everywhere. I feel like my efforts have helped change wrestling. I feel like my efforts have helped change the way that a lot of people feel about the way that they fit into society in different ways. And that's based on feedback with people that have heard me talk on one of my platforms where I'm able to, to connect like that. I'm not, I guess, I guess hopefully I'm, instead of a follower, I don't think I'm necessarily a leader. I'm kind of taking my own path, but if others want to ride in my wake for however long it helps them out for, then, I'm stoked for that. But as far as like labeling me entrepreneur, CBD, CEO, actor, comedian, I mean, as far as that goes, I can't do that. I just live. And I will keep exploring opportunities that interest me or that are beneficial at the time and worth pursuing. And everything is worth considering, like I said.
You weren't a big basketball fan, were you? You kind of remind me of Phil Jackson, the Zen master, a little bit.
I know that, like I could also do a whole series on things that make me different than everybody. And I might help people that feel like they're outcasts, especially when you're a kid. I hate that as a kid when other kids are like, oh, you bought those shoes at Kmart, fuck off. It's like, it's so hard and it means so much more to you as a kid than it really should. Yep. But I don't watch sports. I can't talk to another man about a lot of things that men talk about. I can't talk about sports. I can't talk about cars. I can't talk about guns. I can't talk about music. I mean, there's not too many people that I know that don't subscribe their soul to music. And I personally feel like when music's on, sometimes I use the word robbing my conscious, but let me just say it is at least subconsciously distracting my attention. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Song on, and you don't even know, and your lips are moving to the words to it, and it's something in the background, but you're trying to read a book or you're trying to think of something else. That's something that I didn't have anybody teach me. That's just me. Somebody made a comment the other day because they saw me working out, and they texted somebody that I knew and said they saw me, and they said, he works out with no music. I drive with no music
wow.
A lot of times. And it's weird to me that music is such a big part of life. You wake up to music on the alarm. You have, even if you're going to watch a TV drama or comedy show, it opens with music. Commercials have musical jingles. Your phone rings, it's music. I think that music controls people to an extent that I maybe don't subscribe to.
What about Pantera Walk? No, you're not going to listen to that?
It's not that I don't listen to them, and I do get energy from music. I don't have like a preference. Sometimes I love that kind of music. Katie listens to hip hop, so a lot of times that's what's on, and I will listen to it. But I'm not a guy that's going to buy a ticket and go to a concert. If you see me at a concert, I'm not singing, I'm not dancing. I haven't bought a CD, if they even still sell those. And I don't feel like gyrating when I hear music. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I really like the energy. Yeah, I can work out to this. I like the attitude. Yeah, it's in your face. But I don't know. It's weird. Like studying people like I do. People that dance, they have a dance face. And what's that? If you're not acting, then what is the dance face? Some people will bite their lip, go, the fuck, and other people have a surprise look.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like everyone, like they put a certain face on when they start to engage in the dancing ritual. And I feel like an alien from another planet sometimes when I see society in the ways that they follow each other in directions I don't go.
To me, sometimes
I don't hate music. You know what I mean? Like I enjoy it sometimes, but like I said, I don't subscribe to it.
To me, sometimes you hear the music and like you'll equate it to wrestling or something. Like literally when Pantera Walk comes on,
sure.
I always think of Respect Walk. You know, RVD, you doing the finger points. You know,
of course, yeah. And there's songs when I hear it, I'll think about when Katie and I just met. There's certain songs I'll think about remind me of when I was a kid at summer camp. Yeah, I get that, but it's weird to me that how people like if it's in a song that's on the radio, then it's real to them. I'll be like, well, what does that word even mean? I don't know. I think they mean this. Well, you're singing it. How are you singing it if you don't even know what they make words up and you're just gonna go ahead and blindly sing the words because they're doing it? I don't know. Maybe I should get checked out.
Before we let you go, though, give us all the plugs again. Talk about RV-Theology, where everybody can get it, and all your social media, and RVD CBD.
Yeah, so RVDCBD.com is the place to order our products and to keep up with us right now. We're always growing. We're building a new website and growing more products. People want to know where do I start with CBD? It depends on what results you want. The tinctures that you drop under your tongue, that's like the fastest delivery system. If you want help sleeping, great. You need help with anxieties, great. Gummies can help with that too. It's not as concentrated of a dose, and then you eat it with the sugar, so it has to, some of it gets, goes through your digestive system, whatever, but those work as well. But I'll say that, and follow them at RVD CBD. That's on Instagram or Twitter, whatever. And all my social medias are The Real RVD. I'm spending more and more time on my YouTube page. I want my subs to grow, so I'm going to start looking at contests and incentives and tier motivators to grow it, because I want to reach more people. Out of every 100 people I reach, there might be one with potential.
Awesome. Well, RVD, thank you so much for all the time today. I really appreciate it. We got a special guest in the background.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Yeah.
RVD, glad you're living your best life. Thank you so much for all the time.
Indeed. Right on, dude. So is this like...
Here at WrestleCon, catching up with RVD, Rob Van Dam. And Rob, thank you for the time. It's always great catching up with you. But now, this week, big news. You're back with Impact on a semi-regular basis. What made you want to come back to professional wrestling?
Money.
Money?
Dude,
you don't have enough?
Who has enough money? Come on. I am not looking to be extra busy, and I enjoy chilling at home. But when the deal is right, the deal is right. Over the last 3 years, I've had like 10 to 12 matches a year.
Sure.
And I consider myself semi-retired. Now that I have a signed agreement, I'm not really sure it's going to be more matches. If it is, it doesn't look like very many more. But we keep adding a few more on and a few more on I'm not calling you a moron. I just want to make sure you understand.
You'd be
that.
right.
Oh, okay. But
You wouldn't be the first in this business.
All right. So, I'm back, but at the same time, I'm probably not going to be putting the boots on a whole lot more than I have been anyway. It's just going to be on television, and so people are excited about that. And for that reason, of course, it's going to count a hell of a lot more.
Absolutely. Anything about Impact Wrestling or the management that made you want to come back, or was it strictly a financial decision?
Well, it was Scott D'Amore who was talking to me, and at first it was one match, which happened last night.
Yeah, we were there. We missed you.
Cool. Well, to be honest, when I agreed to that match, I didn't even know that it was Impact. I knew I was talking to Scott D'Amore, but I didn't know like what all he does. And then when I signed the contract, I saw it was Impact, and I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And then he started talking about, doing future dates. And so basically, like, people think that I am, I come across like I'm super selective about the bookings that I take, but the fact is that my standards are a lot higher than everybody else because they're trying to get out there and work their asses off. Me, I already did that. I worked hard to not work hard.
Exactly.
So when people are able to meet my fee, then I usually do end up coming out of the house. And usually that's out of the United States. So the last several years I've been in Italy and England, Australia, mostly wrestling overseas because they got more money. But as you understand now, Impact is taking care of RVD or I wouldn't be there.
Well, great to get a word with you. Good luck with Impact Wrestling. Scott D'Amore is a good friend, and we'll be watching you.
Cool, dude. When it's worth it, it's worth it. If there's a reason, there's a reason. Otherwise, there's no reason, right?
Something like that.
Well, the fans, I know they all love me, and I know they want to hear me say that I just missed being in the ring and that I'm looking at these guys and I just know I'm going to have great matches and that's why I'm back. But come on, that's all just like a given. When you got RVD, you got the whole effing show.
Yes, sir. Well, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll stay in touch.
Cool.
This contest is your PCW Phantasm main event of the evening. Your official, PCW senior official, Rick Knox. This bout, one fall, 60-minute time limit for the heavyweight championship. Introducing first, our challenger from South Central Los Angeles, weighing in earlier this evening at 282 pounds, he is the #1 contender, Chocolate Thunder, Willie Mack.
What a story for Willie Mack in the main event here. He's come so far.
His opponent from Battle Creek, Michigan, weighing 232 pounds. He is our current reigning and defending Pacific Coast Wrestling heavyweight champion, Mr. PCW, the whole effing show, Rob Van Dam.
And for Rob Van Dam,
60 minutes for the heavyweight championship.
He said that this PCW title means as much to him as any title he's worn in his career.
It's been a revival. It's been a rebirth for Rob Van Dam, who for some time, he seemed happy to be on the sidelines, but there was something about PCW and the level of competition here that brought him off of the beach here in Southern California, put him back in the ring. But then he had to question, can I really do it? Goes out there, defeats one of the top international stars in Pentagon Jr. Now, you mentioned, yes, RVD's had 2 months to prepare for Willie Mack, to study Willie Mack, but nothing can prepare you to get hit by that Mack truck.
Absolutely, like Todd Kennedy said, nearly 60 days now since Rob Van Dam won that heavyweight championship. And for Willie Mack, will he have a hometown advantage? Will being here in Southern California for this huge opportunity be an advantage for Willie?
It could be, but obviously there's going to be a lot of mutual respect for Willie Mack and RVD.
And the crowd's going crazy already, dueling chants.
Well, there you hear the support for the hometown hero, Willie Mack. And now it switches to the other side for RVD. Got a feeling these guys could stand here for 10 minutes, never touch each other, and the fans would all still be on their feet. This thing like a powder keg ready to explode.
It really is. Both men adorning trunks, or rather Willie adorning the trunks with the blue and white. Rob Van Dam in the singlet, blue and white. Ladies and gentlemen, for Todd Kennelly, my name is Christian Cole. We are presenting to you now PCW Phantasm, January 20th, 2017. A day where we saw a president inaugurated for the first time in 8 years, and we may see a new champion inaugurated, the King of Los Angeles, Willie Mack.
Well, and as we celebrate the inaugural event of PCW 1 year ago and how this company has grown, the crowd has grown, and this is one heck of a main event, fitting of our first anniversary.
The anticipation in the building, you could feel the anticipation as Rob lets everybody know exactly who they're dealing with. A future Hall of Famer, a man with some of the best and most lethal kicks in professional wrestling history.
And Van Dam, we found, as we mentioned, a lengthy layoff. He came back, he showed no ring rust. In fact, he proved that he was more dangerous.
Roll up here.
Mack looking for the quick win.
Look how smart Mack is to use all of his leverage on that schoolboy, putting his entire 282-pound body on the legs of Rob Van Dam. And that, what is that?
Van Dam saying maybe he pulled the singlet. And, you know, Willie Mack showing, though, playing the mind games, too. Willie Mack, we said, not going to be starstruck, and you saw it there, saying, hey, RVD, I was this close.
Yeah, I remember a time when Willie Mack would be asking this guy for his autograph. Willie's grown up a lot over the last few years. Of course, in 2012, Willie Mack losing his father, affectionately known as Foots, and in that next week winning a major television title. And that speech was one of the most incredible emotional speeches that Willie Mack's ever given. Finally able to earn the title, bring it home to Foots before Foots passed, just a month later actually. And for Willie Mack, that's what it is. It's an emotional investment for the fans. Everyone loves Willie. As soon as you meet him, you want to know him more. You want to hang out with him. You want to have a conversation about cartoons or pro wrestling or whatever he's into that day. And for Willie, you would think that he'd be starstruck. Again, as you said, I mean, with Rob Van Dam in the ring, this is a Hall of Famer standing across the ring. Bottom line. But for Willie, it's just not the case.
Willie just so fun-loving, but he just enjoys competing. He loves the crowd. And again, a second shoulder block. Oh, look at that!
Oh,
countered again! Van Dam goes for the leg sweep. Willie Mack might get him. That's two near falls for the challenger in the early going. You mentioned RVD knowing Willie Mack. Well, Willie Mack's been watching RVD for a long time. He's got him well scouted, Christian.
And that was incredibly close, a near fall. Again, as you said, two of them now. And for Willie Mack, he's showing real promise at the beginning of this match against the veteran Rob Van Dam. Look at Willie. Willie looks comfortable. He looks relaxed, Todd.
And Willie's smart here, Christian, staying in the ring. Not too many people outshine Rob Van Dam in the early going of a match. But Van Dam probably, you know, he likes to get you on the outside where anything goes, where he can use that environment as a weapon and use it as a launch pad. Willie Mack knows right now that the only way he's taking home that title is if he can beat RVD in the center of the ring.
And this speaks to the growth of Willie Mack. This speaks to the maturity of Willie Mack. A guy who used to buy tickets just like every one of these fans at PCW and was able to turn himself into a champion, or at least a contender at this time. Will he become a champion?
And this is not the type of start that RVD is accustomed to. He's traditionally a very quick starter. And look, Willie Mack charged right back in trying to press the offense, but now RVD comes out of the blocks offensively, big kick, and Mack tastes the guardrail on the outside.
And now Rob stalking him on the outside. What is he going to do here?
We talked about it, Christian. This is right where Van Dam wants you, where he can take it to the extreme.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Rob Van Dam, the old 90s days where he was the ECW champion. Rob Van Dam knows violence like nobody else, but it's his lethal kicks and strikes that have made him famous. Oh, just like that.
Oh man, whoa, Willie Mack! That shot, that strike takes Willie Mack all the way over the guardrail, and he hit hard. Man. Can you believe the velocity of those educated feet of Van Dam? Incredible.
I mean, I've been watching Rob Van Dam for 20 years, and I still can't believe my eyes when I watch this man fight. Oh, slipping there, and now we don't have coverage from our camera. There we are.
There we go. Great work by our incredible production staff. Van Dam, though, still wasn't pretty, but caught enough of Willie Mack to drop the challenger again on the outside. And
even from our vantage point, slipping there on the top, but actually driving that elbow into the forehead of Willie. But Willie coming back, maybe a little bit of possum there by Willie Mack.
Rick Knox allowing a lot of leniency here, Christian Cole. This huge main event. We're going to want to see a winner. You don't even see him thinking about administering a count at this point.
No, absolutely not. We will see a champion here tonight decided, hopefully in the center of the ring. This is not a falls count anywhere match. But if you're Rick Knox, it's impossible to control these two guys.
You can do a lot of damage out there, though. Soften up your opponent. Champion now starts to fire back. But Willie now just burying the champion under chairs.
And for the fans of PCW that come down here and sell out these shows, what an incredible vantage point they have in the front row.
Uh-oh, look at this. Willie, like a hammerlock slam, but with the chair. Oh my gosh, on the outside.
I don't even know what to say about that. That you could hear that. We're about 100 feet away. You could feel that, Todd. Mack now mocking RVD.
Trying to beat the PCW champion at his own game. And Willie Mack proving that he's somewhat of an innovator of offense in his own right.
Certainly he is. I mean, how many 282-pound men do you know can do a standing moonsault? Other than maybe Fatu and Willie Mack.
Yeah, I'd throw Jeff Cobb in there and maybe Kratos, and that's about it. No more.
All names here that you could see only at PCW.
You're not kidding, buddy. Back and forth action on the outside. I mean, it looks like a mosh pit out there. They've cleared these chairs. I mean, it's like a gladiator arena in the middle of the Memorial Hall.
A big scooping super kick there by RVD, followed up by a couple of big forearms. Look at this, they're surrounded by humanity. Oh my God, another one. Reckless abandon with these strikes, throwing his entire body weight into the jaw of Willie Mack, and Willie might be out.
Vicious kick there by Mr. PCW, Rob Van Dam, the reigning champ. He's got Willie Mack down, but you can't think that he's out. We've seen Willie battle back so many times, time and time again. He's battled back through life, let alone in and outside the ring. And this match means so much to him, but right now, Van Dam doing exactly what he wants. Willie Mack, though, counters with the backdrop.
Willie Mack's such a great story. From the bus to the limousine. I mean, this is a guy who took public transportation to get to all of his shows back in the day. Now featured as one of the highest paid professional wrestlers in the world is Willie Mack. Certainly in this great company, Pacific Coast Wrestling, we're watching Willie and RVD go at it. Just the sound of that. Willie Mack versus Rob Van Dam. Incredible story from Willie.
You know, Willie Mack, he's gone most recently from Lucha Warfare to just Warfare here in PCW with RVD. The way this thing's going, I don't know if we're in Memorial Hall or a bingo hall. This is a bit of a throwback thus far, and I guess RVD, the champion, was a little bit parched.
Willie Mack curing that parchedness with a little water to the face as they brawl here on the outside. Oh, big line there. Oh, man. Oh, you can feel Rob's body hit the concrete.
Maybe a little buyer's remorse there for the champion. A kick by RVD sent Willie Mack over that rail earlier, and now the shoe is on the other foot, and Willie Mack, the challenger, in control of this matchup. Not too many people can get the better of Van Dam on the outside in that anything goes environment, Christian.
And it's a testament to Willie Mack's ability to study his opponents. A lot of guys think he's just a brawler, that he's just a fun-loving guy who fights based on purely on inspiration, but it's not. He's educated. He watches these guys. He studies tape constantly. Willie Mack, the thing is that Rob Van Dam has a lot more tape out there than Willie Mack. And Willie Mack has been studying him for the last 2 months. And is this the night, Todd Kennelly? Is this the night that Willie Mack wins the big one?
That's the question on the minds of the multitudes here in Wilmington. That's what packed this venue, to see this, to answer that question. Is this the night that Willie Mack makes magic, that he finally ascends to the top of the mountain and wins the big one?
Certainly seems that way right now, Todd. And getting driven right now into the guardrail. Nice counter by Rob Van Dam.
Van Dam in his first PCW title defense finds himself in an absolute war. Now, we know that Van Dam is capable of lengthy title reigns. He held the ECW television title for 700 days. I don't know if he faced anything quite like Chocolate Thunder. Not a suplex on the outside. Hangs him up to dry. And this is right where Van Dam wants you. Call Marie Antoinette. Let them eat cake, because I gotta believe we got ourselves a guillotine coming.
And look at Van Dam now, setting him up. And Willie Mack's in trouble.
Van Dam playing the hits and laying them all over Willie Mack, and he hit it to perfection. He might have slipped earlier. He didn't slip that time.
And just like we spoke about low-key earlier in our card this evening, there is not a single wasted movement from Rob Van Dam. This is how he's extended his career for so long. Almost nearly a certain Hall of Famer, able to come in here and win the heavyweight championship against Pentagon Jr. And on that same night, it was Willie Mack who became the #1 contender for the PCW heavyweight title and positioned himself to fight against one of his idols and try and take the gold back to South Central.
RVD instinctively rolling in to break the count. I'm not certain that there was one to begin with, but still veteran instincts by Van Dam, who wants to prove that he's Mr. PCW. He wants to prove he's the best. I gotta believe he wants to beat Willie Mack in the middle. Oh my goodness, look out here. Rolling Thunder on the concrete.
Rob almost feeling the effects nearly as much as Willie.
Sacrifice play there, Christian, and although they're out there on the concrete, they gotta feel like they got hit by a hot bat.
For Rob Van Dam, really just, this is what made him famous, Todd Kennelly. This is what got him where he is now, taking risks, putting his body on the line at every moment, entertaining the fans, and ultimately taking home the gold.
Van Dam has the high ground, now back to the outside. You can't give Willie Mack a second to breathe. You can't give him a chance to recuperate. We've seen him battle back from seemingly everything.
No one gave Willie a chance. Not his teachers in high school. Willie had one guy who believed in him other than his father, his football coach, one of his closest allies to this day. And will Willie bring back the title to South Central? Will he prove to his football coach and to the legacy of his late father that he could be the PCW heavyweight champion, that he could carry this company into 2018 and beyond?
Well, he's shown thus far that he certainly belongs, but what a heartbreaker would it be if he can't get it done. But a vicious kick through the uprights. I think that one was one Janikowski would be proud of. Taking all the air out of the lungs of Van Dam. Oh man, had him pinned, had that weight over him and could not put him away.
Codebreaker followed up by stacking up Rob, just too close to the corner, not enough leverage in the center of the ring. Rob able to kick out, Willie in a bad position out there. And what will Willie Mack do? Will this be his night?
What a reaction as we laid out there momentarily. The crowd eating up every second of this as both champion and challenger are eating a lot of punishment as well. What a struggle. Both guys hard pressed to even get back to their feet as they continue to trade. Rear waist lock by the champion Van Dam. Jawbreaker now. Oh, it's gonna be a stunning victory. Oh, he planted him. New champ coming, Van Dam in the ropes. Did body positioning save the champion there?
It absolutely did. I'm actually not sure why Rick counted. He must have not seen Van Dam's foot caught in the rope for the entirety of that 2.5 count. Caught up in the stunner, caught up in the emotion of the moment. Rick Knox missed the call there, but luckily, no controversy. Rob kicking out anyway.
What a hellacious stunner that was by the challenger, Willie Mack. That's a little something Van Dam saw back in the day, isn't it?
It really is. Oh my God. Huge left elbow to the face. Oh my God.
The champion in trouble on the ropes.
Van Dam's
literally and figuratively here, Christian.
This is big problems for Rob Van Dam and his title. Willie Mack coming in with the cannonball, catching Van Dam on that left shoulder and neck area, folding him down. Cover, 2 count. No, just a 2 count.
Another close call there for Van Dam and a close call for Willie Mack, who wants this so badly. This is everything. This is his entire life in this moment, encapsulated in this moment. Can he get it done? But Van Dam also showing the heart of a champion.
Todd, if Willie Mack wins this match, this place is going to explode.
Well, you mentioned it. Willie wearing similar colors. I think Willie wants to prove that he's Mr. PCW.
Willie not really able to get all that Irish whip.
Now Van Dam, all of a sudden the fresher of the two, this epic clash has taken so much out of both.
Beautiful high kick there, Todd. That was really pretty. Oh man, springboard into a leg drop from Van Dam.
Again, another case where Van Dam changing up the game. Thought it was going to be split-legged moonsault. There it is, on the money. One of his favorites. Is that going to do it? No, that hand was coming down.
And Rob not able to actually hook that outside leg. Fatigued as Rob Van Dam is. As every maneuver you perform on a 282-pound man is going to take it out of you. And Van Dam showing the effects of that now.
These guys fought inside the ring, outside the ring. Sacrifice plays by both men, putting their bodies on the line. What is it going to take? Van Dam misses with the roundhouse kick to the top. Atomic drop. There's a little old school, huh?
Oh, nice inverted atomic drop. Look at that.
There goes Van Dam's social plans for the evening.
Oh,
One
man.
way or another, and a big drop kick there by the challenger. Much like the kick that sent the challenger over the rails earlier.
And look at the eyes of Willie Mack as he searches for the crowd's reaction, feeding from the energy of these fans, growing up just about 10 minutes down the road, moving from foster home to foster home. Willie Mack with one of the roughest upbringings you can imagine, and now a star in this industry as he sets up Rob Van Dam, tying him up in the corner.
Van Dam, yep, tied to the tree of woe, but what does Willie Mack have in? Oh, no way. Do you think he's going to do this, Chris? Do you see what I'm seeing here?
Is this go coast to coast? No,
we talked about six-star.
We talked about he's going to make it, Tom.
We talked about the 6-star frog splash. Don't tell me he's going to go for the Van Terminator.
Oh my God!
Van Dam's dead. He's dead.
Oh my God, Todd. Willie Mack wants this so bad, able to pull it out, diving across the ring.
And if he does it with one of Van Dam's own moves, Willie Mack, 282 pounds, coast to coast, and he's going to take home the gold. No! A man his size is not supposed to do that. And incredible, we talked about Willie Mack being influenced by RVD. You saw it there. A heavyweight competitor going coast to coast is unthinkable, especially with what he's gone through in this matchup already, Christian.
And where is Van Dam's head right now other than with a bunch of cobwebs? Van Dam, no idea where he is right now, as this battle has taken everything out of him.
And Willie Mack now, what's it going to take? Throwing his best, throwing Van Dam's best at the champion. He's with everything on the line. Can he find one more shot at whatever it's going to take to put away this legend? What better way to finally become champion than by doing it by beating an absolute legend, Christian Cole? Can he do it?
Willie now charging in, but taking a boot. And can Willie Mack find it here?
Uh-oh, Van Dam, not where you want to be.
Oh my God, that's bad for Willie there. That's trouble.
And that buys the champion some time. That mouthpiece not going to offer much protection there against Van Dam.
And now Van Dam grabbing a chair. And this speaks to the competition in the center of the ring. As much as Willie Mack looks like he might be out, Van Dam thinks he needs a chair to come in. Maybe some old vintage Van Dam we're going to see here.
Well, we already saw it, but we saw it from Willie Mack. Hit that Van Terminator. That was one for the ages. Look out here, maybe Van Daminator. Nobody home there. Willie Mack catches him. Exploder suplex.
Willie Mack screaming out, and the sound of his voice echoing off the Memorial PCW Hall here in Wilmington. And will this be his moment as he stalks Rob Van Dam?
Do you feel it, Christian Cole? I feel it. It's Willie Mack's night. He's been ahead of the champion. He's got him up here. Samoan drop. Don't tell me, can he do it? Oh, yeah. Little showstopper indeed into perhaps a hot, oh, man.
And for Willie, what else does he have to do? Look at the shock and dismay in the face of Willie Mack as he interrogates the referee, asking if it was over. Only a 2 count.
Both of these men know exactly what they're in there with now. Willie Mack knows that he is in there with a true legend, RVD, that lives up to the billing. And RVD knows that he is in there with somebody hell-bent on taking his gold and living his dream.
But for Willie Mack, the dream has lasted so long. For Willie Mack, it began nearly 3 decades ago.
Oh, the scissors into the cover.
Oh my God.
Great counter by RVD. Yes, go ahead, Christian.
Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh no! Did Rob Van Dam just crush and terminate the dreams of Willie Mack with that huge spinning back kick? The Van Terminator.
Oh my goodness.
Van Daminator rather, now Rob.
That could be the beginning of the end. Yeah, no imitation there is the sincerest form of flattery. That was the original. 5-star frog splash. That's how he put away Pentagon Jr. Can he beat Willie Mack? Yes. Oh my gosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner and still Pacific Coast Wrestling Heavyweight Champion, Mr. PCW, the whole effing show, Rob Van Dam.
Joining us today on Talking Tough, the iconic and legendary from the mixed martial arts space, UFC on down, West Cabbage, Korea, and the equally legendary and iconic Rob Van Dam. Guys, very happy to welcome you here on Talking Tough.
Thank you.
Happy Friday, Rick.
Hey, Rob, how you doing, buddy? Long time no see, guys, both of you.
Yeah, true that. Hey, did DC really have a character named Elongated Man?
Oh,
right,
dude,
that was like their version of Mr. Fantastic, yeah?
Yeah, Wes knows the Elongated Man. See?
But didn't they have Plastic Man? Or
yeah, they have Elastic Man too.
Yes. Wow. All right, Wes, you know this stuff. All right, now I'm going to bore everybody. Do you remember the real name of the Elongated Man? Ralph Dibny. Who cares, right? Anyway. Yeah, that was a good one, Rob. Yeah, to those of you out there, Rob owned a very successful comic book shop back in the day.
It wasn't very successful. Well, it depends on what perspective you take. It was perspective in the angle that it brought a lot of joy to some fans, a lot of pro wrestlers, and get pictures taken with them. But on the business sense, it was not successful. It burnt a big hole in my pocket for, 2.5 years or so, and then I finally pulled the plug.
Yeah, things aren't always as they appear to be on the face of things, are they? Especially in business.
Well, I was a baby. I mean, I honestly, Rick, I look at until just a few years ago, everything prior, I had I feel like I had a mindset of a child. I feel like I got divorced, and then I all of a sudden my priorities changed. It was like comic books and all my action figures and stuff that I carried around my whole life. I was like, you know what? gonna get rid of the house, move, start a whole new life. Priorities were so different. It was like I didn't care about certain shit as much anymore, and that was part of it. I don't remember what I was talking about.
So did you get rid of your action figures? That's what I need to know.
Yeah, I kept some of the ones that are real important too. I had 2 display cases full of Ghost Rider shit. Everything trademark on it. Every statue that you've never seen, figure, and I had every cameo that he did in any comic book, even if he was on a TV screen in the background of a Fantastic Four number 474. I run it down and shit. So
it was cool.
Yeah, but I don't like follow it that much anymore. The whole thing.
I love that stuff. I never got into it myself. I've only ever owned one action figure, and there it is right there. And
nice.
Rowdy Piper.
Nice.
Hey, Wes, where can we get a Cabbage action figure, man? Did they make one?
Only back in like the early 90s, the Cabbage Patch Kids.
There you go. That was modeled after you. Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
Right.
Hey, but Rick, when I said that my perspective, was young, I wasn't referring to the way that I liked comic books or action figures. I was referring to the way that I handled my business.
I figured I was
ran
just
the store like an idiot, like and even my time in WWE. When I think back to it, I really felt like I don't know, like I was, they say when you're a kid that gets into the entertainment business, you stop growing up at that age.
Yep.
I think that happened to me right out of high school. I felt I had this high schooler state of just recently. Always better.
And I figured you were talking about perspective, and
okay.
I think the subject of growing up would actually be a good one for us to tackle these days. So we hear from so many people that just feel like stuck in their lives right now.
Growing up, who talks about growing up? I just hunted down this at a store. I just had to hunt down this G.I. Joe figure at a store.
Right on cue, man. Right on cue.
Who has time to grow up?
Wes, if anything, you're like growing down, man. I told Wes when he first came on, we were talking for a minute or two. Yeah, I don't recognize you. You have lost so much weight. You look like a different person. So you're taking care of yourself, right? That's a good sign of growing up, I would dare say.
Right. Definitely. I wish I would have learned this stuff earlier in my career. I think I would have done something better. You know what I mean?
What did you learn? What did you learn though about matching your diet to your blood type? That sounds fascinating.
I learned that my blood type, A positive, you have a hard time breaking down red meat. So with me, my proteins come from chicken, turkey, and fish. And then I have to eat a pineapple enzyme to help get that same enzyme that the fish has to help me break down my food.
Oh,
but wow. So what I did research in when we started doing that is people with Asian blood, like true genealogy, they have some kind of allergic reaction to milk. I mean, it won't cause them to get hives or anything, but because back in the days, they only used to drink it when they used to milk the cow. They never refrigerated it, drank it for breakfast, lunch, had it like 4 times a day, 5 times a day, drank it with cookies and milk. So a lot of Asian people have a lot underlying dairy allergy that they don't really know about.
So you've like broken it down into science. So here's a question I want to ask you. So there are so many people stuck at home right now. We all know why. And I keep hearing and reading things about how people are just eating like crazy, gaining a lot of weight, getting out of shape. Wouldn't this be like a good time to reverse that trend?
It would, but what a lot of people are doing is they're just stress eating because they're so stressed at staying at home. That's the only way they can find comfort in themselves is by stuffing their face with some Twinkies or a tub of ice cream,
All right.
When in actuality, if they would get up and try and do something, I mean, you can't even get up. Some people's houses are too small to exercise in, but if they could have a reason or a way to get out and exercise, a lot of these people wouldn't be just staying home and just getting fat,
So you guys, and Rob, if you would chime in on this also. So let's say there's, however many people out there are watching this right now, and they're stuffing their face with Twinkies. What's something they could do? You know, Rob, you've kept your physique all the years I've known you, more than 20 years now. I don't think you've gained a pound. You know, I still weigh the same I've always weighed. So we're all three of us are doing pretty good. What could you guys tell somebody out there that's stuffing their face and getting fat that they can start doing tomorrow to turn that around?
I think one important thing is the mindset, you know, and they really have to have a reason to do it. Like right now with the pandemic, people are quarantined. It seems like there's no reason, no rhyme or reason for anything. If you don't have a job or anything, it doesn't matter what time you go to bed. It doesn't matter if you don't get dressed or shower for days. But if you really think about the mindset of why, you know, why you want to focus on your health, because that's what it is. It's not just about look, but it's inside you too. You know, people sitting around, maybe they think, well, it doesn't matter. I got time to, you know, to put on some pounds. I'll work on it later. But you know, I mean, your heart suffers from it. You know, people aren't keeping track of their blood pressure and their heart rate and stuff like that. Really, the mindset, like find a reason, like to be healthier. You know, for us, it's our job. We have to keep working out so that we can do our job. You know, it's really part. Sometimes I hate it, but I don't want to die in the ring for me. Yeah. But sometimes, you know, just being around and being healthy for your family, or even just you, just because if nothing else, the benefits of feeling good when you work out, it releases those endorphins in your brain. You feel good. That happens every single time.
Yeah. You know, and that's really worth that's worth taking home. You know, I get up at 7 each day. I have an hour practice I do in the morning, a little bit of exercise, a lot of like internal motivation or meditation. It's a little different every day, but I can tell you, do that religiously now. I will not look at my email, my text messages, my Facebook, any of that until that's done. And, you know, I'm not trying to put myself over, as we say in the wrestling world. It's more that before I was doing that, I think I was going the route of what we hear is so prevalent now, which is all this shuttered depression. So, you know, Wes, you mentioned people don't have space in their homes. You know, a mutual friend of myself and Rob, Diamond Dallas Page, and this is not an infomercial for DDP yoga, but it's a practice that I do, and you can do it on your TV screen. If people are watching us right now, it means they have an internet connection, so they could get DDP yoga or any other number of programs and stand in front of their TV. Doesn't take any more than 4, 5, 6 feet around them, and do something. Look, you don't have a fight booked right now.
I mean, like everybody will have an excuse on why they cannot do it. The best thing, like how Rob said, you know, look at your kids. You want to be there for your kids to graduate, learn healthy eating habits, learn better things to take care of your health. You know what I mean? Look at your kids. If you want to be there for graduation, you want to see their grandkids, start eating healthy.
All right. So how old are you now? Do you mind saying, Wes?
I'm 40.
You're 40.
Yeah.
And again, you look amazing. I still can't recognize you. I'm shocked how different you look.
Thank you.
You do not have a fight booked coming up right now, right?
No, I was talking to Bare Knuckle, but because all this COVID stuff, like they put it on hold.
Okay, so you don't have a fight coming up. Rob is working regularly. So Rob, as you mentioned, has a professional reason to look the way he looks. I'm sure, Rob, you would keep in shape otherwise, but you do have that motivation.
I like to think so, but a lot of times it really is like it feels like part of just a job, especially if my body's hurt, you know, because I'm over the years I beat myself up pretty good, so I'm, you know, I got pains that kind of change from one body part to the other and float around and things like that. And sometimes that gets in the way of really enjoying working out because my body hurts, you know, and I don't, you know, want to work out. And sometimes it's just like, oh, but I have to do it, you know. And so sometimes I do, you know, think if I wasn't wrestling, sometimes I do think, wow, then I wouldn't have to work out. But you're right. I would still do it. I don't know what would push me, but something would. I want to be.
Yeah, I know you would. And Wes, so last word on this subject, and we'll move on to something different. You're 40 years old. You do not have a fight coming up. So this is a choice you have made to change your look, to change your physicality.
Congrats.
You have 30 seconds, as we say in the wrestling world, to cut a promo, to preach. What can you tell people that they can start doing to better their day tomorrow?
Better day tomorrow. Just start off by taking a few steps, start walking, look into trying to eat to your blood type. It's super simple to do. I lost like 100 pounds in less than like 4 or 5 months, and it just came off of me. And now when I try to even eat red meat, I can't even stand to eat it.
All right.
That's a good thing.
Oops.
Uh-oh. Oh, there, you're back. We lost you for a second, Wes.
That way, when it does happen, when you do be able to go inside there, you know what to do already. You're already 1 foot in the door with already changing your eating habits. And another thing is, another way they can start changing their eating habits, instead of eating 3 big meals a day, eat 6 smaller meals.
Yeah.
And drink at least a gallon of water a day, so that way your metabolism is never stopped. Your metabolism is always going, so it never stops.
And these are all simple things anybody could do. So thank you.
If somebody told you to drink 8 glasses of water, you'd give a hard time to drink 8 glasses of water. But if somebody told you to drink 4 or 5 beers, you know what I mean? The beers would go down way quicker than the water,
Oh yeah, or eight beers, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So guys, I mentioned I don't like doing politics or getting into confrontational stuff here on Talking Tough. But who do you think would win in a tag team MMA match? Cabbage Korea and Joe Biden versus Rob Van Dam and Donald Trump. I'm just kidding, man.
No, fuck that. I'd rather team up with Rob Van Dam and fuck both of them.
Right answer. Yes. Love it. Thank you.
Hey, Rick. Rick, to add, what somebody can take to do steps in the right direction. I don't know if I have a movie, a documentary on Amazon called Headstrong, and it's really personal. I take you through some of my deeper, darker moments. Like right when I started filming this, I talk about concussions. I had through the whole fucking movie, actually, thinking back to it now, and it wasn't supposed to be about that, but the movie became about that. But also, I just a few months, kind of dug myself out of this hole where I was really down because the marriage collapsed, and then my dog died, and then my dad died, and I was like, man, sometimes I can relate to people when it comes to depression. Most people don't know, and when I have the right platform or whatever, I'll talk a lot more about it. But I know people that have depression, they have people all the time just say, well, what do you have to be depressed about? And they don't understand. A lot of it really is brain chemistry and hereditary. and a lot of it you can choose. You can choose what you think about, but still, a lot of people, meds are some people actually do meds for their brain. And either way, what I was going to get to though is even though I knew, I'm always going to be left and show. I get love everywhere I go. I know everything's always going to be cool, but I still couldn't get out of this funk where I was in, where nothing seemed to matter. And a friend of mine, was saying, just one day at a time. And I remember thinking, like, I can't even think to the end of the day. I was drinking a lot at that time, and I was like, just trying to kill all my thoughts. And then a friend of mine, I'll always remember this, it helped me. He said, sometimes we have to do one moment at a time. And that's what got me out. I was like, well, I can enjoy moments. I can't, make myself feel overall. I can't convince myself that I'm happy, but I can enjoy moments. And then it was just like really getting into the moment and living in the moment. That helped me so much. Doing things that I did like and really enjoying that moment. And then the more you live in the moment, the more the moment becomes your life.
Where we're going, left or right?
Man, so true, Rob. Thank you for that, man. And we definitely can get a little more into that today. That's what this is all about, for sure. I want to go back just for one moment. You mentioned Headstrong. How would we see Headstrong?
It's on Amazon. There's also a DVD that you can get through Target and Walmart and stuff, but on Amazon is the best way. The premise was gonna. Sometimes I do stand-up comedy. We had a week lined up. I was going to be on the road doing stand-up comedy for like 7 nights, and the idea was we'll bring the camera, film the road trip. But I showed up concussed, and at first I wanted to ignore it and just get on with the plans. But my symptoms didn't go away, so the symptoms overtook the agenda of the movie and my life. And so afterwards I had to follow up with neurologists, and I ended up learning so much more about CTE and about concussions, more than I ever thought that I wanted to know. But now I want to share that information because it's the kind of stuff that people don't talk about. And I didn't either. I never told anybody when I was hurt my whole career. If I was knocked silly or something, I wouldn't tell anybody if I wanted to keep working. So that was all on me. But now the cat's out of the bag. Hey, guess what? I had hundreds of concussions, and turns out there could be a price to pay for it. So I want to keep the conversation going, help spread awareness, so we can spread the education, so we can learn how to deal with it. Because I've lost a lot of friends to suicide or drug overdoses. They always lead it back to depression from concussions. That was the whole motivation with why I opened up my CBD line, because I believe that CBDs or CBG or some cannabinoid, holds a lot of potential that we'll be able to use in a. I have RV CBD, which is doing great, helping people, which is amazing. But I have yet to get that neurotropin brain formula. That's always going to be my goal until I have it. And then when I do have it, I'm going to always want to improve it and make it better as we learn.
Man, you sound like you're in a really good, positive place these days, man. It's like, it's so nice to have somebody on and to see that, especially someone that struggled. That you mentioned almost casually in one sentence, got divorced, you lost your dad, you lost your dog. How dark, and I don't want to dwell on this, but it's to make a point to people out there. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how dark and depressing did it get for you at one point?
With 10 being the darkest?
Yes.
Probably an 8.
That's pretty high, man. That's debilitating for sure.
Yeah.
And you made choices, like you said, living in the moment. You always can't help what we think, as you said, but oftentimes we can. And I don't know how you did it, how you got yourself out of it step by step, but man, I'm really glad to see that you are where you are right now. That's fantastic, Rob.
Yeah, thank you. It's great. For me, the longer I'm alive, the better life gets. When the whole thing with the marriage, I was trained and I told myself that it was a failure, but I'm so glad now that I was released from that, because it's so much better now. And where I thought I was happy before, now I know I was content. I really hadn't experienced what I needed to experience out of life. Like everything is just, I just feel like I'm so much more in tune with life, so much wiser, not as held back, It was just, I was married to a very insecure person, and the kind that, like, if I looked in the direction of another good-looking girl, we were fighting. What do you? Oh my God, it was like that, and a lot of people can relate to that. But not being in that anymore, because that was like too big of a part of it. I mean, it was really like we really didn't fit as good. It's amazing we lasted as long, but man, when just right when I met Katie, which there was a little time in between, where I was enjoying a lot of moments. But when I was with Katie, it was just like the first date out. I just treated it like I'd known her for a long time. I was just so into the moment. I was just like, whatever you want to do, you're the boss. And I was just like so happy because I wasn't worrying about the rest of the day or the rest of the night or you know, I didn't worry about how I was going to drive home, but it was really just, I learned to just really live in the moment and to realize when it's a really good moment. Like, wait, hold on a second, dude. This is a really awesome moment. I want it to just last as long as it can. And eventually those really good moments took up all the time and filled up the space, so there wasn't room for the bad moments.
Man, you know, it's like it's so nice to hear this. And you know, I've heard people say oftentimes that, oh, live in the moment, that's a cliche, but it's so not cliche. And you know what's worked for me a lot, and I have a long ways to go till I'm there or wherever there is, and who knows if I'll ever get there to nirvana or whatever it is. But I know that no matter what's going on, the more I could be grateful, gratitude practice for something happening now. And you can always find it no matter what's happening. You're talking about reprogramming your brain, man. That's what that does.
And some people do need meds. You know, I'm the only one in my family that didn't take meds. My mom, my dad, my brother, and my sister all took Prozac or Zoloft, and I was the only one that didn't. But I've been smoking weed since I was 21. I figured maybe I was self-medicating or whatever. But yeah. But dude, I got to a point, Rick, where I needed help up. I was so far down that like I would just start crying and I wouldn't even know it was coming. I'd be talking to someone, start crying, mention my dog or something, just start crying, and then I couldn't stop, and it was horrible. And I got on some meds, and holy shit! All of a sudden, I got my whole life. I could talk about stuff that I never was able to talk about, and I just wonder, you know, if I had the balance younger, earlier in life, you know, how much different things would have been. You know, choices would have been made from a different perspective. It's like it was really, really, really hard to admit to myself, you know, to physically, literally pick up that phone. Very difficult. And so now I know that I know what it's like for people that don't want to say that they don't want to get help, or they think that there's something wrong with them because they should just be able to kick out on their own. Sometimes you need help.
Wes, I'm sure there's nothing in what Rob's saying that you can relate to, right? Smoking a little reefer, maybe, maybe women who are possessive. We would never find that in Hawaii.
Oh, fuck no! You got a lot of them over here.
I know, man. Believe me, I know. Yeah.
Oh. Who was that? Who was that? You just didn't tell hi to.
Oh my God, dude! Yeah, that was so. And then I would get offended by it because I was actually being faithful and being honest. You know, like the entire time, even though it wasn't returned. You know, and then things like that would bother me more than they should, because it wasn't just she thinks I'm looking at that girl. It was like she doesn't even know what she has here, and she thinks that she doesn't trust me. And oh my God,
assuming and everything, and it just makes it worse. Yeah,
so much unnecessary stress.
So Wes, I want to ask you, man.
Yes, sir.
You know, people I think regard Cabbage as this like happy-go-lucky guy. That's always been my impression of you. And we reconnected on the phone not long ago. And one thing I take away from every time we talk, and I never told you this, is like, wow, this guy is always upbeat and positive. That's one reason, like, when I see your name come up in caller ID, I always want to answer the phone. There's some people you see come up, and you're like, I'm not up for that today, right?
You're like, I don't want to talk to this negative Nancy.
Yeah, exactly. So, dude, is that your nature, or have there been deep dark times for Cabbage also?
I've had some deep dark times, but I mean I've always been like this. I've always been the one to try and give as much. Like I told people before, my bridge is made out of iron. Like it's hard to burn this fucker down. Sorry for swearing, but
that's all right.
It's hard to burn it down. You know what I mean? If you burn me, I'll give you many chances. You know what I mean? I just have a really big heart.
Aloha.
I have just a really big heart, and it just really doesn't faze me. Like to me, I'll give people a lot of chances because, like I said, my bridge is made out of steel. It's easy to rebuild steel because you still got the structure, you know.
That's okay. So coming from that place and that attitude, and this is the question for both of you guys.
Yes.
For all the crazy, I know what we do in our world is we're all on social media at least a little bit, and it's pretty impossible to avoid these days people with really strong opinions in one direction or the other hating on people that don't agree. Is that bothering you guys at all, or is it just roll off your shoulders? I'm really curious for two guys that have it together, that mentally seem strong, emotionally seem strong. How do you look at that?
With me, I just play it off like a leaf in the river. You know what I mean? When people start hitting me with that thing, I'm like, you know how when you see that leaf in the river just floating down, doesn't care in the currents. Hey, I'll go in the tide pool for a little bit. You know what I mean? And it'll kick me back out, and I'll continue my way down the river. You know, sometimes I don't let it bother me. I don't let it phase my character or anything's going on in my day. You know, I just don't have time for that kind of people or that kind of things just going on. It's just been so positive, and it's just good to be positive. You know,
Okay.
people that get angry fast. Hey, smoke a joint. Take some of Rob's CBDs.
Oh, that's advice. So you know what? I'm gonna ask you guys now personally for advice, because I'm quite a bit older than both you guys. I like to think of myself as pretty evolved in my thinking and emotionally and intellectually. But I have to admit, the fighting amongst people is bothering me these days. So what can I do? What could you guys advise me to do to not be so bothered about what's happening out there?
It alarms me that people are so ignorant. It does. And in my mind, it just distances me from them. And I think, oh, that's right. That's what, like, the status quo, that's how ignorant they are. And it just makes it furthers my my certainty in my own values, makes me realize like how much more I prefer the way that I live. Uh, because but I don't let it bother me to an extent to where it's actually going to bleed over into my enjoyment of life. There's nothing you can do about it except for debate. Enjoy that. But the thing is, and it's definitely like that, like you were saying with politics. It's anything like that. What that you're saying is just the thought that one side has unshakable certainty that they're right and that the other person is wrong. That alone is just, that alone, if you just think about it, then yeah, that can just bother the hell out of you because they're so ignorant. But you got to choose what you give a fuck about. You can't give a fuck about everything. So you have to really, really think about it, because once you give your thoughts, it works for you and against you.
Yep. John P., are you out there? Dude, John, you know how much of this is bothering me. That was really good advice. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that, man. That was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
You only have so many fucks to give, so you got
right. Like another one I just learned is time is not given. You know what I mean? Time is not guaranteed. You got to make use. You got to make use in everything of what you got right now.
And these, thank you. Stuff that I like to think I know. It's always good to hear it reinforced by people that are living it. That is awesome. Thank you.
I think just you realizing how ignorant people are is enough. Like, if it bothers you, they're not treading on you. You want everyone else to notice it too, maybe, but it's okay to think, wow, my values really are the best. Because really, when you think about it, all of us do believe our values are the best because they're designed for us. They work best for us. And that's why we get into arguments, because we can't understand why other people think differently than us, but they don't have the exact same values or priorities or whatever. So, the conflicts are ridiculous when you just realize that it's about your values. Yeah, what are you going to be bothered about? What are you going to be able to do about it? Unless you want to go kick some people's asses, Rick. Is that what you're thinking about doing? Like, they treat each other bad.
No, actually, I like to avoid that. So that's perfect. That is perfect. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you can't just let the alarm, if you can't just use the alarm to make it better, then maybe blog about them, and I'll comment.
I'll stay away from that. But up till that point, Rob, I loved all of it. Thank you. I'm going to lighten it up and get into some MMA and pro wrestling stuff for a moment here. And I would like to invite on my producer and our resident expert, John Paz, from the Two-Man Power Trip. So, Wes, mixed martial arts, man. You're an icon. You're a legend. You may or may not know this. I've actually been across the cage from you twice. Once when I brought Butterbean to fight you, another time when I brought Tank Abbott to fight you. And and I always remember, my impressions of you. Such a nice guy. I mean, you're out there to win and do damage, as they say. But not only just nice to everybody around you. That it included Tank, it included Butterbean. But what I want to know is what does it take to stand the cage from a guy like Tank Abbott or Butterbean and go, hey, I'm just here to fight? What's the mentality that it takes to get to that place?
Just a lot of discipline, I guess. Like I was never one to be out there trying to cause trouble or anything growing up. Like, so when I first took up MMA, I was like, oh damn, I used to do jiu-jitsu tournaments and get super nervous, but my first MMA fight was like a walk in the park, So I knew maybe this is what I'm here for, So it was like, I don't know, I never had any problems with that.
It's just part of who you are.
Yeah.
Backstage with Tank one night, and he was there to fight Paul Bantello, who was literally screaming and throwing up in the dressing room next to us because he was all dead before every fight. So that wasn't your experience, though. It came natural to you. You got us, Wes? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
All right, very good, very good. Rob, you're a martial artist. Have you watched Cabbage before? Have you seen Cabbage fight?
I think so, because there can only be one Cabbage, right? Didn't you sometimes have your hair?
That's right.
Didn't you sometimes have your hair like different colors?
Yeah, I had it dyed when I fought Tim Sylvia. I had it dyed all 9 colors for September 11th. I had it dyed.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I've seen you, bro. Definitely kick ass. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you froze, Rick.
Was earlier there was a waterfall right over there, so had a hard time hearing, so I had to walk away from the falls.
Okay. John, are we all connected okay right now?
Yeah, all good. You froze for a second, but all good.
You had a really
you
should have seen the look on
magic.
You were frozen, Rick. You should have face.
Yeah, Wes, I'm up here. I'm in the upcountry of Maui, as we call it, Rob, and there's only one cable company on the entire island, and they don't service the area where I live. Wow. So we have to do everything off of hotspot up here.
Wow.
So it comes in, it comes out, but it's part of the beauty of part of taking the bad with the good. I wouldn't trade that for anything. That's for sure. And Rob, you and I first met, I think it was about 2000, and you were, I think you were the first big outside star that ever performed in a UPW ring. Later, we have the Road Warriors, of course, and Rod Piper and Antonio Inoki. I mean, some pretty big names. I remember you came and did a match with Chris Daniels, and I'll never forget it because the ring broke. I don't know if you remember that or not, but the match previous to you and Chris, the ring broke. So the entire canvas and floor was literally like on a 30-degree angle. And you guys worked an amazing match around it. I couldn't believe it. It was pretty cool. But before that,
it happens so often I don't even remember it.
Right, that was a first for us. But I remember the match you guys pulled off. It was really cool. Prior to that, and I'm just saying this to tell people that are out there, at a UPW show, we pulled out John. I think you'll appreciate this. We pulled off a really cool hat trick. We had our merchandise area where people would sign after the shows, And in this particular instance, we had Rob Van Dam, who was the ECW champion at that point. We had Ivory, who was a WWF champion at that point, for women, of course. And we had Sting, the WCW champion. Rob, I don't know if you remember that or not, but the three of you signed side by side. And I've got a photo of that somewhere still. If I find it, I'll have to send it. But just thought I'd bring it up and say it's cool seeing you again 20 years later, man.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, a lot of talent came out of that UPW, huh? I mean, besides Cena, the prototype, but let's see who else. Well, shoot, now I'm thinking of the guy, the big dude that he's dead. I can't remember what the big guy, but I remember trying to working out with these guys in the gym in the ring one time, and it was Cena, Basil. Remember Basil?
Bad Boy Basil, who actually had a WWF development deal at one point, but he did pass from a heroin overdose, unfortunately. Yes.
Yeah. Did Victoria come from the area? No.
Victoria, Chris Masters, John Heidenreich, Nathan Jones, The Miz, Luther Reigns. Yeah, it's been a pretty big, and then of course Sting and Warrior way back in the day. So yeah, pretty. You know, I like to say, Rob, that this is worth the record is this. We had 43 people, men and women, come out of UPW that went up to WWF/WWE.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's a record. It'll never ever be in the history of the industry. But I always like to say, so it doesn't feel like I'm bragging, is that and $4 will like buy you a medium latte at Starbucks, you know. But it's been a good list, that's for sure.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, definitely.
So Wes, who's out there in the heavyweight division right now that would have been like a great night for Cabbage?
Fuck any one of these guys out there right now, even as right now as we speak. You know what I mean? I don't see not to take anything away from the guys, but look, I could give them a run for the money. You know what I mean?
Well,
especially right now at this weight walking around. You know what I mean? I could put on a little bit of weight and I could give them all a run for their money. I could put them all on notice, but they gotta let me smoke herb though, because I got my medical card.
Yeah, is that okay with the if you have your card? Can you smoke herb and be cool fighting these days? Do you know?
I'm not too sure. It all depends, because so it's a state and like county law that it's legal. It's not federal yet. So unless the USADA is federal, they gotta follow the state and county guidelines. You know.
So I'm not putting myself out there as a manager, because I don't do that anymore. But let's say we were in touch with Sean Shelby and Dana White, and I'm working a deal with UFC now, so I'm pretty actively in touch with those guys.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Wow, look at Cabbage. He looks great. He's 40, which is not old for the heavyweight division. You know that.
Yeah.
Let's put him in there with whomever it is to get restarted." Could you give up the herb to do that?
Oh, definitely.
All right.
I'm at such a strong point. My mind is so strong at this point in my life that I could quit anything. You know what I mean? I was addicted to opiates before I started smoking weed and taking CBDs. You know, I got into big trouble taking opiates. You know.
Oh, dude, I'm sure Rob Van Dam and I have never heard about anybody having trouble with opiates before.
Right? Never in their life, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
and then once I got turned on to my friend, Chris Taloa, who's from Hawaii, he turned me onto the CBD company, and that helped me actually kick my pain pill habit that I had.
Nice. Have you tried
really?
What's that?
You tried Kratom?
I tried Kratom. I tried Kratom before, and Kratom never worked for me.
But because you just tried the capsules, right?
Yeah, I tried the capsules before.
The capsules, I find the same thing. Capsules don't work. The powder, however, works great. Works fucking great. It tastes horrible, but like it says to take, I think like maybe 5 grams, and I take like 12 grams. That's a bigger scoop that I use. Tastes horrible, but dude, it works. Like sometimes, like I'm so hurt, that I'll I'll take pain pills for a few days and I eat them, but I'm still hurt. I don't have to take any pain pills if I take kratom.
Nice.
It really works, but the pills don't. I had to take 50 pills in order to feel like half a scoop. Feels like.
Yeah, those pills don't work at all. Like I tried that. Like I had this guys give me some at this shop here in Hawaii, and they're like, "Here, try this." Tried it, and I was like,
"Yeah,
this
I got
no."
Okay,
powder.
Rob, I'd like to dive deeper into this with you, Rob. I agree with you. Everything you've said. Kratom capsules do not work. Kratom powder definitely works.
Yeah.
Here's my concern, though, man. I had a bad go around with opiates myself, Wes, and I've been to rehab twice, good, bad, or indifferent. I haven't taken an opiate in about 3.5 years now. I don't think I ever will again. I've definitely had my share of experience with kratom. My concern, Rob, and I want to get your take on this, is that kratom may be every bit as addictive as opiates. What do you think about that?
From my personal experience, I don't find that to be the case. I think that it's safer on you anyway. If you first off, if you are going to be addicted to something, I think it's better to have this coffee plant, as opposed to the hard drug.
We lost Rob for a moment here. There you are.
Do you hear me? Shit.
We got you back now. Yes.
Okay. Marty Jannetty trying to call me and interrupt us. That dude's crazy.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Marty called me last week.
Yeah.
And he left a voice message for me.
Yeah.
And I listened to it a couple times. I still have no idea what it says. I like Marty, but wow.
Yeah.
I hope he's okay, man.
Yeah, he is. I think he's just crazy. What? But also, Rick, from my personal experience, I've had where I was taking kratom maybe 3 or 4 times a day, and then if I wouldn't take it for a day, I had this restlessness. That's the most I've ever got. But I was at nighttime, I'm trying to go to bed, and my muscles just feel like I need to stretch. It's very uncomfortable. It releases some kind of a panic thing when I'm laying in bed doing that too. It's weird. But so I thought so at first. I thought, wow, it's just like the Norcos. But then after experimenting with it a little bit longer, sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't. And so sometimes I'll be taking kratom regularly, and then I won't take it for a day because I feel good, so I don't need it. And I'm like, I wonder why I didn't feel restless last night, and I slept good. So I find it to be inconsistent in that way. So better odds that you're not going to suffer, I think.
Well, worst case, it's lesser of the evils, certainly, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
John Paz, are you out there? Rob and Wes, if you don't mind, John's always got some cool questions that pertain to the fighting in the wrestling world. And John, I'm sure. First, Cabbage, Maverick Von Haug, the Soul Collector, is watching, and he wanted me to say hello to you for him.
Tell him what's up. How you doing? Thanks for the support.
Tell him, hey Rick, tell him hello from me as well.
Rob, you know Maverick?
I know the Soul Collector, yes, sir.
Right on, Mav. Well, hey, a lot of love from Cabbage, RVD, and me to you, my friend, as you're recovering. Talk about a guy who's been through the worst of the worst and always comes back down with a positive attitude. So hats off to you, Mav. John.
Yes.
Hey, buddy.
Hey. So for Cabbage,
John
just always
Paz.
kind of curious about your UFC run. Not as many UFC fights, as you would think. Obviously, you fought the creme of the creme, the Tank Abbots, Tim Sylvia, Andre Arlovsky. So talk a little bit about your run in UFC.
My run in the UFC, well, first it started with Tim Sylvia. I guess we were supposed to fight at a heavyweight tournament in Hawaii. I broke my hand, so I couldn't fight him. So Dana White was there. Then there was a fight organization that came to Oahu named, I think it was Shonen. They made me fight Aaron Brink. At the time, Dana White guys were gonna sign back Aaron Brink. They were banking on Brink to smash me. They're like, this young kid from Hawaii. But then when TJ, the promoter of Super Brawl, he came to the gym and he seen me training, he was like, oh fuck, you know what I mean? This kid is serious right now. And so when I went in there, I fought Aaron Brink. I knocked him out in like the first 30 seconds of the first round. I gave him the ostrich punch, like he straight hit his face in the mat like an ostrich, you know what I mean, after I hit him.
Yep.
And then I won that. Then Dana contacted me, asked me to fight Tim Sylvia. He said that was a fight that was supposed to happen in the heavyweight tournament. I fought him. Like, I didn't even really train for that stuff. My management at the time really sucked. They wouldn't give me like proper time. They'll be like, oh, we'll throw him in. Yeah, he's game to fight in 2-3 weeks notice. You know what I mean? Let's throw him in. He's super down to fight. And like me being a young Portuguese guy, I'm down to scrap. You know what I mean? Like right off the teepee, like what we used to say, like take the chicken right off the teepee and fight him. So I fought Tim Sylvia. I lost that fight, but the crowd loved me because, you know what I mean? They was like, who the fuck is this person? You know what I mean?
Right.
The crowd loved me. Dana White kept in contact with me. Then they made me fight Shawn Alvarez. This is when I did the split from Grappling Unlimited. Is when I fought Eddie Alvarez. I didn't know that the Prince wanted to bet with Egan some money because the Prince was good friends with Shawn Alvarez.
I love you, baby.
And so Egan didn't want to bet him because he thought that I was gonna lose. I ended up beating Shawn Alvarez. I found that out afterwards, and I was like, wow, this guy was supposed to be training me, and he had no faith in me. I'm out. Poof. I dug out. I started training. I was living in Maui. I was training in Maui for a little while, where Rick is right now. I was training up there for a couple years. I had the key to Baldwin High School. I used to use the pool and the whole facility. And that's when I fought Tank Abbott. The UFC flew me up to the UFC office up there, and I was training downstairs. I was training with Alex Gong like a week before Alex Gong got murdered. Like he was my trainer training for the Tank Abbott fight. That's why my knees were so crisp for that fight. So what it was is, so during that fight, that training camp, Dana White guys, about I think it was like 2 weeks out, they were like, hey, Wes, go back home, go see your family, because you've been training hard. Alex is gonna go back to San Francisco, go take care of some business stuff. You guys are gonna come back in a week. Okay. Alex went up to San Francisco. 3 days later, he gets shot on the street up there, which was shitty. So that way, when my fight came out, that's why I had F14 on top of my shorts when I fought Tank, because that was his logo. That's what he used to put on all his shorts. Was F14 was Alex Gong. So I did that in memory for him. That's why I was just clipping Tank with those knees on that first fight.
And got the big win, and then Orlovsky was next, right?
Yeah, I remember that one.
And
Those crazy times, man. Wow.
Right. So then with Andre Orlovsky, I was supposed to fight this other fighter. Tim Sylvia tested positive for performance-enhancing drugs. They asked me at the weigh-in if I wanted to step up and fight Orlovsky, and me, being Wesley Cabbage Correa, I was like, fuck yeah, I'm down to fight this guy. You know what I mean? He's just another human being. He bleeds like me. So I took the fight on 5 minutes notice. Went in there. I mean, I think I'm the hardest. I probably hit Andre the hardest with a jab that he's ever felt in his entire life. But he still beat me. He caught the angles. They beat me. I had one more fight left with the UFC, but due to breaches in contracts, they cut me off the roster off that time.
Did that one go the distance? No.
With the Orlovsky fight, no, I think it went like 2 rounds or 3 rounds. Okay. Then they stopped it because I got hit behind the ear. I dropped. I was rolling back to get up, and the ref stopped it already.
Right on.
So RVD, got a question for you. So you go through the WWE. You beat John Cena for the world title.
Yes.
Then you 3 weeks later, they end up giving it up. Just kind of go through like the emotions and you at that point from the highest level of WWE to then 3 weeks later, they have you drop in the title and this, the situation that happened there.
Is that all it was 3 weeks?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, lame. Yeah. Well, first off, I never thought that was gonna happen as far as like me being the champion, and it never would have been in my pathway had I not restructured the whole pathway by bringing ECW back.
Right.
I changed the entire playing field. I mean, I'm the best showcasing for ECW, best guy to do that. Otherwise, I'm pretty. I never thought that I would have been, made to the top position. So having said that, until that happened, everybody that's a pro wrestler, I doubt there's any exceptions to this. I think everybody is gonna, at some point in their career, and probably over and over again, they get promised stuff. We're gonna do this and this and this, and then boom, it doesn't happen. And so if you let yourself get real excited, then of course you're gonna be very disappointed. After a while, you gotta either not give a fuck, which is what I did, or else you got to be really good at continuing to fight for that, and politicking, and those are guys that get way ahead. But I totally until the finish, till the 1, 2, 3, and then I got the championship belt. I don't think that I thought if something still was going to happen during the match. I totally didn't. So I was excited, as you would imagine, but not like I think most people would, because just the way that I was brought into the industry, I had a lot of my fandom stripped from me. Like I remember back in 1990, the very first time that I got to go inside an actual dressing room, it was in Euclid, Ohio, and the original Sheik, I was one of his boys. He was wrestling Jerry Lawler there, and I wasn't on the card, but I got to go in the back, and Sheik and Sabu told me, and I'm like 19, I guess, 19 years old. And Sheik and Sabu told me, don't say anything to anybody unless you're going to introduce yourself. And then, shake their hand, tell them your name. Don't say anything else unless they talk to you. And don't ask anyone for an autograph. Don't mark out. You're one of the boys. You're not a fan. We didn't even have phones back there to take pictures or anything. But that's how much it's changed. I do shows all the time, and all the wrestlers get pictures with RVD in the dressing room. It's a different time, I guess. But because of that, I never allowed myself to get real excited like a fan would. I would have enjoyed the career a lot more if I could have remained a mark. If I could have been like, oh, cool, Undertaker's dressing next to me. But after that wasn't part of it for me. So even having the championship belt, I think it meant a lot. It meant a lot because of my positioning, and now I see how I go down in history and all that, and how much it's helped me. But at the time, I think I was still so competitive, I probably would have given up the WWE belt and just kept the ECW belt, because I stood for that, and that's what I fought for, and that's what got me the win. And things are going like really well, but I mean, I don't remember feeling, like I was on a whole untouchable level. I think I thought of it always as storyline, prop, could last any time, it could be over. I don't know. And still, even with all that, I got pulled over for speeding, and I had 18 grams of marijuana in the car. And because of that bust, I had to drop the WWE Championship belt and the ECW Championship belt, and I was suspended for 30 days. And it did take a little bit to adjust to that, because even with all that conditioning that I've said, I still knew that I dropped the ball, and that it was a pretty major fuck up, So I remember really being bummed those days, the last 2 days when I had to, especially in Philly, because those are my people, ECW crowd.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Then Big Show beat me, and Paul made the count, and the fans were just like so disappointed. They were like all throwing their cups in the ring, and we were getting cups. And I remember just that hurt my heart. I was just like, oh my God, I let all these people down, But But right away, I kind of owned it, though. I felt like I owned it right away, and I was like, well, fuck it. It's people like me and Michael Phelps and people like that draw attention to the fact that marijuana doesn't necessarily make you a couch potato. And I looked at it from that point of view. Now I look at it this much time later, as I still don't know how long a championship title would have ran, but that I kind of, if anything, I feel mostly bad for dropping the ball on Vince.
I was there that night in Philly. We were not happy that you lost. Let's put it that way. We were not happy.
I felt that vibe. That was really heartbreaking.
Yep.
Yeah. But those are the emotions, dude. And then I was so burnt out from being on the road with them and that monotonous schedule. At the end of my 30-day suspension, I asked Paul if he would ask Vince to give me some more time off. I'm not gonna do that. He'll be upset. So that happened. Any other questions? There's a lull.
I was going to let Rick. I was going to let Rick take back over.
John,
yeah.
Are we all connected okay
Yep.
here?
Yeah.
Yep. We're all good, bro. You froze for a
So
second,
we're
Rick,
getting
but
some,
yeah, I was just going to let Rick kind of roll it down.
comments. We're also we're streaming live on Hannibal TV also, and there's one guy that says Calvin's looking great. He's been hiking a lot. Okay, Rob RVD. By the way, your wife is hot. Mazel tov. I don't know how often you're going to be congratulated in Hebrew for your wife being hot. I think that will.
Probably my whole life, because she ain't going anywhere. We're
that's all.
Yeah.
Good.
It's amazing. Yeah. My best friend's right there, not on the road. So many of the boys have their lives, to me, backwards. Their family's on the road, and that's really their best friend who they're closest to. And then at home, they put up a front, and their wife doesn't even know. The wife has no idea who they're married to. They're home watching the kids. They have no idea that their husband's out snorting cocaine and banging sisters. And it's just, I see so many people do that. And it always seems to end up the same way, And but having said that, I didn't go about it at all like that with me, and mine still got fucked up. But I'm so glad it did. So, but yeah, yeah, it is awesome. We have a great bond, and there's my dad told me, don't let anything in between you two. If it's the person you're gonna be with for the rest of your life, like don't go to anyone else and talk about your problems, because it's you two got each other, and that's really all you got. Everything else comes and goes. Kids, jobs, money, houses, everything comes and goes. But if you really want to stay with that one person, and they should be pretty high on your priority list, if not number one. Yeah.
So more good advice from RVD.
Yes, I'm full of it. I'm telling you, man.
You are.
I could.
That you are, man.
Full of RVD. I love you, baby.
All right. Well, hey guys, we've kept you more than an hour. It's been really cool to see both you guys. I appreciate having you on at the same time. John, is there anything that you would like to wrap up with in particular?
Nope, all good, Ricky, baby, all good.
All right, John. Thank you, John, for running this. Thank you, Rachel. I know you're there as
Thanks,
well.
Rachel.
And Cabbage, RVD, man, it's really been cool seeing both you guys. And
yes.
I'm sure I speak for a lot of people when I very much appreciate your positive attitudes. Thank you.
Right on. Thanks, Gabby.
I do me one hand.
Yeah. Good to see you guys.
All right, you guys. Love you guys. Take it easy. Peace.
The talk on Twitter all week has been about hashtag PCW Heavyweight Championship. And all week people have wondered, is it possible that Rob Van Dam and MVP have never faced each other? Is it possible that throughout all their years traveling the world in WWE that they've never gone one-on-one? Well, it is a fact that until this moment, until maybe 2 minutes from now, this match has never happened. and you can only see it here at Pacific Coast Wrestling.
A first on a night of first. Speaking of first, this man, the first ever IWGP Intercontinental Champion, a former WWE US Champion and Tag Team title holder. Does he become a World Heavyweight Champion here tonight?
And for MVP, a successful music career. A United States champion multiple times. But this is Rob Van Dam's house.
You mentioned it, that this is Rob Van Dam's house. Well, when he first debuted, he said, "It looks as if I've got a brand new home," and that RVD is PCW and the sea of humanity out here in the PCW Memorial Hall confirms that, Christian Cole.
And now as Rob Van Dam accepts the love from his home crowd here in Los Angeles, California, Rob struggling to even get to the ring. And for Rob Van Dam, will he have yet another title defense on the books? Another successful championship run?
Well, we'll run down the history. Van Dam, since returning to action right here in PCW, defeated the then champion Pentacero Miedo for the title, went on to defend the gold at Phantasm against none other than Willie Mack. And after we saw Willie's battle with Keith Lee earlier tonight, we know how tough Willie Mack is. But now, the one advantage perhaps that Van Dam has on top of pure athleticism is usually here in PCW, big match experience. That is nullified here tonight as he takes on somebody that can equal that in MVP.
And for MVP started it. PCW. MVP was here since the beginning, and now MVP, having not competed in over 6 months here, other than in a tag team match, will he be rusty as a singles competitor? Will he be able to take that PCW Heavyweight Championship?
Rob Van Dam will indeed take it to the extreme, but here in PCW, MVP showed that he can play that game as well. MVP's first 2 PCW matches, wars with the almighty Sheik. Now, oddly enough, last time we saw MVP accepted a little payola from Caesar Black. I wonder if this title opportunity has anything to do with that payoff.
MVP, with last show, he came out and I couldn't understand his behavior. I mean, turning on Dom Vitale, turning on his tag team partner, ultimately costing Dom Vitale the tag team championships rather. And for MVP, what's on his mind? I mean, he just seems to be a wild card.
Van Dam, I'll tell you what's on his mind defending the title. Rob Van Dam, undefeated here in PCW. Van Dam also currently the holder of the longest active WrestleMania winning streak.
Yeah, and the longest entrance of the evening.
And I don't think anybody here in the house is disappointed with that. The people here absolutely love their champion, but look at MVP here. Body language speaks volumes, okay? He doesn't sweat this. MVP, cool, calm, and collected. He's got ice water running in his veins. He's been in big title matches before. He's going to let Rob have his fun, but MVP all business when the bell rings.
What a great, astute observation by you, Todd Kennelly, and the confidence, the swagger that MVP has as Rob does his patented spin and displays that beautiful PCW Heavyweight Championship.
Wherever you're seeing this, if you're on PCWLive.com, if you are streaming on Amazon.com, if you're watching a Blu-ray or DVD, you see the atmosphere. Make your way to Wilmington, California, and experience it live, folks.
There's no question. That's if you could fit in the building. I mean, we are completely sold out.
Here to set the stage for this historic main event title matchup, our own Dan Masters.
The following contest is your main event for PCW High Tide. It is for the PCW Heavyweight Championship, sanctioned by Pacific Coast Sports. Your official, senior official, Rick Knox. Introducing first, our challenger. He hails from the 305 Miami, Florida. Weight 259 pounds. Montel Montavious MVP. His opponent is the current reigning and defending PCW Heavyweight Champion from Battle Creek, Michigan, weighing 252 pounds. He is the whole effing show, Mr. PCW, Rob Van Dam. Welcome for the PCW.
The heck is going on here?
What is the music playing for?
More audio issues.
What the hell? What is John Hennigan doing here?
Well, talk about first Christian call.
John Hennigan has arrived in PCW.
You guys might know me as Johnny Mundo. You might know me as John Morrison. You might know me as the mayor of Slamtown. But I bet you didn't know that I grew up not 10 minutes from this building just up the hill in San Pedro.
He lives in this crappy town?
And when I found out, two legends in this business, RVD and MVP, were right here in my hometown, I knew there was no place I would rather be than right here in PCW.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
They just keep coming. The Friday Night Delight.
And on a night of firsts, for the first time ever, John Hennigan.
You both know, and that you all know, that I talked to the owner of PCW. The other owner. And have signed on for a championship match against the winner of this match in this very ring on June 2nd.
Hennigan getting a title match at Showdown.
And whichever one of you walks out with the PCW championship is going to be walking into a war on June 2nd.
And there it is, breaking news as the show develops. John Hennigan promising that a contract has already been signed. It'll be Hennigan versus the winner of this match for the PCW Heavyweight Championship at Showdown on June 2nd.
John Hennigan just went from being the shaman of sexy to the shaman of shocking PCW to its core here and ensuring another dream match down the line, but we got to get back to the business at hand. Who is going to face Hennigan? We got that to figure out right now as Van Dam and MVP face off for the very first time, one-on-one.
These two now squaring up as history unfolds here at Pacific Coast Wrestling. A fist bump and a sign of sportsmanship between these two great competitors as they mix it up for the very first time.
A little over 1 year ago, Christian Cole, would you have ever dreamt that we would have MVP versus Rob Van Dam for the PCW Heavyweight Championship? Unbelievable, and here we go, man. You can cut the tension. It is palpable.
Well, this is for all the marbles, Todd. I mean, the PCW Heavyweight title, the inaugural year for this title, it saw Pentagon El Cero M as the first ever champion. But in his first defense, Rob Van Dam took that title away from him. And after defending his title successfully, Rob Van Dam now enters the squared circle against MVP, his biggest challenge to date. For the first time ever, these two about to mix it up.
Both of these two know they're such great veterans. They know that fools rush in, taking their time. They don't want to make that pivotal first mistake. And again, they've never been in the ring one-on-one, so you get a bit of a feeling out process here, Christian.
Yeah, standard collar and elbow tie-up between Rob Van Dam and MVP. And Porter now able to turn him around and put Van Dam in the corner.
And if you would, Christian Cole, obviously you know both men very well what they can do inside the squared circle. Talk keys to success for both men, if you would, in this big main event.
Well, for MVP with his troubled past and all the pain and anguish that MVP has overcome, overcoming an opponent like Rob Van Dam is just days' work for MVP. And for Rob Van Dam needs to use his home crowd and the energy here in Los Angeles to power him up, to get him above the hump, and to be able to retain that title. And right now, Rob Van Dam's strategy with that wrist lock in the back, that hammer lock,
Van Dam trying to break him down. Nice counter wrestling into the fireman's carry by MVP. Now the bridge to escape the pinning attempt by Van Dam. Rolling through, shoulders not down yet, but able to neutralize, yes.
Almost in a triangle there.
And the legs freakishly strong of Van Dam. Again, we talked about rudimentary moves in the hands of the right person can be devastating. You don't want to be in a head scissors with Van Dam.
There's a reason that the veteran Rob Van Dam can still do this. There's a reason that he is as good as he is as the PCW Heavyweight Champion. It's because of that core. It's because of those legs. The strength in the thighs of Rob Van Dam has always been his best ally. And Van Dam now using that thigh on that right knee and able now to pin down Porter.
Great mat work in the early going, counter wrestling. Van Dam, if it ain't broke, why fix it? Sinks in the head scissors again. But is this a pace that you would think would favor MVP?
No, absolutely not, Todd. This is Rob Van Dam's game so far. MVP with a really fancy counter able to get out now and a little showboating, and that's MVP's game. He wants to get in your head. And if he can, he wants to brawl with you. And so for Rob should try to keep this in the ring, at least for now. But if you're MVP, it might not be smart to try to brawl with Rob Van Dam. You put a steel chair near Rob Van Dam and some creative stuff starts to happen.
Van Dam in his previous PCW matches, winning the title from Penta Cerro Miedo, and his defense against Willie Mack. He did take it to the extreme. He took it to the outside. MVP perhaps going to try and nullify that and keep it in the ring. MVP, we mentioned, the first ever IWGP Intercontinental Champion. So he has wrestled in the land of the rising sun. He's well versed in submissions and that strong style striking.
And MVP now trying to counter this rear waist lock by Van Dam, but Van Dam just decides to transition into a side headlock. In a vertical position, Van Dam switching to that right arm and now going right back into the hammer lock. And Van Dam so far displaying incredible wrestling skills.
Van Dam showing a lot of poise and patience, the poise of a champion, and that's what this main event matchup is all about, the PCW heavyweight title. And as we've seen throughout the evening, sometimes when you're evenly matched, it can come down to fundamental wrestling, Christian.
It really can, and I'm actually surprised. Oh, look at that. Beautiful sweeping transition there. With that leg, that body scissors.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
And I like it. A little gamesmanship between these two veterans. These two internationally tested warriors.
Often talked about, Christian, especially when you're evenly matched. This truly is that human game of chess that the living legend Larry Zbyszko often spoke about.
And this is exactly the type of match that Zbyszko would have booked, the type of match that he would have loved. These two large heavyweights, these two veterans, and to be able to see them go at it for the first time ever is MVP now dropping in some big knees. MVP with an Irish whip, follows into the corner, misses though with that leg. Oh, wow.
Van Dam doesn't, however. Van Dam will hit you like a runaway freight train springboard. Well, at least the rope held up.
Rope did hold on that time. Again, if you're just joining us, folks, and you're wondering if you're seeing something weird, oh, well, look at this. We'll get right back to it. Let's see what MVP does here. And, oh, wow, just dropping him like the Ultimate Warrior right behind him. That press into a drop, and Rob taking all that on the chest.
Yeah, I don't think competitors took it too kindly when Warrior did, and I don't think Van Dam, and now again, you see with no bottom rope.
That's what I was going to talk about, the idea that the rope is missing, and that happened earlier tonight. Willie Mack went for a springboard enziguri and just snapped that bottom rope. Actually, it was the middle rope that snapped. We moved the bottom rope up to the middle. We're trying to make do here. We were not, oh, look at this!
Springboard plancha by MVP trying to steal a page out of the RVD playbook.
We weren't going to cancel this match. We wanted to make sure to give our fans this championship match they've been waiting a couple months to see. And with two ropes, I mean, is that an advantage for either wrestler, Todd?
Well, it clearly was an advantage for MVP with that kick as it sent Van Dam to the outside. But right now, MVP is playing a dangerous game, although he's got the advantage because, of course, on the surrounding area outside the ring is usually Van Dam's personal playground.
Well, I would actually, I agree with that comment, but it's also MVP's playground. I mean, who's better at brawling than MVP? And MVP now setting up Rob in the corner. And those dangerous metal gates. Oh, no. And right on cue, we see that metal gate go right into the nuts and berries of MVP. Followed up by a big kick to the back of the head, and Rob Van Dam's in good shape here.
MVP's not going to need that auto-tune to hit the high notes in his music career after that. We talked about it, Van Dam using the surroundings as a weapon to get the advantage, and as we've seen in his previous PCW encounters, Van Dam can turn the tide of a matchup in a hurry out here.
Look at this, these hockey punches, dirty boxing by Rob Van Dam, and Rob now.
Somebody cue Marie Antoinette. Here comes the guillotine.
And what's the champion thinking here?
Oh, yeah, let him eat cake and eat the floor at that.
And Rob Van Dam showing the effects of this match, which has been grueling thus far, as are all the PCW heavyweight championship matches that we've seen. I mean, it was no small feat beating Penta El Cero Miedo for that title a couple months back.
And then a breathtaking title defense against Willie Mack. So to your point, Christian Cole, right now, as in recent history, MVP has lower mileage on his veteran body than the champion, and the champion goes crumbling down again.
That's exactly right, Todd, and MVP is known for that Yakuza kick, and he's landed a couple of them already tonight. And that one might be the one that swings the momentum in his favor. But Rob now really just powdering out to the crowd. And if MVP wants this championship, he's going to have to get him back to the center of the ring.
Yeah, but the damage can be done out there as well. On what has already been a wild night, the challenger in control of the champion. On the outside where anything goes. Senior official Rick Knox right there keeping an eye on the action, and there's plenty of it.
And our fans here are getting a treat. These two are brawling on the outside, and And now what's MVP thinking here? Great job by our production to pick this up here. Getting a good shot now of Rob in a precarious position. Oh wow.
Man.
And another Yakuza kick right to the jaw and temple of the champion.
That Masachono style mafia kick right to the grill of Rob Van Dam. And the challenger, to your point earlier, he's got the champion prone here. He's got him in essence lifeless, but he's got to drag him back to the ring, get him in there, and either pin him 1, 2, 3 or force him to submit if he wants to stake his claim to the PCW title.
And these two now brawling on the outside, and referee Rick Knox, he's like the rest of us. He wants to see a winner here, and he is following the action very closely on the outside as they brawl. And it's incredible as we watch these guys now brawling. MVP Rob Van Dam, and that kick was to the throat, Todd.
It was going to be very tough for MVP to breathe after that. Pinpoint strike, that standing side kick, thrust kick, right to the throat. And this thing hasn't sniffed the ring in quite some time.
And Rob now carrying MVP by the throat and the back of the head, guiding him through the audience, setting him up for more danger. An inverted atomic drop followed by a big kick. And folks, we are trying our damnedest to pick up this action as it has spilled out and pandemonium ensues here at PCW Arena.
One big mosh pit out there as champion and challenger have just been enveloped by the PCW faithful. Well, they're out there somewhere.
And this gives us a moment to reflect on the history of this title. And for Rob Van Dam to be the bearer of the PCW Heavyweight Championship coming into tonight's event, it's absolutely incredible what he's gone through. Defeating Penta El Cero M, defeating Willie Mack, one of SoCal's brightest stars. Oh, man.
Nice
and
steps,
MVP
yes.
just getting slammed on the cement.
Yeah, nothing there to break his fall. Van Dam stepping through, tripping him up. Variation of the STO on the cold, unforgiving concrete. It'll shudder every inch of the veteran body of MVP. Again, it doesn't look like it right now. It looks like an absolute bar fight, but this is a PCW Heavyweight Championship match.
And look at business casual La Parka.
This thing coming completely unraveled like an unhusked mollusk. Everything just falling apart. And a slam, scoop and a slam, and MVP just ebbing, flowing back and forth. You know, both guys, I think, went out there, Christian, to try and get the advantage, but it really hasn't worked to the benefit of either because they're both eating a ton of punishment. Legendary careers, yes, Christian Cole, but they might be cut short after this night.
And on a night full of firsts, for the first time ever, we watch these two men lock it up as they brawl to the outside. MVP, the challenger, Rob Van Dam, the champion. And they went, did he throw him into the window?
A sickening thud for sure, as we're, again, our staff doing a phenomenal job, but you see a humanity and all of a sudden it's like thunder striking.
And don't forget, Todd, before this heavyweight title match started, as they make their way back to the ring, John Hennigan showed up. John Hennigan said that the winner of this match will face him.
There might not be anything left of champion or challenger because Van Dam and MVP taking one another to task on the outside. But yes, you're right, Hennigan showing up. Now,
I mean, who the hell does John Hennigan think he is to come in here and just say and just claim a heavyweight title match against one of these two stars? But that match is happening. PCW management signed it. And it'll be John Hennigan versus the PCW heavyweight champion on June 2nd.
Yeah, who's it going to be?
Will it be John Hennigan versus Rob Van Dam? Will it be John Hennigan versus MVP? We're about to find out, folks.
No matter how you slice it, that'll be an incredible main event. But we still have a lot to determine here. They're getting awfully close. Reversal.
Whoa.
By MVP.
And the action spilled out right in front of us.
Right on our doorstep.
And who the hell? And now MVP lifting the champion, Rob Van Dam, directly in front of us.
MVP.
Walking him back towards the ring.
You're right, just might try and beat Van Dam at his own game.
And now, Porter with
a
DDT
on the chair. The champ is out.
And incredible action as it spills out here, Todd. This is right in front of us. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect in a barroom brawl.
Did you hear that, Christian Cole? The chair and then right down into the concrete. But again, he cannot win the title right here, Christian. He's got to get him back to the ring. This is what happens when two legends collide to prove who is the better man. When championship gold is on the line, you leave it all. You leave it all out there. You sell out. You leave everything you got inside, outside the ring, and that's what these two are doing.
Wow. And there is a nervousness around the room when it comes to this title and what will happen with this heavyweight championship. What will the future hold for both of these warriors?
Little receipt there by MVP. Van Dam hit that thrust kick square to the throat earlier, and now the barricade. This place is being completely destroyed. Bodies are being destroyed, and the championship's going to change hands, but not yet. But it doesn't hurt. Doesn't cost any more to try again, Christian.
2 covers in a row, 2 counts, and now a third cover, and now 3 2 counts. Everything in this building is destroyed. There are chairs strewn everywhere. There are children crying.
A man was incinerated earlier with a fireball, and I don't think PCW is going to get the security deposit back.
And as we watch now, Rob getting sent into the corner, and the champion's in trouble here. Oh, and a big Yakuza kick. Maybe a half dozen thus far.
He got it. He got all of it. Nowhere to go but down here for Rob Van Dam.
Exploder suplex. And only 2 now from referee Rick Knox. And if there's one thing, Todd Kennelly, that I know for a fact will live on, it's the spirit of Rob Van Dam.
Uh-oh. Look out here. He was looking for the playmaker. Could not hit it. And champion and challenger continue to brawl here. Perhaps second time's the charm, rolling through. Playmaker, but will it be a history maker? Are we looking at the next PCW champion? Here we go.
Oh, no. Just 2. And for MVP, you could see the frustration mounting as he wonders and ponders. How can he get the victory? How can he pin Rob's shoulders to the mat for 3 seconds? He's tried everything.
Well, he's put a lot of superstars away with that playmaker, but couldn't put away RVD. Couldn't vanquish the title reign, at least not yet. But what is left of the champion here, Christian? He's on pure fumes, on instinct at this point.
Rob Van Dam now in bad trouble.
Looking for it again. Van Dam manages a counter, step through, and now he's playing the hits and laying them on the challenger. This place is one giant insane asylum tonight, Christian Cole.
And a double down count now up to a 3 from the veteran referee as Rob now instinctively reaches for that chair.
Well, we might have makings of a little tug-of-war here in the middle of this main event matchup. Title on the line, but right now the prize they're looking for is that chair to unleash more damage and put them away. Countered by Van Dam, goes upstairs and down goes the challenger. And now he's paying the price in this matchup. MVP in trouble. The champion is rolling, literally rolling thunder, but countered by the challenger.
MVP with an incredible counter. And Rob now feeling it in the lower back. Oh, and a double shot to the throat. And MVP pulling out all the stops. Getting a little heat from this LA crowd, from the champion's home crowd.
Van Dam was rolling, but MVP is balling.
And Porter now electing not to go for the cover. MVP.
Oh, man.
Fisherman's hook.
He's fishing for the title. Gonna catch a big one, no. Executed it perfectly, you might say, even at this point. Instincts kicking in for both men.
And you could see the frustration building in the eyes of MVP as he can't figure out just what it needs to take to put this man away, to put this champion on his back.
Christian, at what point do their bodies just give? I mean, how do they have anything left at this point?
After the schedule that these guys worked for a combined 40 years, it's incredible to see how well they still go. And for Rob to carry a title in this company, the top indie company in the world right now, the top professional wrestling company, for Rob Van Dam to be our champion is nothing short of amazing. Rob with a reversal, follows it in with a spinning high kick.
But with what he's displayed, MVP could be a great champion as well, but Van Dam digging down deep. Where on earth is he fighting this? Gonna innovate some violence.
Oh, God.
Both guys fall to the outside. I don't know if they even have what it takes to get back in the ring at this point, Christian. I mean, this has been a hellacious battle since the opening bell. It has gone all around the building. They have laid waste to one another, all for a shot to walk out of here, if that's even physically possible at this point, as the champion.
And Rob Van Dam now looks a little loopy, a little worse for wear, even though he is controlling this action at this time, or has at least in recent moments of the match. It would just seem to me like these guys got nothing left.
It's that tug of war we spoke of.
Both going for that steel chair this time.
Fumble on the play and recovered there by the challenger, MVP. Swing and a miss. Van Daminator. Last ditch effort there by Van Dam.
And a picture perfect Van Daminator from Rob Van Dam. As Van Dam now goes to the place he feels most comfortable, to the top turnbuckle, nearest his home fans. Van Dam looks for approval and first identifies himself.
This is how he won the title. This is how he defended against Willie Mack. Will he defend it again? Yes, he will.
And for Rob Van Dam, another huge victory, taking out MVP. And in the first time Rob Van Dam faced MVP, Rob walks out with the PCW Heavyweight Championship.
Van Dam is home. The title is home right on his shoulder. We just had one hell of a clash, Christian Cole, but you know what this means as you see the mutual respect. Van Dam isn't out of the woods yet because he's got another showdown on the horizon, and it's going to be one-on-one with John Hennigan.
John Hennigan versus Rob Van Dam for the PCW Heavyweight Championship, June 2nd at Showdown. And as my partner Todd Kennelly alluded to earlier, this PCW title is home around the waist of Rob Van Dam. And this LA crowd couldn't love their hero more than they do.
What an effort as well by that man, MVP. Came to the ring looking to make history. Well, they did make history because this first ever matchup, but MVP coming up just short. But man, oh man, what a fight.
What an incredible night of firsts. For the first time ever, we saw 7 different matches, all for the first time. War Beasts successfully defending their tag team championship in the most heinous of ways. Mr. 450 retaining his light heavyweight championship, and now Rob Van Dam.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, still PCW heavyweight champion and defender on June, right back here, PCW in the Royal Hall against John Hennigan. The whole at the show, Mr. PCW, Rob Van Dam.
Well, Christian Cole, sometimes much to your chagrin, but as I like to say, here in PCW, it's always time to fight on, and that's what the champion RVD did tonight. He fights on and on and on for everybody at PCW. Christian, take us home.
Ladies and gentlemen, for Todd Kennelly, Christian Cole, for everyone here at PCW, we are so excited to have brought you this event, all first times of debuts. And we go home tonight and can rest easy. That championship belongs where it is. The champion Rob Van Dam holding it high. Ladies and gentlemen, this is PCW.
All right, Christian Cole, there you see the challenger, John Hennigan. He's been known throughout his career by many names. Tonight, he uses his name given at birth, and the hometown boy feels that he was born to be champion right here.
Whether this guy is the king of the world or the leader of the mundo, or whether he's got the skills of Van Morrison, the medal of the 1970s, today he's John Hennigan, and we are absolutely honored to have him here. You know, Todd, it is a little weird calling him a challenger. He's synonymous with titles. He's synonymous with championships all around the world. Tonight he goes after one more.
No doubt about it. And this one, this is what brought him here. He said, I grew up right down the street. How would I not show up here? Challenged. MVP or RVD, whoever was going to win that match at High Tide. And of course, it was the whole effing show, Rob Van Dam, that led the path to what is, in my estimation, is very much a dream match. This one is going to be fun to call, partner.
It's going to be so good, and that jacket is so badass. That jacket's got to be like $34,000, like at least. I know fashion.
Hennigan said that he was going to go home 10 pounds heavier after this, that he was going to take home the gold.
Oh, I get it. Man, John Hennigan is a star. You could feel it every time he walks into the building anywhere. He is an absolute star. We are honored to have him. But now here comes the champion. And I have personally taken advantage of this entire title reign just as a fan, sitting by the ringside, watching Rob Van Dam. You kind of have to ask yourself, I mean, how long can this guy go? A 25-year veteran of our industry, a champion everywhere he's gone, and now leading PCW into 2017 and 2018. He is the PCW heavyweight champion, is Rob Van Dam. And just what an incredible time we've seen here. I've enjoyed everything about it. Will Morrison be the guy to take that title? Will Hennigan be the guy to take that championship away from Rob Van Dam?
Remains to be seen. Van Dam, throughout his legendary career, is capable of long title reigns. Held the ECW television title for 700 days, my friend. But Hennigan Hennigan, a former ECW title holder as well, former Intercontinental title.
Tag team title, one half of the tag team champions with The Miz. Hennigan's done everything.
The parallels between these two, incredible. If there is anybody that can beat the whole effing show at his own game, it's fittingly enough the Friday Night Delight.
But I'm skeptical. I mean, it just seems that when Rob Van Dam walks in this building, and when he's in the PCW arena, he flourishes, he succeeds. Rob is an absolute terror in the ring. He's violent, he's intelligent, he's dangerous. And for John Hennigan, how to overcome all of that? How can Hennigan become the PCW heavyweight champion? Time will tell as this match develops.
The following contest is your main event of the evening. It is sanctioned by Pacific Coast Sports. One fall, 60-minute time limit, no disqualification, anything goes. To be officiated by senior official Rick Knox. It is for the Pacific Coast Wrestling Heavyweight Championship. Introducing first, our challenger. He is originally from San Pedro, California. Weighed in earlier this afternoon at 221 pounds. He is sometimes known as Morrison or Mundo. Ladies and gentlemen, your challenger, John Hennigan. His opponent is our current reigning and defending PCW Heavyweight Champion from Battle Creek, Michigan, weighing 252 pounds. He is Mr. PCW, the whole effing show, Rob Van Dam. One fall, 60 minutes, anything goes for the PCW Heavyweight Championship.
Stage is set, PCW Heavyweight title on the line. If you're not excited for this one, check and make sure you have a pulse. What a match this is gonna be, and despite Hennigan growing up nearby, it seems to me that Mr. PCW has the hometown advantage.
To me, it seems like a wash. I mean, I certainly can tell that Rob Van Dam has his fans here in PCW. He's been here for a year, holding this company down as the PCW Heavyweight Champion. But when veteran ring announcer Dan Masters alluded to John Hennigan's origination being in San Pedro, the crowd went wild.
Hey, Rob.
What's this?
I know when people say PCW, they say 3 letters all the time in conjunction with that, and those 3 letters are you and I live less than 5 minutes apart, bro. Who said that? I'm from San Pedro, I'm a good guy, but whoever said that, if you want to step into the ring, I'll take you to Slam Town right now. And your mom and your sister, I don't give a damn. I'm talking to Rob Van Dam. Shut the hell up. I walked in the mayor of Slam Town and I'm intending on leaving the mayor of PC Dub. But I gotta say, there's a handful of people in this business that I respect, Rob, and you're one of them.
Mutual respect with the title on the line, and now the champ, perhaps something to say.
just want to say, Johnny Hennigan, or Johnny Mundo, or Johnny Morrison, I just want to say that I respect the fuck out of you as well. Thank you for saying that. And may the best man win. And that's RVD.
There it is, Todd. Mutual respect, as you said, from both challenger and champion, but a little bit of gamesmanship in that verbiage from Rob Van Dam.
No doubt about it. Van Dam, ultra confident as always, likes to have a little fun in and out of the ring. And the mayor of Slamtown, John Hennigan, aka Boone the Bounty Hunter, he wants to take home the ultimate bounty here tonight and take home the PCW title. But Hennigan not used to facing guys that can hang with him athletically as well, and RVD can do just that. This is going to be an incredible encounter. Cannot wait as the anticipation builds here at Showdown.
Both men playing with the crowd here. Keep in mind, TK, these guys have a lot of respect for each other. These two competitors know each other very well. But this match is a no disqualification match, and that changes everything.
Well, that athleticism shown early on. Yeah, on paper, I agree. You would think that that would favor RVD, this being no disqualification, because he will take it to the extreme. But Hennigan, no stranger, former Gift of the Gods champion, Lucha Warfare, he can go extreme too. Can Van Dam, is he going to match backflip for backflip here? I love it.
Love it. Rob doesn't need to prove himself to anybody. He is the reigning and defending PCW heavyweight champion. Rob Van Dam has traveled the whole world, and look at Hennigan here.
It's not going to be on the line in a floor exercise in the gymnastics competition.
Wow, he is so hot.
There you see it.
He is the hottest wrestler.
I thought Miss Gore was.
Well, she's the hottest mystery woman. Of course, Miss Gore of War Beast earlier in our card. But for John Hennigan, I mean, this guy stays in such good shape.
Shamana Sexy trying to catch the champ off guard, but the champion, a wily veteran, was wise to it. Van Dam with the takedown. Now the head scissors by Hennigan. Van Dam out of there. Love that body scissors into the cover. Great action to kick things off. Back and forth. Hennigan now going for the cover. And we've got ourselves a standoff. What an atmosphere.
And that is a microcosm of the way this match will likely develop. Back and forth. Each man matching the other. Two men who are as equally measured as athletes in this sport as any two. And will John Hennigan walk out with the 10 pounds of leather and gold with that PCW logo on the front of it? The premier title in this company, the PCW Heavyweight Championship. Or will Rob Van Dam go on his magical run and continue as the PCW Heavyweight Champion?
Three people have been in the ring with RVD here in PCW, and what a three it's been. Penta OM,
3-0.
Willie Mack, and MVP, and they all came up short against the current champ. Will Hennigan be any different? Hennigan caught him coming back in the ring. Second man in, always at a disadvantage. Mind games.
Oh, look at that. Able to push Rob over the top, and now follows with a super kick, and that landed right on the button, and Van Dam's hurt.
And again, it's such a unique matchup because that is right out of the RVD playbook. Corkscrew, plancha attempt, but Van Dam, how on earth did he escape that? And catches him with the clothesline.
Man.
Great defense there by the champion.
And not only did the force of that lariat hurt Hennigan, but Hennigan landing on the cement there, and that cement is cold, hard, and unforgiving.
Welcome to PCW John Hennigan. Again, anything goes, no count out. no disqualification. There must be a winner. PCW title on the line, right in the wheelhouse of the champion RVD, one would think.
Now look at Rob, the champion, but a reversal. Ooh, and right into the rib cage. Van Dam able to hit his brakes a little bit and then follows with a boot to the face of Hennigan. And a double clothesline and both men crashing down on the cement. And you can see it just under the bodies of Rob Van Dam and John Hennigan is that hard cement.
Does the champ perhaps have the advantage here because Hennigan has hit that hard concrete twice?
Oh, look at this, Todd.
Champion looking for an equalizer, as is the challenger.
That's a poster.
Probably of himself, if I had to guess. Challenger's got a bit of an ego.
Hennigan is beating him with a poster.
On paper, this would be a bad idea, but it's working.
And who's going to replace that fan's poster? Well, he likes it. Never mind.
It's worth even more now.
Probably.
Hennigan, the challenger, in control, getting the best of Van Dam on the outside where anything goes, and that is usually a losing proposition.
And now Hennigan. Great chair shot to the ribs. Hennigan understanding the rules and limitations of this match, that it is a no disqualification match, and trying to get the better of his opponent who's known for violence, and that's Rob Van Dam.
Hennigan now, oh what a knee! Jeez. Excuse me, high heat right across the plate, and the champ just might strike out. Unreal strike there by Hennigan, and he really measured the champion Van Dam.
Hennigan now dragging the body of Rob. That shot really took it out of Rob. He's hurt.
Point needs to be made though, Christian. Although it's no disqualification, it is not falls count anywhere. If Hennigan wants to win the title, he's got to get the champion back inside the ring to put him away.
And this is inherently the problem in a match like this. If you get a guy out on his feet, if he's down on the outside, oh, Rob seemed to have tripped up Hennigan there as Hennigan looked to go high risk off the guardrail. But if you knock a guy out on the outside of the ring, Todd, then you're faced with the burden of trying to pull him back into the ring. And pulling a guy that's 200 plus pounds of dead weight into the squared circle is a difficult task, to say the least.
No doubt Van Dam billed at 251 by ring announcer Dan Masters here tonight. And it was truly high-risk offense by Hennigan, and it did pay off. And now Van Dam trying to capitalize in his own right. And just look at this sea of humanity. The PCW Memorial Hall that Van Dam has turned, he's rewound the clock. He's turned it into his own bingo hall here. Nice drop kick there by the champion.
Todd, Van Dam has not lost a step, man. I mean, this guy looks like he's 22 years old still. When he wrestles in front of me, I feel like I'm in the Hammerstein watching ECW, and nothing has changed.
It's like a time warp, it truly is. And Van Dam truly has proven to be an innovator of violence in his own right here in PCW. And there go the social plans for the Shaman of Sexy later tonight.
Big kick there by Van Dam. And Van Dam now taking in the adulation of the crowd. But for Van Dam now facing the same problem as Morrison did, as Hennigan did earlier. Try to get that opponent isolated in the ring for the pinfall.
True, but this has been the recipe of success if you follow the matches of Van Dam here in PCW. Okay, it's a game of can you top this early. Get the advantage on the outside, although not the case here as Van Dam hit throat first, and that will do damage to the larynx.
You can see him wincing, you can see the pain on the face of RVD. He took that chair shot right to the trachea, TK.
You know, when you're in a championship series, you got to get a win or two in the other team's home, and that's what Hennigan's trying to do. Get a win here on the outside, the home of RVD. Get the advantage here and put him away back inside the ring. That's what the challenger has in mind.
The majority of this match has taken place on the outside. Look at this. Oh, now fighting back is Rob. He's had enough. And Rob, frustrated now, brawls with Morrison on the outside. An Irish whip, Morrison in a reversal. Baseball slide
my gosh.
under the guardrail.
Safe! Oh, sliding into home. Are you kidding me?
The athleticism of John Hennigan, as Hennigan now eating that rail himself. And that damage to the trachea will start to add up.
Hennigan so impressive, but is it going to be enough? You know, he does a lot of stuff that's flashy, that looks cool, but Van Dam, the champion, he's not wasting energy and moves. He's pinpoint, hits with the drop kick, baseball style, and takes over the advantage.
Look at this now, setting up what might be a standing suplex, positioning himself. Oh wow, RVD now putting Hennigan on the guardrail. And RVD, what is he thinking here?
Call the executioner, my friend, because it's guillotine time. Get the basket ready for the head of the challenger. Van Dam gets the blessing of the crowd and delivers. Again, playing the hits, my friend.
Vintage Rob Van Dam as that guillotine maneuver landing successfully on the guardrail. You know, I got to mention it, partner. As the fans start to talk PCW, chanting it over and over again. I keep calling him by his alias, John Hennigan. It's because I've been watching him for so long, and I've become so accustomed to the star that he is around this world. It's difficult for me to remember that John Hennigan wants to go by his birth name now. He said to me earlier he wants to honor the Hennigan name. And now what is he going to do here? Because he's in big trouble here.
Van Dam thinking pile driver. On the floor, backdrop now, and a chair for good measure. Short flight, bad landing for the champion.
Look at Morrison clinking beers. Wow, he's drinking on the job. What a degenerate. How does he keep those abs with all those calories? How is he so hot?
Better be
with
careful.
Such cold beer.
Better be careful. He's not going to be able to slide under those guardrails anymore. Get those carbs. But
look at Hennigan now.
Challenger back in control, and again, the time of possession it's really been on the outside of the ring, and now Hennigan realizes, if I want to take home the gold, if I want to go be 10 pounds heavier, as he mentioned, taking home the gold, he's got to win it inside the ring.
And it seems that Hennigan's listening to you.
Hennigan got the advantage on the outside.
He did, and now trying to finish it in the ring. Wow, look at that maneuver by Hennigan. I've never seen that, but unable to land.
And that's been the story of the matchup. Now, counter into the Northern Light suplex with the bridge.
2.5 only. As you can see now, the face of Rob Van Dam tells the story. Rob, he absolutely values this title more than anything in his life.
Hennigan is going to maybe have to transition to strikes. He needs steak and sizzle. Look out here. Moonlight drive. Oh, and did he ever wrench the neck, and now holding on. Perhaps again. Yes!
Hennigan controlling it now with that front chancery. And Hennigan, again, a third moonlight drive. And Rob's out, but his foot's on the rope. Hennigan able to hook both legs in just 2. Veteran referee Rick Knox, one of the best in the game. Only 2 there, and the championship remains around the waist of Rob Van Dam for now.
Absolutely, and Hennigan has put away countless adversaries with that moonlight drive. Now, we talked about he's spent some time in Lucha, but that was just an ungodly 3 amigos there, 3 moonlight drives, and now perhaps get the rocket ship ready. Might be time for Starship Pain, but Van Dam counters.
Big kick out there. Hennigan staying in this match. Hennigan now with a big right hand. And an answer by RVD. These 2 men exchanging blows in the center of the ring. Big balled up fists.
Tough to come into the house that RVD belt and maintain an advantage, but that is what the champion has had to endure here at the hands of the challenger. Hennigan step through kick on the money by Van Dam as the champ starts to roll.
Look at that. Hennigan in perfect position. If Rob Van Dam wants to go old school here, and he will.
Oh, indeed.
Rolling Thunder by Rob Van Dam. And now Van Dam in a great position to retain his PCW Heavyweight Championship.
Sure is. Van Dam, since debuting at Clear the Way, has smoked the competition.
I love how he goes up to the top like that.
Looking to light up the challenger here. Forget the starships, it's all about the stars. As in 5-star, but nobody home for the 5-star frog splash.
Oh,
Cradle the other way. Gonna beat him with wrestling, perhaps? No, not yet.
Man, that was so close. And for Hennigan, you saw the frustration as he slammed hard on the mat with his right hand. Beautiful. Oh, wow. Oh, beautiful kick by Van Dam. Lifting his leg almost perpendicular to his own body.
Great counter. Now split-legged moonsault there by the champion. One of his signatures, another signature win in his career. Not yet,
just
only two. Yes, sir.
And look at Van Dam now, exhausted. As Van Dam rises to his feet, you could tell this PCW Heavyweight Championship means everything to Rob Van Dam.
And now a counter the other way.
That?
It's no, oh my goodness, but it's no disqualification.
Smart move by John Hennigan. And look at Hennigan.
Blast off to the title, Starship Pain.
Oh my God.
Your winner of the match and new PCW Heavyweight Champion, Shawn Hennigan.
What a match. What a moment. Christian Cole, a mixed reaction here.
And John Hennigan is the new PCW Heavyweight Champion. I cannot believe my eyes as history has been made at Showdown.
I think some of the fans not really happy about how Hennigan went about it. But we talked about if anybody could beat Van Dam in its own game, it was Hennigan. And he did it by taking it to the extreme. The low blow, perfectly legal in this environment. And then the Starship Pain, Hennigan blasting off to the stratosphere.
You can see the mutual respect between Hennigan and Rob Van Dam.
From 5-star now to Starship. A lot of star power in PCW, my man.
And what a run for Rob Van Dam. We have to take a moment to talk about Van Dam's incredible history-making run at PCW. Van Dam, the second ever PCW Heavyweight Champion, and now the third ever PCW Heavyweight Champion is Shawn Hennigan. Incredible.
Using his birth name and winning the title just miles from where he was born. What a night, a showdown that lived up to the billing. And what a ride RVD gave us, but now we're gonna jump in that Starship, and what does Hennigan have in store? But I hate to play devil's advocate, but Hennigan's got a date with a death machine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for being a part of Pacific Coast Wrestling. One more time for the PCW Heavyweight Champion, Shawn Hennigan.
History made a couple times over here tonight. Douglas James taking home the light heavyweight championship, and in a phenomenal showdown, a phenomenal main event, John Hennigan is your new PCW Heavyweight Champion as this company continues to blast off, my man.
Absolutely, Todd. It has been an honor for the first 18 months or so of this company to sit here and call these matches with you. We've seen that PCW Heavyweight title be awarded inaugurally to Penta El Cero M. And as Penta defeated oncomers, it was eventually lost to Rob Van Dam, and then Rob now passing that title on to John Hennigan, and John Hennigan will carry this company into the future. What an incredible night of action. What an incredible card here at Showdown. For my partner, Todd Kennelly, my name is Christian Cole. It has been an honor to bring this broadcast to you. And before we leave you, it looks like John Hennigan may have a couple of words.
Wait before you go. I heard a luchador named as Pentagon Jr. was recently suspended from PCW. And then I heard that that same luchador Pentagon Jr. had his suspension lifted. And he will be coming here July 28th. Zero miedo? No, no, no. More like zero huevos. Zero cuerpo. And zero PCW championships, which is why I am going to take on Pentagon Jr. on July 28th.
What? He's going to take on Pentagon Jr. here July 28th?
But here is where it gets complicated, because you all saw tonight the Death Machine, Sami Callihan, win a shot at the PCW title.
Where does this leave Sami Callihan? Look at that poster.
Fuck that guy.
That's so awesome.
I wish I could say the same thing, but I happen to agree with you. Sami Callihan won a shot. Pentagon Jr. is coming back here July 28th, so it will be Sami Callihan versus Pentagon Jr. versus me for the PCW Championship right here in my hometown of San Pedro on July 28th.
Wow, what a main event, July 28th. Penta, Cero Miedo, Sami Callihan, and the current champion, John Hennigan, July 28th, Christian
That's right,
Cole.
ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for PCW.
We are going to find out truly who is second to none. PCW Memorial Hall, you take a look at the sea of humanity out there, my friend, and they have come out for showdown, and it will be a showdown indeed.
We're going to get it started right here in Wilmington, California. If you're watching at home, get down here. This is PCW.
What a way to start a high-stakes matchup to determine the #1 contender for the PCW heavyweight title.
Whoever is the PCW heavyweight champion after tonight, you got a date with the Death Machine, bitch.
Hammerstone, certainly not in a good mood, did not make that 215-pound weight limit. I would not want to be the person standing across from the ring from him.
Hammerstone is going to murder him. Well, here goes death.
The king of Dong style, Joey Ryan, taking on the comedy master, Kiku Taro.
It's like Kiku Taro smuggled a baguette in here. I don't know how he got that through customs.
Kiku pulls out what was his manhood and stuffs it in Ryan's mouth.
The shining shaft!
He beat him at his own game!
Expect to be in for a treat with this one, fans. Light heavyweight action at its very best.
Wolfman now has the opportunity to become the #1 contender for the PCW Light Heavyweight Championship.
And not taking his foot off of that accelerator, dive to the outside. Tag team title's about to be on the line. The Dirty Blondes, coming from the Dirty South, trying to go to war with Warbeast.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from these Dirty Blondes.
This thing might turn into a street fight, literally. It might take it
And you can just street over to the street.
And Warbeast will lead still tag team champion.
Douglas James, because of Hammerstone missing weight, he now has a shot at destiny.
Douglas James has come so far in such a short time. Douglas James with the opportunity of a lifetime right in front of him. Is his title reign imminent? Will Douglas James become the light heavyweight champion?
Oh, never say die! And he did throughout this matchup. He did it!
We have a new PCW light heavyweight champion.
I train year in and year out for a moment like this. This is real life. This is my life. This is the best damn day of it.
Stage is set, PCW heavyweight title on the line. If you're not excited for this one, make sure you have a pulse.
This match is a no disqualification match, and that changes everything.
Now split-legged moonsault there by the champion.
And look at Hennigan.
Blast off to the title, Starship Pain.
Oh my God.
Your winner of the match and new PCW Heavyweight Champion, Shawn Hennigan.